It's me, President Trump, obviously, and it's such an
Same band as Dean? What was Dean's band? Behemoth, thank you so much for really pushing the member subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. No. Hi, I just want to say hi. I love you.
Oh, appreciate it. Bullying? Okay, I didn't get that one. I got like a guest violation, and I looked at it, and it was literally just the guest talking about trans people. Literally, that was it. Apparently, like the part that was clipped was literally just that. So I'm really confused. I was like, why did I get banned? I don't know if that one will stick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Oh, did I say 6 months? Was it 6 months for Dean? For me, it was like 2 days. I think. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Parker, you're such a cutie.
We're just getting trolls right now, everybody. We're just getting trolls. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why won't you play Farm Sim, Parker?
Oh, chat. I'm on my second account, and Dean's also live right now, so the likelihood of getting a troll is probably really high right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck the Jews.
You're so gross. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. He's not live? Did Dean already get off live? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dirk or Peen?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Des, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you, of course. Sorry, I wanted to plug that fully in. He got off early today? Wow, really? Whoa. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Whoa, interesting. Okay, all right. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we're just getting trolls right now because we're on the second account. Here, let me try one thing. I'm gonna, repost my live stream from my main account. That will be slightly helpful, at least. Yeah, I seen Dean's not even live anymore. Also, I should turn up the brightness. It looks a lot brighter on my computer. It doesn't look as bright on the phone. Here, let me repost it. There we are. Dean got banned? Yeah, I know. The same thing happened to me on my main account. Yeah, just give me 1 second, everyone. I was just trying out a different amount of lighting, but I think it was not a good move. Okay, we're back to practically normal. Is that too bright? No, it looks normal. Alrighty. We're gonna get some more debates up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Looks fine to me. Perfect. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Have I debated you before?
Nah, never.
Then why are there people in the comment section saying, not this guy again? Same guy. This guy.
They always say that shit. Don't read the comments.
I don't think they always say that. That's not always true. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. So why do you support Trump?
I don't know, with your guys' generation, dude, like the younger kids, man, he looked like you guys lost all your masculinity. Like Harry Sims and all that. You kind of look like one of them guys. What's the other one? Dean or whatever? You guys got that like look in your face like you couldn't fight yourself out of a wet paper bag.
Okay.
Have you ever been in a fist fight before?
I mean,
I already know the answer.
What's the answer? Tell me.
No, like if we had to go to WW again, I'd be worried, man, if we had guys like you that would have to defend our country.
Okay. So the reality of the matter is that's not going to happen. And also, I'm not going to dodge the draft like Donald Trump, right? And make up the fact that I have bone spurs so that I could specifically get out of that draft. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't do that. So you're going to sit here and you're going to call us weak in our generation. But what do you say about Donald Trump, who dodged the draft on multiple occasions?
I mean, he's weak too, and he didn't go. I mean,
Okay, so
there's some people that can do it,
Wait,
but there's a lot more in
so then
your
here's my question, sir.
generation that don't do it.
Here's my question, sir. Why do you support a weak man?
Because do you think Biden would go to or Harris? Do you think Harris was up for the dude?
I don't think either of them would make up specifically the idea that they have bone spurs so that they don't have to, go through the draft. I don't think that would happen.
Dude,
I definitely don't think that Biden would dodge the draft.
Dude.
What's
and
that?
My uncle came back. He went to Vietnam, and he came back and unalived 2 of his kids. Like, dude, that's how crazy you get.
I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just explaining to you how screwed up your brain gets when you go over there and do that goofy stuff that you got to do.
Yeah, I'm not.
See, I was in the military.
For people to go through and do that stuff, but I don't know.
No,
what point you're trying to
I know.
argue. I'm just saying.
Well,
like,
I could
you're
see
gonna sit
where
here
he
and-
was scared not to go.
Hold up. Why do you consider me and my generation soft?
I think it's something in the food, man. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's your fault. I just think you guys are raised differently. Like, you guys are cuddled. Like, you didn't have to, like, live the way we did at my
Can you
age,
explain it,
man.
like,
When I
what
was
way?
a kid, dude. I mean, do you go outside at all?
Do I go outside? Go outside.
I mean,
Yes,
it's
yes. Of course, I go outside. Okay. Not only that, but also like that doesn't mean just because I do something that means it's representative of the entire generation. So what do you mean?
I
What do you
mean, I
talk
guess
about
I'm
in specific that is true about my generation that makes us soft.
I mean, it's just the way you guys act, and like the men aren't masculine, dude. It's
Okay,
like I don't know how to explain.
how am I not
Harry's
masculine?
who's the hairy guy?
How am I not masculine? How about
I
that?
mean-
Let's start there.
All right, let me ask you this: have you been in a relationship with a female?
With a woman, yes, I'm currently in a relationship.
Oh, I'm surprised, dude. I was waiting for you to tell me it was a dude. Like nowadays, that's
I'm
like
sorry.
normal
I'm sorry. How,
status quo.
are you trying to say it's not masculine to like be gay? Is that your argument?
I mean, most gay guys aren't masculine, dude.
What are you talking about? What does that
Like,
even
I
mean?
think there's
Can you tell
something
me-
in the
can you tell me
food,
what
dude, that you
masculine?
guys are losing
Can you tell me what
testosterone.
masculine means? What about being gay makes
Yeah,
you
you
less
have high
masculine?
testosterone.
What?
It's usually you have high
Testosterone
levels of
doesn't make you-
testosterone.
Testosterone doesn't make you masculine or not masculine
man.
necessarily within that respect.
What?
Right? You understand that masculinity.
When you
is
go to
gonna be
lift
based
weights,
upon-
dude, what would you want to use? If you want energy and
Do
want
you
to
lift weights?
and want to, yes.
You do? So you're saying that it
Yeah.
makes you more masculine to lift weights?
I mean, you don't think getting bigger and stronger would make you more masculine? Like
Okay,
that's
so-
you
so
can
then
get.
here. Can I ask you this question? You also said that more testosterone makes you more masculine, correct?
I mean, it's the right amounts. I mean, I don't mess with that shit. I don't have to though. But there is,
Because
yeah.
I just want to
there
let you
is
know you're
people out
older
there.
than me, which means I likely have more testosterone than you. Does that mean I'm more
Yeah,
masculine?
but I
than
don't
you?
think you do though.
Wait,
no,
I'm just
I don't
asking.
think
I'm just
you
asking.
do.
Does that mean I'm more masculine?
I think your
than you?
generation has low counts of it.
Well,
And that's the point.
hold up.
That's why they're
You're not
giving it as a
understanding. Hold up.
prescription now.
Wait, when you're younger, you have higher levels of testosterone. When
Yeah,
you get
but
older,
I don't
you have
think you
lower
guys
levels
do
of wait,
now.
hold up. Stop. You have lower levels of testosterone. So can I ask you this question? Right? Would that make me more of a man than you?
Oh, but here's the point here. Yeah, you're way more of a man than I am. But
What?
right
That would
now,
be
the reason they
ridiculous.
give
That's
everyone,
absurd. Isn't that
Oh,
absurd?
hold on. They give you testosterone now. You know why? Because back in the 40s and the 50s, like the levels of testosterone that men had was so high, they never had to do this stuff. Now, your guys' generation, which is one more away from that generation, is having to take it at your age. Like there's kids taking testosterone. Like there's some going on in the food, I think. But your guys, yes, you guys are definitely
No, it's
way
just,
softer than we were.
what in the food do you think is causing that? I mean,
I don't
there are
know.
things
That's
like
the point we need.
microplastics specifically that can. At least I've seen an association with that, but like I don't know what this whole point is.
So you're
Anything
agreeing
that-
with me.
Wait, then then do you agree with like we should address climate change and we should try to worry about our environment? Because I mean I think that's
I don't
like a
think it
liberal
should be as big
perspective.
as a deal that you guys think it is. You don't know, like the studies
By the way,
that they're
and
doing.
by the
on
way,
this.
are you eating the same food?
I was.
Okay,
I
so
stopped
then if
eating a
you're-
lot, dude.
Okay, so then if you're eating the same type of food, then and you were growing up on the same type of food, what makes
No. I
what
didn't
makes,
grow-
what makes
no, we
me
didn't-
soft and you not? Like, can you tell me? like,
Because
what
we
that
didn't
means?
grow like that. When they started putting all the chemicals in there, that happened in like the 80s and the 90s, man. So I was
But you
already
still
starting
lived
to get
throughout-
developed.
So then you've been consuming that longer than I have.
Yeah, but I have, and I'm yes, like you said, I'm 47 years old.
Wait,
You're
so if
what?
you-
How
wait,
old
hold
are
up.
you?
I'm 23 years old. So if you've been consuming it for longer than me, then like, what's your point here? How am I
Because
softer?
because you come out of the womb sucking on whatever food it was. I
What
just
food
started
is this?
eating
Can you
it
tell me what
recently.
specific food you're referencing?
I'm gonna go with the chicken. I think chicken has a lot of it. They put a lot of chemicals in chicken.
Okay.
Do you
okay.
eat a lot of chicken too? Don't you?
Okay, so you're
Chicken
saying,
nuggets.
Hold up. So you're saying is that it? Is that the only thing that you're referencing?
I'm sure there's a
specifically?
lot of them, man. There's cereal. You probably ate cereals a little. Well, you probably didn't eat cereal. Would you eat yogurt? Do you eat yogurt? All
I'm
the
not,
chemical.
we're not going to go through
foods.
my diet right now. I'm just going to ask you, like, what do you consider? What do you
What do
consider,
you eat?
like? I'm not going to go through
Whatever
my whole
your
right
diet
now.
is. What do you eat?
What do you eat?
Chick-fil-A?
I want you to list out your entire diet for us right now.
Well, right now I'm fasting, so I'm only eating bone broth and salads.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Okay. I'm not going to go through all that I eat. I'm not going to.
Well, just give me like a normal. What are you eating tonight?
Can we just address why this
Do you
is even
eat
relevant in the
fast
first place?
foods?
Stop. Can we talk about why this is relevant in the first place? Right.
Because honestly, I think your guys' generation is like a little feminine, man. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Okay. So what particularly makes you feminine? And also, why is being feminine bad? Like, why are you associating being?
'Cause you're a
feminine with being
male.
bad. Wait, what's wrong with a male being feminine?
I mean, is that really a question?
Do you have any feminine characteristics?
I hope not. I mean, I know you're going to tell me I have estrogen.
What do you mean?
Is that what
you
you're
hope
about to
not?
say?
What, do you think
You're
there are
gonna
any-
say
wait, I have a
everybody
question. I have
has
a question.
estrogen.
I have a question. Do you think that there are any good feminine characteristics?
Yeah, of course, for women.
No. Can you answer? What are the good? How about this? Could you name a good feminine characteristic?
For a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they take care of themselves. They.
So do you take
They're
care
clean?
of yourself?
I guess not.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sitting
you
here
don't.
starving.
You don't
to
take
death.
care of yourself. So why,
I mean,
why
I
are you
don't-
acting like it? Why are you acting like it's a good thing to like not take care of yourself?
But, so what? You're supposed to wax your eyebrows? Is that what you're doing tonight? You're gonna paint your toenails?
What? No, you do basic self care.
Yeah, that's what a male does.
Okay,
but
wait.
a woman goes overboard.
What do you mean?
Do
by
you pluck your mustache?
Wait. What do you mean go overboard? What does that even mean?
Like women shave every little hair on their body. Do you shave your chest
not all
hair,
women.
dude?
Not all women shave every single little hair on their body. And also, I don't know why you're associating that specifically with like doing. I'm so confused. What your point is here? Wait,
Do you shave your armpits,
I have a
dude?
question. I have a question. Do you think it's feminine for men to put on makeup?
I know where you're going with this, dude.
How do you? No, you don't.
Yes, I do, dude. Trump. You're gonna say Trump wears makeup, dude. Don't lie.
What are you talking about? What makeup does Trump wear?
That's his tan. That's his real. That's his That's his real skin.
So do you think it's feminine for him to wear makeup?
I mean, I guess, dude. What
Okay,
about JD Vance, dude? I like his eyeliner.
Okay. Okay. Do you put on eyeliner too?
No.
Dude, you should,
I think
bro.
you do.
You think I put on eyeliner? You think I have eyeliner on right now?
I don't know. I see you got a little mustache growing, dude. Is that your first little mustache? Have you grown a mustache yet? See, look,
No,
you can't
dude,
even grow
I've-
facial hair yet.
Yeah, no, I can't at all, man. I can't at all grow any facial hair.
Do you
I've
think
never
it's the
done that before.
food? Is it the food?
No, I don't think it's the food.
What are you eating tonight for dinner? At least give me that. You don't want to go through your diet. Chick-fil-A?
No. I get like pill dispensers, right, from like the government, right? The government sends me my nutrient pills every single
Stop,
day,
dude.
like directly from the DNC.
Yeah, I could have. And what it's got you turning trans?
Okay, that's obviously a ridiculous standpoint. What are you saying, dude?
You said you get it from the DNC.
Yeah.
So
I
you
said-
know you
I
guys
said
are
I get
the home of the
nutrient pills
trans.
from the DNC. What?
So you're not lying? Do you get nutrient pills from GNC? Oh, I thought you were saying the DNC. I
am
thought you were trying to
referencing
be
Yeah, I get DNC nutrient pills.
not from GNC.
No, DNC, like the Democratic National Committee. Like
So they hand you food.
no, they
Michelle
mail it to me.
Obama gave you pills.
They mail it to me, and I get all my nutrients through the pills. That's it.
I got you. And what does it make you? Does it make you put makeup on and feel better about yourself?
No, I get
Because you want to be a woman?
I get optimal nutrition. So like you're getting mogged in nutrition because I get 100% the best nutrients directly from the DNC. Okay, so like if you want to sit there and you want to act like you have a better diet than me, well, that's not possible because I actually get the perfect nutrients within my diet, the optimal level of nutrients for the human body. So how about you respond to that, buddy? Give me a response to that one, bud.
I can see it, man. It with the dark under
yeah,
your
you can
eyes,
see it.
it
Look at
pays
me.
out well, dude.
Look at me.
Look,
Exactly, bro. I have the.
How
the
long have you been up, dude?
op-
You need sleep.
what do you mean? The bags in my eyes, they're genetic, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, stop lying, Pete Davidson. What now
What are
you're
you
going to
ta-
say
no,
you're
I'm
not
I'm
tired?
actually literally
You need to
serious.
go to sleep. You
Dude, I
need
can
sleep.
wait, stop. I can show you pictures of me as a child with them. Like, what are you talking about? King, I appreciate the galaxy.
Did you get a lot of sleep?
Yes, dude. I get lots of sleep.
What time are you going to bed?
What time did I go to bed? Like, I think I went.
No,
to
what
bed, like-
time is your bedtime tonight? Midnight? 1, 2, 3?
It's gonna be like 11, 12.
Yeah, right.
What do you mean? Yeah, right. My girlfriend, she's a substitute teacher, so I like go to sleep around the same time as her. I don't know why you're disputing that.
What do you do if she's a substitute teacher?
This is my
And you
job.
don't have to. Do you make money just yapping with me and people like me?
Yeah. Like, what's your? Is that like hard to believe?
I mean, honestly, I'm starting to kind of respect you. I will give you guys the generation this. You guys know, I will give you that. You guys are really business savvy. You know how to make a lot of money. I'll give you all that, dude. I know a bunch of dudes on YouTube and that make a ton of money, man. And
So, okay,
it's
so how
crazy.
about this?
All
How
the
about this?
people
How about
do
this?
is follow
Instead of
them
just
around.
calling my generation soft, how about you give me an argument for why you support Trump?
Oh, you want to talk politics even more? All right, so Trump.
Of course, I want to talk. What do you mean?
I own a
you wanna talk
business.
about
I
what is
own
the
a
topic?
business, dude. I thought it was RFK and health, but either way. So Trump. What I liked about him is his tax breaks. Actually, I own a business, and they help me out a lot. I'm not a 1%er. I'm not saying that I get tax breaks, but I work for the 1%ers. My company does. And what happens is they spend more money when they get tax breaks. And it actually comes to me, and then I make money and I pay my employees. They make money, so it trickles down. I know you don't like hearing that. You say it never works, but it works for me personally.
Can I tell you one thing? So they don't have an incentive to pass that money down unless they profit from it. So it's only going to happen in that context, right? It's best to build up the consumer market so that there's an incentive from a business perspective to then go into these different types of industries and sell products. It naturally trickles up when you have a profit off of it, because they're going to do whatever the profit maximizing condition is for themselves.
Yeah, but what it does for me. I'll just explain to you how it works for me, and you're going back to consumers and how it's not going to work for everyone else. I don't care.
I'm okay with taxes going up for millionaires and billionaires and for people whose income is over $400,000 a year on their income over $400,000 a year. I don't have an issue with that. I think I would prefer that rather than the massive tariffs that Donald Trump's implemented that have caused price increases, that have caused our economy to become worse off in terms of the labor market, that have caused the economic struggles that many Americans are seeing around the entire United States, where we have, plenty of different states that are going into recessions. Right, like when
was it? Happening. When were we not in recession? We've been in a recession, bud. That's not true. For 4 years.
No, it's not true. What is a recession? Can you define what a recession is?
No, but I can tell you right now, prices have been going up 30% since Biden took over.
Okay, so if you can't define to me what a recession is, then how do you know that we've been in recession for years?
Because honestly, as prices went down, when has it been fixed? Why didn't Harris win? Because they fixed the economy so great. You guys act like the Bidenomics fixed everything.
No, we're not advocating that Bidenomics fixed everything. We're just advocating that Bidenomics is better than what Trump's currently doing with the economy. It worked better than what Trump's doing currently with the economy, and I can give you explanations as to how. Like, name one way that you would say that the Trump economy right now is doing better off than what it was particularly prior under the Biden-Harris administration.
I fill up trucks, so I'm looking at gas. I save over
gas
hundreds
is more
of
expensive
dollars
right now.
It is not, dude.
Yes, it is. If you look at the national average from
$279. The national average.
If you look at the national
California and New York taxes people.
No. If you look at the national average, right under the Energy Information Administration, you can see since Trump's got in office that it's gone up by multiple cents.
It went down, dude. Where I live at, I pay less. I know you don't like to hear that, and you probably don't.
No, it's like there's always going to be a Trump supporter on the live saying they live in some magical place in the United States that just gas is less expensive.
I live 2 states up from New York City. I live in Baltimore. I pay $2.79.
And what were you paying?
Dude, you got to admit gas is going down. In January, it's $3.30.
Okay, that's no. If you look at the national average, right, it's gone up by multiple cents.
I fill trucks up every day.
Then are you talking about diesel?
Yes, no. I'm talking about
diesel prices, but I know that gasoline prices have gone up. If you look at the Energy Information Administration, you can sit there and say that all you want anecdotally, but I know from a national average, you're wrong.
You're saying national average, but you're got to add California in there. They tax their people gas. They have a gas tax.
Well, I'm sorry, they haven't. Wait, so the gas tax increase that you're referencing, right? That's not specifically going to be representative of the rest of the country. That's not what's causing the prices to go up.
So you say they take that out of the national average? That's not included.
I'm just saying that's only representative of a small portion of the national average. Do you understand that there's 340 million people in this country, around 40 million people that live in California, 10% of the population lives in California? Say that there's an increase specifically for California. That doesn't mean that the national average is going to be pulled that much just by the increase in California.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. I hear on the bottom they're saying OPEC controls gas prices, but who controls OPEC? Who was at the White House today?
Trump literally Trump in his first term signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. But who controls OPEC? Who in charge of OPEC? Who reflects on the price? A bunch of what? Go ahead, tell me. Who was at the White House?
Saudi Arabia.
There we go. And who said they're going to invest $1 trillion today? And who's buddies with Trump? And who lowered their oil prices? Come on, man. Like, don't lie, dude. It all makes sense. Why would... But don't it sound right? Like, Saudis kissing ass with us, and they're doing things that
Did they say that they're going to increase oil production?
Of course they're going to have to, and we won't. And I know that's they're going to take away drill, baby, drill.
How much are they going to increase oil production? I thought drill, baby, drill was in the United States, not other countries sending their oil into the United States.
But why would we need to drill?
Let me please finish. I thought Trump was all about specifically, building up that domestic manufacturing, and specifically in terms of energy independence and not being dependent on foreign nations for oil. Also, if
Well,
you're talking about an
Saudi's our
increase-
ally now, so we don't need.
Okay, wait,
We
hold
don't
up.
need. Why would we want to give out?
Now we can work with our allies. So why were we tariffing our allies? Why were we decreasing trade with our allies? Why was Trump threatening to annex Canada, which then caused a massive boycott from Canada specifically?
Dude, Canada's
Doesn't that
our
hurt
ally.
our
They were
level of-
trading with China behind our back.
What do you mean behind our back?
They were letting China go.
We trade with
They were-
China. We trade with China. What are
No
you talking
shit, but
about?
we put tariffs on China.
So?
And instead of dealing with us, they went to Canada, and Canada came with them with open arms and said, "Come deal with us, and then we'll deal with the Americans because we don't have a tariff." That's exactly what happened.
Okay,
so,
so
would you
if-
call that an ally?
Yes,
Like
absolutely.
all we're trying to do is get
Yes,
the
absolutely.
F-man out of our country. You don't think there's an epidemic with the schmugs in our country?
Well, I do, but I don't think that's specifically caused by Canadians. I think disproportionately it's U.S. citizens that are bringing that across the border. If you want to look at over 90% of DRUGS
So which
that are brought
border?
across the border, in general, abroad across the border.
Which
in general.
border?
I just told you.
And then who makes F-man?
Can I please finish?
Who,
without you
who
cutting me off?
produces it?
Can I
Go
please
ahead.
finish? So it's over 80 to 90% U.S. citizens that bring that across the border, right? So if you specifically want to address that, I don't know why you would say Canada specifically is the mechanism to address. Secondly, the Biden-Harris administration had multiple accordances to specifically address this, right? And they weren't like acting like this isn't a problem. So I don't know what your point was in specifically establishing that.
The reason we put tariffs on China was to act so that they would stop, they would fight and actually worry about bringing that over here, would stop trying to bring it over. And that's what we were explaining to Canada was like, you're going to wheel and deal with them after we put tariffs on them to tell them stop bringing schmugs into our
Wait, so then-
country.
so
Because
then why
that's
did-
where it's coming
So
from.
are you saying that it's been stopped already because Trump apparently got his deal with China?
No, it's not stopped, dude, because Canada's letting it flow in here. Because they're still
I thought you said
our ally.
wait, I thought you said the route was from China.
It is, but it's also
And then
from
also,
Canada's a helping
what percent of
hand
it
there.
comes from Canada? Can you tell me what percent of the supply
And
in the United States is come
more
from
than
Canada?
the southern border.
No, tell me
more
what
than the southern border.
No, tell me. Give me a source. What percent specifically comes from Canada?
I would say about 51% comes from
Can you
Canada.
give me a source?
Trustmebro.com.
I knew that. Yeah, it's literally.
I don't know what to
Literally,
tell you,
trustmebro.org, man. That's.
What is that?
embarrassing.
What is that? What do you got there? What is that?
It's a trust
Is that
me,
Harry
bro book.
Potter?
It's your source.
Is that Trust Me Bro, the book?
It's a source. It's your source, man.
Well, let me ask you real quick. I know you're probably getting tired of talking to me. How much do you make doing this, dude? You make good money?
$1 trillion last year, man.
Did you? But why's your girl still got to work then? You should make her. She shouldn't be a substitute teacher then.
That's what
She should be
wants
a
to do.
full-time
Wait,
teacher.
Wait, it's what she wants to do.
Well, you should put her at full time then.
Wait, what do you mean? She specifically?
You can influence the
Hold up,
school
stop,
board with all
stop,
this trillions of dollars.
Stop talking. You didn't need to hear about this. This is none of your information. You don't need to hear this. But she has to go through the context of getting a certificate, right? So she's doing this in the meantime. Why are you even looking at this? And also, why do you even care about how much money I'm making off this? Why does that concern you at all?
I mean, what? We're not allowed to talk about personal things. I mean, what? You can only talk politics, dude. I was just
Apparently, I have a source here that says 1% is linked to Canadian sources.
1%.
No, I'm not trolling.
Dude,
I'm
and then I'll
literally not
go on
trolling.
another live. Hold on. And then I'll go on another live and I'll say immigration, the southern border. And then they'll all argue with me saying most of it's coming from Canada. Do you know most of it comes from the northern border?
I mean, from
This
what
is the first that I hear that
well, I'm just.
I
being
should have
serious.
let in with
From what I'm-
immigration first.
From what I'm seeing, less than 1% or around 1% comes from Canada.
Well, why don't you
According to
AI
what I'm
chat
seeing.
it? Why don't you CPT chat it or whatever it is? What is it? GPT?
Dude, Jesus
What is
Christ.
it?
I'm looking at what
Grunk it.
I'm looking
Why
at.
don't you
the
grunk it?
Canadian Reports, Newsweek, and Net News Ledger. That's the first ones that come up.
Then don't look at
Apparently,
Canadian
and
reports.
also a
They're gonna
congressional.
lie.
Hold up, and a Congressional Research Service report indicated that. So, if you want to accept any of those, that'd be great. Otherwise,
I'm not accepting the Canada report. Of course, they're gonna lie about it.
Yeah, of course. I just said not only from them, but also from the Congressional Research Service, right? I gave you other sources. Like I gave you multiple sources that confirm the same thing, and then you specifically just said you don't accept it only from Canada. Okay, even if you do that, that doesn't mean you don't accept it from the other sources that I've mentioned.
What? You didn't give me one reliable source, dude. What was that? What were you smoking weed, dude?
Oh well, you can't say that on the live. Now I have to kick you, man. GG's.
Oh.
You can't say that on the live. This is literally a drink. It's literally limeade, bro. What is that guy talking about, bro? It does not even look close. Like, what is this guy saying? Not even close. Like, what is he saying? We're gonna get the debates up here. Give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're getting the next person up here. Next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
Well, February 2nd, 2007.
Okay. February 2nd, 2000. What 2000 what?
7.
2007. Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump. Well, no. Can I talk about something else besides Donald Trump?
No. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I have a few people to catch up with as soon as I get a debate up here. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? Yeah, 36.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I wanted to give you...
The DNC won't let them talk about anything else. That's so true. You know, the DNC, you know, when they give me my daily pills, they give me my talking points as well. And they tell me what I can say and what I can't say directly. And I can't change from that at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And what month?
July.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, I believe.
Okay. Can I think a few people and then we can go on to our debate? Have I talked to you before, by the way?
No, yeah, I haven't been on you.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll move on to our conversation. Landon, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, I actually do all the time from all of these things I do. Especially when I first started doing those Jubilee debates, I definitely learned a lot. Tiffany, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. Eden, thank you for the $1. Absolutely, free Palestine. Dara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just getting used to it, I guess. Getting super used to it. Valerie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Miss Maya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Miss Maya. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marlia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. And for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, seriously though, I was about to bring that up. And thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Elaine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I'm actually not. I am fully caught up there. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. We are just looking for some debates. Mario, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Eccentrical, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For the $10, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tasuda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Zach with the $20. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you. Sean with the $5. Devin with the $2. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Devin, thank you for the $5 as well. Sharon with the $50. Thank you so much, Sharon. Give me some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Crystal, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sharon. Nizzle, thank you so much for the $2. OG K-pop Stan, thank you so much for the $10. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Angela Nader, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Trudy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. At some point, we are going to be doing that. Absolutely. King Ranch, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now? Thank you. I also have Fallen Saint, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emily with the $10. Thank you. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Silence, thank you for the $2. Neo, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Neo. I really appreciate it. Emily with the $10 and Des, thank you for the $10. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
I just sort of like believe in a lot of like similar ideas of him, not necessarily like policies, but like sort of his like more beliefs.
Such as?
Not necessarily him as a person.
Such as?
Oh, sorry, I didn't even. Such as like more like a capitalistic idea and like less socialism and like a smaller government.
Okay, so you want more capitalism, smaller government.
Yeah.
Okay, so then do you support securing the border? Like more government at the border?
Kind of. I support securing the border, but I don't
that be
necessarily
antithetical
support
to the free
things like
market?
ICE.
Wouldn't
How so?
wouldn't you want to support an open border because that would be less government, small government, and more free market capitalistic economy?
I mean, that is true, but I don't think the border
then
necessarily
you're against Donald
qualifies
Trump's
government.
immigration position, and you actually are advocating for open borders yourself?
Not necessarily. What do you mean?
Okay, so then you want more government, and you want a less capitalistic system.
I'm saying I want like border control, but I don't think it necessarily controls like when I mean more government, I mean like the government's power and like the government's role itself.
You're giving the government more power to enforce particular rules about who can go between what area in terms of how the economy is structured.
I mean, that is true.
Okay, so then you must be against borders and be pro open borders, or you're advocating for a less capitalistic system within this respect.
Wait, but how would that relate to capitalism, though? I mean, you could say that it would be like
the restriction of free flow of labor between areas. That's an aspect
but
of the
not everyone that's flowing is like flowing for labor purposes.
No, but it's still a process that restricts the free flow of labor. So it has an impact on the market, and it acts as a market restriction. So you actually should be advocating not only for no tariffs, but also no immigration policy. Literally, like if you want a more capitalistic structure that has less government or small government, that's not a role that you would probably see for the government to enforce.
So you're saying like in a more capitalistic society, it would be like
There would
fully
be
open
no
borders.
fully open borders. Yes.
100% open borders.
Yes, I'm not trolling. I'm not joking at all. That's literally what people advocate for when they're like a hyper-libertarian. Oh, government restricting. And I'm
Okay.
saying there should be less government within this respect, right? And you know what the government should be doing instead? It should be providing people things that they need, right?
Well, I'm just saying like I believe in abortion in like certain scenarios. Like not others. So like I'm like half and half. Like I believe that it is a woman's choice if there's like rape, incest, or like the harming or like risk to the mother's
What about
health
in elective
or, like,
circumstances?
life. What do you mean?
What about in elective circumstances?
Oh, did I say that?
No, I said what about in elective circumstances?
Oh, to be honest, I don't really know. Can you like explain it a little bit more for me?
Yeah, like if my girlfriend just happened to get pregnant and she's just not ready for a kid yet, we want to wait a few years to have kids, should she be able to get access to an abortion legally?
think in some scenarios, yes, if it's like necessary, but in others, like
No, like in the
I think a lot
scenario
of
I
people
just
get
brought up.
abortions. I mean, I guess I was.
You said what?
I guess I would like. I think it would be like your choice or your girlfriend's choice in this scenario.
Okay, so then that seems like in any typical circumstance that someone should be able to choose. It sounds like you're pro-choice. So if you're pro-choice, then you disagree with Donald Trump putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted people's access to choose. So again, here
But
I
Roe
ask the
versus
question
Wade
again.
was-
In what way is Donald Trump going to make the government smaller, right, that you like?
Okay, I hate to cut you off here, but Roe v. Wade was overturned under the Biden presidency, not Trump's presidency. So how
yeah,
did that really impact?
Because of the people that were put into the Supreme Court under Trump.
Oh, sorry. You're
Yeah.
referencing like it's like first presidency and like
Yeah,
the people
Trump's
he put
first
in, like,
presidency,
beforehand?
he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, and then it happened to be overturned under the Biden administration, not because of Biden, but because of the Supreme Court justices put into office because of the Trump administration in his first term. And Trump bragged about this himself.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
And he
I
ran
thought you
on
were referencing like his like second term and like how.
No.
Okay, I guess it's fair. I just believe in like more of like his ideas, not necessarily like his policies.
His what?
Just like his ideas. Just like
What
beliefs.
ideas?
Like smaller government,
Okay, in what way?
like lowering like the government power, like the common like
In what way?
Republican.
In what
belief.
way has Donald Trump lowered the government power?
Well, let's think of an example here. Can you give me a second? I'm fair, you kind of caught me off guard. Okay, to be honest, you gotta just beat me there.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. You are really good at this, bro.
Okay, so if he hasn't made the government smaller in any way, and I would actually argue he's made the government larger, and he's literally caused constitutional crisis. He's called for the
Okay, wait.
termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
So I know we're talking about the border earlier, but can you give me like some other examples that Trump would have used to increase the government? Because you said that he's like for more government and like more power and stuff, but you haven't given me like more examples.
Yeah, so tariffs. We can point to that. We can also point to the government specifically. Donald Trump passing an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. We can look at how Donald Trump wanted to put troops on the streets, specifically literally advocating to extend the National Guard, even to areas in which had Democratic governors that did not ask for this and actually advocated against it, which created a constitutional crisis and infringed upon the Constitution. I can keep going. Right? I mean, those are just a few to mention.
But these are for like certain scenarios and like special emergency situations. Like if he's
But this
moving
wasn't a
troops in, it's
special
because
emergency
of riots.
circumstance.
But there was like riots and like people
No.
were getting hurt all over the place.
No, so it was actually determined by the courts that sending in the National Guard, especially to California, caused there to be more conflict.
How so?
Yeah, because
It's not necessarily more conflict, though.
Sending in the National Guard caused more uproar.
I mean, you could say that, but it's too like conflict.
That's just the reality.
Is a suppressant of like what was.
You understand
the
that what you're
conflict
talking
before.
about in terms of this is peaceful protest, though, right? Like we peacefully protested, right? The violent ICE raids where they were literally violating people's due process rights.
Yeah, but not like most like protests are peaceful. I'll give you that. Like most of it was peaceful, but you cannot deny there was like literal riots. Like
Okay.
there's videos all.
And I just want to let you know, in any of the circumstances where there were specifically people who acted in any violence, were there any Democrats advocating for that in Congress, or were there any Democrats advocating to pardon those individuals? Because I can remember on January 6th when Donald Trump
There was-
specifically, not only did he incite the violent insurrection at the Capitol, but he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. Like, he called them patriots and
okay.
pardoned the violent rioters, meaning he condoned the violence on that day.
Posting, like, I saw videos on TikTok of like Democratic senators that were literally going to these protests and like joining in with people, like not necessarily just rioting,
Were
but
they
just
doing
being
violence? You mean they were peacefully protesting? You saw Democratic senators peacefully protesting.
there. Okay, yes, but like it would lead to more people.
Wow, they literally engaged in their constitutionally protected right to protest. And somehow to you, that's going to be...
I'm not necessarily saying that's bad, but it creates more of like an uprising towards people. Which creates more riots and more
you know,
protests in general.
senators shouldn't be protesting. What are you saying? Senators
I'm not
are
saying
who
that they
should be
shouldn't.
protesting. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, like, if there's riots going on, you shouldn't just be like necessarily posting yourself like at the protest.
So
like, come and protest,
Trump
guys.
shouldn't have been standing with the people and posting while they were committing violence and doing nothing, right? For hours.
He wasn't standing with them. He didn't go to
Yeah,
the
he
Capitol
literally
himself
told them to
and
go to
break
the
in.
Capitol.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He told them to march around the Capitol, but they were the ones that went inside of the Capitol.
He
themselves.
literally said to march to the Capitol, and then they broke in using riot shields.
Okay, but he was not the one that told them to do that. They did that off of their own will.
Then why did he pardon the violent rioters who did so?
Because they were supportive of him and like.
Oh, because they were supportive of him. Oh,
He's
okay,
biased towards them.
So wait.
I'll
So
admit that.
would you be
But-
okay with Democrats pardoning violent rioters at protests specifically because it is the case that they support Democrats? Like, would that be a reason that Democrats would be justified in, you know, pardoning people who commit violence in any of these situations?
I'm just saying, like,
Or no, would that be on Fox News for like the next fucking 10 years?
I don't even like watch or read anything related to Fox News. Like, I don't
What's up?
believe in like most like corporate news companies in general. I think that like all of them have a small bias towards each side, so they're unreliable.
A small bias. Trump says that they're all fake news, like a huge portion of them are fake news media. They come out with nothing accurate.
And he is true.
I had a question
Like,
that I was going to
even-
ask Trump
even
supporters on the
Fox-
live. Hold up, I have a
Even
question.
Fox News.
Go ahead.
Even Fox News is biased. Like, Fox News is obviously biased towards Republicans, but then you take something like CNN and you can't even lie that's not like supportive of like the DNC.
Trump said that Republicans who voted for, the Epstein files to be released were weak.
But
Right,
he
because
just
they were
told them-
siding. They were siding. Hold on, listen. They were siding with Democrats. So because all senators, right, and every person in the House except for one person, right, voted to release the
Okay.
Epstein files, do you think practically every Republican is weak in Congress?
He told them to vote for the bill. He said he would sign it if it came to his desk.
He said that only after, right? How long? After he literally canceled Marjorie.
What do you mean? He said it before they even started voting.
Why did he
on it.
cancel Marjorie?
What do you mean?
Why did Donald Trump cancel Marjorie Taylor Greene?
What's that? What's that? I'm gonna be so
You don't know who MTG is?
no.
Okay. Well, so she is like was extremely MAGA, and then turned on Trump specifically on this because she wants the Epstein files to be released, and he literally canceled her.
Is he
Because of
like
this.
in the House or Senate?
She's in Congress. So
Okay.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was like one of the most notable supporters of Donald Trump, right? And she specifically wanted the Epstein files to be released, and because of that, Donald Trump called her a
I
traitor.
actually know what you mean now.
Yeah. So you definitely
can you
know
actually-
who MTG is.
Yes, but when did Trump call her a traitor? Like, do you have like any?
That was here literally within the past few days.
I've never even heard about this. You know, if you could like find something like evidence of this like even happening.
Yeah? I got you.
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't see this. This is from USA Today. Trump withdraws support for MTG. That will just give you like the thing. The Hill, Trump
Okay.
denounces Marjorie Taylor Greene as traitor.
Where'd you say that was from?
From the Hill,
Like, so-
Trump denounces Marjorie Taylor Greene as traitor.
Okay. But this just doesn't like add up. Like if he would denounce people, then why would he just completely switch sides?
Why would Trump switch sides?
Yeah, and like and
Because-
tell all the Republicans to go and support the bill and to pass it through the House.
Yeah, that's a
And
question
also-
you have to answer yourself.
Okay, but like, can I add one like small part here?
Mm-hmm.
If Trump was like, apparently, if Trump was in the Epstein files, like if this was like confirmed and everything, like, do you believe
Why
Trump
would
is
he
in the
try to
Epstein files?
limit the posting of his innocence in any way?
But why did he say that he would sign it if it came to his desk? If he was,
He just said that now. He's been calling it a Democrat hoax. Why would he
But
call it a
even then-
Democrat hoax, then call to investigate it and release it? How about you explain that?
but what the investigating has nothing to do with this.
What do you mean? It totally does. If it's a hoax, why would
It
you
doesn't
investigate a
change-
hoax?
He could just change what's in the files or not. Like it's still the files. He's not. It's not the DOJ. I mean DOJ.
I'm confused what your point is there. Repeat.
He's not the. He doesn't run the Department of Justice. Like he can't just change the files.
Wait. So, what do you mean? What do you mean? Change the like? He doesn't have control of it. He puts people at the head of the Department of Justice. Correct.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So then he has no control over how the Department of Justice is going to treat the files.
They can't just like change it though. Like,
He can't change it.
sorry, I got kind of back.
Appreciate the Teddy. Thank you. Well, then why were they actively pushing to?
What do you mean? They were pushing to change it?
Yeah,
They're
literally.
really about to like release it all. It's about to become all public once it reaches Trump's desk.
Yeah, it will because of the fact that it's it's a veto-proof vote. So Trump only changed his perspective on this once it became veto-proof. Okay, meaning there was no alternative for him. He has to sign it into law because
this
if
was
he doesn't
before it
sign it
was
into law, he
veto-proof.
looks even crazier.
But this is way before veto proof, before the House had even voted on it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't way before veto-proof. This was like right before.
He said he
right?
would sign it on his bill before the House had already passed.
How
it.
many days ago?
Like yesterday.
Yesterday?
I do believe it was yesterday.
Yesterday? Yeah. So he only changed his position yesterday, by the way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's literally him just doing it before. Okay. So
Yes, but he didn't do it after. The House didn't just vote on it and he said, "Oh crap. It's his veto
they were
proof now.
about
I
to.
have
So he
to.
knew it
I
was
have
going to
come out."
happen because he has people who are talking to the people who are about to vote on it.
So what does that really mean?
What does that mean?
Like, so
It
he has
means that-
connections.
It means that
He has
Donald Trump had
connections
no
to the
other
House.
options and he had to concede on that point. Otherwise he'd look even crazier.
I don't think it would necessarily make him look crazier. I mean, denying your
You
innocence.
don't think?
would-
Wait, hold up. You don't think that would make him look crazier?
Okay, so you can deny your innocence.
Wait.
but
By the way,
there's-
I have a question.
If you deny,
if he tried right now to veto the Epstein files, would that make him look crazier?
I mean, he could try and veto it and then like make up an excuse saying why he wouldn't be in it, or he could just pass it.
Why was
and
he
if
saying
you're
it's a hoax? Why was he saying that people who want to release it should stop supporting him? Why was he saying all of these things to try to limit people from talking about it? He said, "Don't talk about it."
because he said not to talk about it because he didn't want it to become like centralized in like politics and stuff.
Why? I thought it was like important for transparency.
Because it wasn't really like at the time. I think. Are you saying like what he said? I think it was over the summer when he said this. Like to
Yeah, so
stop
why did he
talking
tell people
about it
to
as
stop
it wasn't like
talking about it?
relating
Yeah.
to like the current like. I think. Are you? Are you referencing like I saw this one video one time. I don't know where I got the source from. It was like from a press conference of one of Trump's.
I have a question.
And they were
if,
talking.
if there were files that came out that showed that Donald Trump engaged in bad behavior, would you say it's just fake news like Trump? Would you just
I would
call it a
believe it.
Democrat hoax?
I would believe it.
You would believe
I
it,
think
really?
I think it's probably going to happen tomorrow. But here's where like I don't want to like cut you off here.
So wait,
But
so you
I don't. Okay, I'll tell you I don't support him, but I'll still tell you that I favor him over Kamala Harris and like
Kamala. So you
Democratic
still will
Party.
favor him over Kamala Harris, even if he's in
or
the
Joe
Epstein files
Biden.
and that
specifically.
wait, so would you still favor him over Kamala Harris if he's indicated in the Epstein files to have committed crimes and done bad actions?
Yes, because I believe that most Democrats are also
What?
in the file.
What?
Democrats
Wait, no,
also-
hold up, stop. You think Kamala Harris is in the file?
I'm not saying that she is. but
Okay,
I'm
so
saying-
if
I'm
she's
saying,
not
like,
in the
Biden.
file, why would you
Okay,
support
so
someone
Biden-
in the file over someone who's not? This
But I'm
is
saying- I'm
actually
saying it's
ridiculous.
like-
You did not just say that you would still vote for him, even if he's in the files in an incriminating way.
But they're all.
What? No, don't just say other pedophiles exist. Come on, be like this
on,
is a
Bill-
reason to not
dude,
support
Bill
him. Say
Clinton.
he's disqualified because of it. Wait, if
Bill
any
Clinton.
Democrats, how about this? Listen to me. If
Okay, he
any
is-
Demo-
okay,
Wait,
I'll
hold
say
on,
this, I'll say this,
listen. If any Democrats are incriminated in these files, I will not support them. Point blank. Period. I will not support them. Now, can you tell me the
So
same
you don't
thing
still
for your
don't support?
side?
So I believe also tomorrow that Biden and
Answer
Bill
the
Clinton
question.
are going to be on there.
Any Democrat that is on those files in an incriminating way. Now, can you say the same thing about your
Or Biden.
Wait, listen.
Biden
listen.
specifically.
Listen. If Trump was on them in an incriminating way, but Kamala Harris was not on them in an incriminating way, who would you support it?
Probably neither.
Neither. You wouldn't want to support the candidate that didn't involve themselves in that?
I would probably believe neither because I don't support Kamala Harris like in general.
Kamala, when
So I
you
would
know it's
probably
going to
just
be
stay
either
neutral.
one can. If you knew it's going to be okay, how about if you don't vote, it ends up being Trump? Would you still vote for? Would you still not vote?
I mean, maybe I would vote for Kamala, but I would have to look
Kamala.
into.
Okay, so in that
more.
context, you
I
would vote
have
for
to look.
Kamala. Why
I'd
does
have
it?
to look
Why
into
does
it
it
more
take
because-
so much looking into when we're talking about him being incriminated in the Epstein files? I'm sorry, you are going to cult level extents of supporting this guy, no matter fucking what. If he unalived someone on Fifth Avenue, would you ask what specifically did the person do? Would you
But I'm just saying-
would you stop supporting the guy if he unalived someone on Fifth Avenue?
Like, what do you mean, Trump? If Trump,
Yeah,
unalived someone
if Trump
on Fifth
went
Avenue,
onto Fifth Avenue and he unalived someone, just literally indiscriminately, just went on there,
Yeah.
went on
Yep.
to
He
Fifth
just killed
Avenue and just literally unalived someone, would you still support him?
this is one of his quotes, right?
Would you still prefer him over Kamala Harris?
No.
No. Okay, so you can say no when it comes to unaliving someone on Fifth Avenue, but you can't say no when it references him being incriminated in the Epstein files? Come on!
I would say I would support Kamala, but I just don't believe
Kamala.
that Kamala
Okay.
is like a good president in general
Okay, why?
because he has like bad policies. He's of like
Okay.
he wasn't president. Like she doesn't have any like things that she put into place.
No, name one.
There's no
one
policies that she put into place.
Name one policy she advocated for that you disagree with.
A stronger government and more like socialistic things, such as
Be specific.
I'm gonna say like open borders and like
Wait. You just
And,
said
like,
that,
sort of just, like-
you just said that she supports bigger government and then gave a scenario where this would be less government. Plus, she never supported an open border. That's a complete made up lie. And also, secondly, you literally came on the live stream advocating for smaller government and a more capitalist system. So wouldn't that be more in accordance with what you would want?
how.
And by the way, how is that socialistic? How is it
socialistic?
socialistic to advocate for open borders? Can you explain that one to me?
No, I'm saying like socialistic as like governments like what's happening in New York City, for example. Not to like spin off the topic.
No.
but, like
Answer this directly. What is socialistic about open borders?
It's not. It's like they're two completely different things. I never said that. I said that those are two
They're completely different things. You agree? We agree. They're completely different, right? It's not socialistic, right? It is literally a
No, but
capitalistic policy.
that relates to like the strength of the government, not socialism. I'm saying like those are two separate things I wouldn't support her on.
Open borders is less government. Do you support less government?
It's not less government if there's open borders. Explain to me how that would work.
Yes. If there's open borders, that means there's less restrictions on the border. Do you agree? That means there's no restrictions on the border, actually. So if there are no restrictions on the border, would there be less government present? Yes. I'm sorry. The fact that I had to explain that to you is ridiculous.
Yes, but like
the fact that I had to explain that to you is insane. One, she doesn't support an open border. Two, an open border would actually be more in accordance with your position, would be less socialistic and more capitalistic, would be less government, not bigger government.
Okay, but this goes back to what I was saying earlier. One of the reasons why I would support Trump is because he's like a Republican, and the Republican idea is to have a less stronger government. Then why would all these Republicans and Trump advocate
That's a
for all
stronger
these
government.
lockdown borders?
If you want to fund ICE and militarize ICE to deport people without due process rights, you are making the government significantly larger. You couldn't name to me a single way in which Donald Trump would make the government smaller. You actually couldn't.
Okay.
You couldn't mention a single one.
Because it just wouldn't come to my head at the time.
So if you can't even mention a single one, then how can you say that he's specifically advocating for smaller government? I can give you plenty of different examples of Donald Trump advocating for larger government, and I've given you examples already.
Okay, so what about businesses, for example, or companies? I believe that Trump is giving way more power to the stock market, for example, than he is for government controlled economics.
Economics. So you're saying less government control in economics, right? One, immigration relates to economics.
Economy less.
One, government relates to economics. Two, right, we can point to ways in which he specifically engaged in policies and which would actually be more government influence in the context of politics. Like, for example, trying to take 10% of Intel. Okay? Having the U.S. government owning 10% of Intel is directly being involved in the market. The idea that he's not involved in the market to that degree is ridiculous. He's also advocating for tariffs, trying to restructure the market and utilizing governmental influence to do so.
Yes, but he's using his government powers to give more power to the businesses, not the other way around. Not the businesses giving more power to the government.
Would you rather? How about this? Would you rather increase taxes on rich people and decrease taxes on the working class, or would you rather increase taxes on the working class and decrease taxes on the rich?
I feel like neither. I feel like right now we're at a balanced state.
Listen.
I wouldn't want to increase or decrease taxes for anybody.
Okay, so
because as much as I don't like the rich and wealthy people high up in power, they keep everything below it in check.
No, that's a ridiculous standpoint. You understand that
the worker needs his boss, and the boss needs his boss, and his boss needs his boss. It's a whole system.
The reason why the boss is even in that position is because the labor market, the consumer market, allowed for that to happen and be profitable. Okay, so the basis for
Which is true.
The basis for that person who's a CEO being in that position and being profitable is the fact that people have bought those goods and have in the consumer market engaged with their products. So it relies on a valid and secure consumer market, right? And it inevitably will trickle up. The idea of trickle down is ridiculous because the person who's in that CEO position will only send their money down if there's a profit incentive to do so. Right? If it's a profit maximizing condition. So if you want more money to go to people who are in need, well, then you need a sort of redistributive model that disproportionately taxes the rich and gives that back to the working class so that you can inevitably fund the systems, right, which are going to give people jobs. Because what gives people jobs is there being something profitable, right? Consumers buying a certain product.
Yes,
That's what
yes,
creates jobs.
you are
It is
correct.
not the entrepreneurs that create jobs. The entrepreneurs only utilize the conditions for the market in order to be able to profit for themselves, similarly to how everyone else in the market is engaging. It's just a different aspect or function within the context of the market, right? What is the basis for why that's operating in that way? It's going to be the consumer market. So you're misunderstanding how the process of economics is working, insofar as who you want to who you want to benefit, right? And I would say the priority should be in people getting the things that they need. It should be within establishing a level of conditions for the working class in which increases their quality of life, not one in which takes from the working class to then give to rich people who are already doing so great themselves.
Okay, I mean, you do kind of got a point, but like what I'm misunderstanding here is how, like, you said that like rich people would only give down if they get a profit themselves, but wouldn't
Yes.
that just like balance itself out? Like rich people get richer, but then it would make more money go down to the working class themselves.
Only if it's profitable.
It would balance out, but it would be profitable if they're getting more.
Wait, it doesn't make it more profitable. Giving tax breaks to millionaires or billionaires does not make it more profitable to give money to your employees. Secondly, right,
But they
if
would
it
have
were
more
already
money to give
profitable
to
for them to,
employees.
if it were profitable for them to do that to a greater extent, they would do so even with the tax implemented. Does that make sense?
If they had more money to give, they could hire more employees
let me
to
explain
make
why.
more money
Let me
themselves.
explain why. A higher top marginal tax rate on rich and wealthy individuals gives them a greater incentive to reinvest into the firm, because then they can use it as a tax write-off. Right? So they save their top marginal tax rate. So it actually incentivizes them to pass down money more to their employees, because it inevitably can make them more money in the long run to a greater extent, right? In that context, because of the fact that the cost imposed is going to be lesser, because of the fact that you can write off that as a tax deductible.
I mean, I guess you do have a point there, but I'm just not 100% seeing how that would like relate. Like if I'm working for like a big company, let's say Amazon, for example, like Jeff Bezos, who owns like majority of Amazon. If Jeff Bezos got like a bunch of higher like tax, like let's say Trump put like a huge tax on like the elite, like Jeff Bezos, who's like one of the richest men in the world. Like, how would that give me more money? Like, how would that ever like trickle down?
How would taxing billionaires help you?
Yes, how would that help me?
It would
Like, in
decrease
reality,
the debt, and it would decrease the amount that we need to get from you in terms of revenue. So we need to get this revenue. We're either
But
going
how?
to get it
Like-
from rich billionaires, or we're going to get it from the working class. Okay, we're going to get it from the rich, or we're going to get it from the poor, or we're going to get it from the working class. Okay, the middle class. You
Okay, so you're
understand-
saying I would pay less. I would pay less
Jesus.
taxes.
Yes, you will pay less in taxes. If disproportionately the rich is paying more, you will pay less. Okay?
Yes,
It's about where the
which
burden
is
is
true.
placed. I would prefer the burden to be placed on the billionaires and the millionaires that are evading taxes utilizing long-term capital gains, right? I would specifically like to address that, right? Why don't we specifically increase taxes, right, for very, very rich and wealthy Americans to decrease taxes for working people and decrease the burden on the working class? Donald Trump's policy
Yeah, but how does that-
increase the burden on the working class and decrease the burden on rich individuals? Stop advocating for policies that tax you to give that money to billionaires. It's stupid. It genuinely is. And it's not going to
the
trickle down to
billionaire-
you, okay?
But the billionaires would be the ones that would be paying me.
Again,
Like, I would be getting my entire. Like, what about the wage? Like, if
you're not
billionaires were
understanding.
getting taxed,
They're going to pay you either way because it's going to be profitable either way. It will be more profitable if you have a consumer market that can buy the products that you're selling in the very first place.
but they would have less money to pay me, so the wages would go down.
They will have more money to pay you because more people are buying their products.
How would more people be buying their products?
Because the consumer market is doing better off, people are doing better off, which means they have more money to spend on consumer products such as the ones that are being sold by the businesses that you work at.
I don't necessarily agree. I feel like wages would go down, which would cause people
You have
to
no
leave
evidence
the
for that
workforce,
historically. You have
which
zero
would
evidence
have
for that historically.
less- Well, what's your evidence historically? Like, I
What historically
hate to like
we've
pivot
had,
away, but like,
Yeah, historically, prior to the point in which we had trickle-down economics, we had wages increasing with productivity. Well, since we've had an implementation of trickle-down economics, we've seen the gap get even larger in terms of the difference between productivity increases and wage increases. Wages are not increasing with productivity, and if they did, we would see higher wages. So trickle-down economic policy has destroyed the middle class in this country, and we would be significantly better off if it weren't for that shitty-ass policy that benefits rich and wealthy Americans at the expense of us. Where income inequality is at vastly higher degrees now because of this policy, right? And it causes us to be more divided in the context of America because the gains in terms of what we are putting in are not being received by the people who are putting in that labor, who are increasing their productivity. With an increase in productivity, you should see an increase in wages because wages are reflective of productivity in most circumstances.
Okay, so you're saying we tax the wealthy, and taxes would go down and wages would go up.
If you tax the wealthy, right, the less of the burden of our system will be placed upon the working class. All right, and more of the burden will be placed upon rich people. Rich people will still be rich, and more people will be buying their products, making them rich. And people who are in need will have access to the things that they need.
But doesn't this get closer to communism?
No, define communism.
Where everyone has an equal wage.
No, that's not communism. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society.
Yes, it is.
A wage includes a payment. There is no payment in a moneyless system. That makes no sense. Right?
Okay,
I don't know what you're saying that. Now, let me tell you this. I'm a social democrat, which means I still believe in capitalism. I just believe in a social safety net for people. People deserve access to healthcare. They deserve access to food. They deserve access to housing. They deserve access to things that they need to survive. Everyone deserves right to live in dignity. The idea that people in this country do not deserve to live in dignity is a system that is created by individuals so that they can continue to profit right off of the fact that people suffer. And that should not happen in our system. There should not be people that cause different pharmaceutical goods that people need to be at vast or higher costs than they need to be, just so that they can profit off of an evil and corrupt system that reduces the access for people who need these pharmaceutical drugs to get access to the life-saving medication that they need. It is sick and evil that we live in such a system, where people have to literally pick whether or not they're going to have access to basic pharmaceutical goods that they need, or whether or not they're going to be able to eat dinner on a specific night, or whether or not they're going to be able to afford rent, or whether or not they're going to be able to literally just get by and stay afloat, okay? Everyone in this country, just for being a person, deserves that as a basic human right, and deserves that as basic human decency.
Okay. So I kind of do believe in like half of what you said. Like I do believe there should be like a safety net, kind of. But like I believe that if we give all these priorities to the government, it would create a much bigger government in which I don't really trust in. Like
Good.
I believe
I want the government to be bigger in providing access to things in which people need, and not bigger in the evil and corrupt and fraud like ways in which they've been historically speaking. The government should be more focused on providing people access to things that they need in this country rather than committing wars around the entire world, right? Starving and killing people at mass, funding genocides. Like, let's not be involved in that. Let's focus on domestic issues in the United States, like the fact that people don't have access to food and healthcare and housing, right? And things that they need. Let's focus on that.
I do 100% agree with you, but I do believe, like, if you take a look at, like, things such as the government shutdown, which literally just happened, the biggest one in American history. That
under Trump.
I don't, yeah, but, like, it wasn't 100%, you can't 100% blame that on Trump.
I mostly blame it on Trump.
Yes, but, like, even if every Republican in the House and every Republican in the Senate voted to pass the new spending bill, like they would still need some Democrats to pass the spending bill, which is why the government wasn't reopening.
There was an amendment to take the $40 billion that we're sending to Argentina and to put that into the ACA subsidies that Democrats were asking for, specifically to reduce premiums and to keep the premiums lower, right? To extend those, right? So that we can help American citizens continue to get access to the healthcare that they need. And instead of specifically providing an extension to those subsidies for the next 2 years, they decided to send $40 billion to Argentina. What happened to helping out American citizens?
Okay, that is true, but I do believe that both sides like have a problem with getting involved in more foreign like relations than actual domestic.
Yeah, but the issue is that Republicans will get involved in foreign issues, right? But won't specifically provide access to people who need things in the context of the United States. And Democrats will also get involved in foreign issues, but then will also be there to provide access to things in which people need. So it seems like in this scenario, we agree with Democrats, right, on one thing and disagree with them on the other, and we disagree with Republicans on both. So which one's better, agreeing on one and disagreeing on the other?
I agree with
or disagreeing with both?
No, but I'm saying, all right, let's say I agree with Democrats right now. Like, let's just say I'm all for like a big government and supporting the people for like all their basic needs, right? And now let's say the government like shuts down again and like goes into like havoc, which with all the disagreement and like stuff that's been going on recently, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm just saying, I don't necessarily think that the government should be trusted with like people's like, I don't know how to word this. It's like,
you don't think the
like
government should be trusted
if you have
with
like a
providing
dog,
people access to the things that they need? Well, what's the
yes, but
alternative?
it's like,
What's the alternative?
It's like
there being no body to provide people access to the things they need? What's preferable? A body that provides people access to the things they need, or a body that's not doing so? I would prefer one that
or
is.
body. I'm saying that I believe that the body will provide people to do like these things, but then what if it collapses? Then they'll have pretty much nothing. It's like if you have a dog.
Okay, then that would be what we're at right now.
And you're feeding it.
Then that would be at where we're at right
like,
now. What makes you think it's going to collapse?
I just don't agree with like how the government is currently being like run
if
right
Democrats were in office, you know, you think the economy would collapse?
now. I think yes, I do believe.
Okay, what makes you think that?
I just believe that they wouldn't run it correctly, and then also with the disagreeing.
What would they not do correctly?
Like I'm just saying, if Democrats get in power again and they put like they try to pass a bill, for example, they would probably need like a lot of Republicans to also agree with this bill.
No, I'm asking.
And I just don't believe that they would
How
agree.
would the Democrats destroy the economy? How would they cause a collapse of our system?
Because they can't work together with Republicans in general. That's what I'm saying.
They can't work together with Republicans. Person of the Galaxy, thank you so much, Sally. And that's why the Biden-Harris administration had some of the most bipartisan legislation passed of any administration in the modern era. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act.
I don't know if these are necessarily bipartisan.
Those were bipartisan. What are you talking about?
Do you have any like proof that these were bipartisan? Like that majority of Republicans were on board with these bills.
Push the Starlight. Thank you. The
What do you
congressional
mean?
vote.
I don't know. Believe that.
You can look at the bill and look at the congressional vote. If you just look at the bill, it will show you on the congressional website, right, of what the vote was when it was passed.
Okay. Do you know if I can leave the app or like would you look that up? Because like I'm kind of curious to hear like what the congressional vote was for these acts.
Say it again.
I'm kind of curious to like hear like what it is, but I can't look it up because then I would like leave the app and stuff.
Go ahead and look it up right now. I'll give you time. If you accidentally leave the live, I'll just hop in the guest box and I'll bring you back up.
Okay. You know what the acts were again? Like, give me one example that I would look up. That would be bipartisan under the Biden-Harris administration.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get out to more people. I'd really appreciate if everyone went over to YouTube. We're actually banned on the main account on TikTok today. So it's very, very, very unfortunate there. Saharla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on and check out the YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. On the beard, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Literally though, Andrew, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's fucking crazy. Literally, actually insane. Amy, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate that. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amy. Carissa, thank you for the $2. Silence, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. What's the other account? It's Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. Devin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Toys, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'll definitely have to check that. Thank you so much. Eugenia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Wes, thank you for the $5. Pillion, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Feisty with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, I actually haven't seen that. Eric, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's on TikTok where you join. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Devin with the $2. Thank you. Erica with the $5. Josh with the $50 for when the DNC money runs out. Thank you so much, Josh. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe people think that this is the DNC money. 73 and still liberal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Again, I was thinking about that. That's a good idea in the future for sure. Joe,
Okay,
thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. We have another 2 hours and 30 minutes or so left on the stream. Tamaris, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. I love this shirt. I know. I do too. I love this shirt too. And I think I have Mario, thank you for the $2. Thank you. There's Energy Information Administration. Energy Information Administration is what it is. Which, due to the government shutdown, there's been a limit on the data, so there could be conflicting stuff based upon, different reports in terms of the estimations. So that could be why you're having a conflicting issue there. But yeah, go ahead. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, but I would like to sort of add to the point. I was just thinking of a prime example of a Trump, like stuff that would be bipartisan that would pass under Trump. You could even use. Okay, so you said that the infrastructure bill.
You know what's bipartisan that passed under Trump? The Epstein files. You know what Donald Trump said was a hoax?
No, but
the Epstein files.
What about the stop the government shutdown?
The government shutdown.
That was bipartisan.
Sure.
It ended.
Sure, but it took 40 days, and it was the largest government shutdown in U.S. history.
Yeah,
and Donald Trump said
Democrats
that it was
wouldn't
actually
agree.
the role. Donald Trump said it was the role of the United States president specifically to get the different bodies of Congress to work together to keep the government afloat. So then that would mean that Donald Trump is responsible for the largest government shutdown in U.S. history, and that's been two
Yes, but that
shutdowns
was- that
under
was
his
a
2
quote
terms
from-
so far in less than 5 years.
Okay, but I'll give it to you that is a quote from him. But it's from 10 years ago.
Wait, what was from 10 years ago?
The quote. It was from 2015.
Okay.
When he
what's
said
the
that
issue with
that it would be the
Yeah, when it went under Obama, he blames Obama, but under him, 2 different shutdowns, the longest in U.S. history, he doesn't blame himself. Interesting.
I just kind of believe that it's changing of opinion.
Oh, so now he wouldn't blame Obama.
I don't think he would.
I doubt that's what he would say if you asked him today, to be honest.
What do you mean? He said if people.
Come on,
If he
you really
blamed
think that he
Democrats, it wouldn't
would?
have-
You really would think that he would say that about Obama? No.
If Obama had the largest shutdown in American history,
Oh, because Obama's shutdown was less long, that means that he was responsible for it?
what do you mean? No, I'm saying the opposite.
Okay, so Trump's responsible for it, and to a greater extent than Obama was, right?
No, I'm saying it longer. It just shows that he's not 100% responsible for it because it was just Democrats constantly denying all of these bills that he was trying to pass.
It was the same bill over and over again. And again, they have to negotiate. They weren't negotiating. Republicans were not.
What do you mean? Yeah, because
They
they had
weren't
their
negotiating.
spending bill. They were the ones. Trump is the one that's in power. Wouldn't you say that he would be the one that gets to create the spending
You
bill?
still
and then
have
he
to
has
negotiate.
I mean, true, but
If you do not have the
Democrats
60
wouldn't-
votes, you need to negotiate. But I mean, I don't see how
Okay.
that's confusing.
okay. So then you're saying that they didn't negotiate, but it somehow
Yes.
just randomly passed. Then how
I'm
did it
saying that they
pass?
didn't negotiate, and they just used the starvation of millions of Americans and the bad conditions of millions of Americans and people not getting paid who work for the U.S. government in order to pressure moderate Democrats to side with the Republicans. Yeah, that's literally what they did.
But what do you mean? How is that? What do you mean? How is that bad? People need to eat.
How
So they
is
had to
that
pass
bad? How is it bad that Donald Trump and the Republicans utilized the starvation of millions of Americans and the bad
didn't
economic
use-
conditions
no,
for
they
millions of
didn't
Americans
utilize it.
in order to pressure the Democrats into doing
I'm
that?
saying-
And by the way, I just
no,
want to let you
I'm
know,
saying-
Trump literally, the administration appealed a court determination that they could utilize emergency funds to fund SNAP. Right? They could have done so, but decided not to because they wanted to utilize the starvation of millions of Americans in order to pressure Democrats into accepting the resolution, specifically from the Republicans, without a negotiation.
But you-
Right? And
but
with
you have
only,
no-
by the way, with only a promise for a negotiation in a month. That was it. They got a straight up trust me bro on a negotiation, not even an actual negotiation, a trust me bro on a negotiation. That is concepts
now
of a
that-
negotiation. Okay, the House Democrats that conceded in this situation got concepts of a negotiation.
You're just
No,
saying
not
that
even just
that-
concepts, an idea of a concept.
Yeah, but now in a month they're going to have to do the same thing, and they're going to have to negotiate. So what does it really change?
Well, wait, they don't have to negotiate. There was no enforcement mechanism. That was the issue.
What? But in 1 month from now, they're going to have to.
Wait, have to is not the case. They just said that they
How-
would.
Yes. But then how? Then everyone just go into another shutdown. You're saying?
Wait, I didn't say it would. I don't think it would go necessarily into another shutdown. I just said that they got a promise that they would negotiate in a month.
Yeah, but if they wouldn't negotiate, then how would they pass? How would the Republicans pass the bill?
The bill's already been
That Democrats are
passed.
so like, again. Yeah, but you said it was only for a 1 month time.
No, they said that they would. They got a Democrats got a. Let's go my house. Democrats got a
Okay.
promise
I'm sorry.
of there being a negotiation in a month. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is going to be a government shutdown if they don't end up with a negotiation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like they were going to like re-vote on like and have to pass another one because there wasn't going to be enough government spending.
No, they promised a negotiation at that point.
And I'm not gonna lie, you are really good at this.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Not really, but I do appreciate you for bringing me up here, bro. It's been a pleasure.
Before you leave, I have one question to ask. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Probably be on the Epstein files, I guess.
Beyond the
I would
Epstein
probably
files?
make
So
support-
now you've
support
changed
him.
your mind on this because earlier you said you would support him. So okay. You know what? We'll see.
I said I would.
If
I
you
said I would
if
support
he
him
ends up on the
over.
files, right? You're telling me you'll come back on my live and admit that you don't support him anymore, correct?
Okay, tomorrow.
Brody, I'll be looking for you in the box.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see you then.
All right.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cook that shit up, Quay.
Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Do you support Trump? Yo, what's up? How old are you? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We don't really have many guest requests today because literally we're on the second account because I got banned on the main account. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1984, October 2nd.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump for now.
Okay, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll go into our conversation. Do give me 1 second real quick. Do give me
Sure.
1 second real quick. I have a few people to thank. Wendy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it, Wendy. Thank you so much. Can my mom, Susan, get a birthday shout out? Absolutely. Happy birthday, Susan. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a good day. Hope you've had a great day so far, actually. Batman, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, of course. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. I have no clue. Oh, they just left, by the way. I don't know why they just left. Sue Crafty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. John, thank you for the $5. Pauline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Silence with the $2. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. So please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Toots, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Toots. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Toots in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old. I was born August 12th, 2006.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I mean, my username says it all. President Trump, obviously.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because I think like he's America first. Under Biden, we sent like almost $1 billion to Ukraine. Can you fact check me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, you're completely wrong. We did not send anywhere near $1 billion to Ukraine.
Okay, we sent like almost 300 or something million to Ukraine. And when Trump got in office, he told Zelensky, you know what? I'm not going to let you use the American people. Zelensky's using the American people. Yeah.
When did you graduate high school?
I graduated high school 2 years ago.
Really? So in 2023?
No, I graduated high school in 2024. I graduated high school.
Okay, so in 2024. So last year.
Yeah.
So what?
I turned 18. Ago? No, I meant to say I graduated last year.
Okay.
In 2024, I turned 18 in 2024.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Can I continue?
Go ahead.
So I support Trump because he's America first. He told Zelensky, he said, I'm not going to let you use us anymore. America has been helping multiple countries. They're not paying their fair share. If you look at the NATO spending, you can see that we have spent the most money.
Okay. So that's fine. They increased funding in NATO to a greater extent proportional to GDP under the Biden-Harris administration. Did you know that?
Can you show me your source? Can I have some source real quick?
Yeah, it's
Because
from
last time-
NATO themselves. That's what they say, right? The different countries are listed in terms of their level of funding.
Well, they need to pay how much we pay. Look, if you can't pay and you can't afford it based off your country's financially, if your country's not stable, then you shouldn't be in NATO. I think if you don't pay, then you don't pay. We need to help America, and that's what Trump's doing. He's putting America first. When he was in the Oval Office with Zelensky, with J.D. Vance.
I have a question then.
Yeah.
Why did Republicans in Congress specifically vote against the $40 billion that was going to go to Argentina, going towards increasing the subsidies or keeping the same subsidies and extending them for the next 2 years to reduce healthcare premiums for American citizens?
Well, the reason why we sent $40 billion to Argentina is because we're loaning them money. You got to think like Trump, that he's a businessman. He's giving them the money so they can pay back in interest.
It's a currency swap. 20 billion is a currency swap, and then the other 20 billion is just like going to be money that we're giving to them. There's no indication that we have an enforcement of them paying back. Secondly,
okay, have you ever studied business before, sir?
Yeah,
Because
yes, I have a degree in economics.
Well, if you do have a degree, you know Trump went to the Wharton School of Finance, right?
Yeah, and he definitely did not listen in class. He definitely cheated because he literally.
So why is he?
He literally doesn't know basic economics. He thought tariffs reduce prices. He thought foreign countries pay the tariffs. Okay, he has no clue what he's talking about.
So if he has no idea what he's talking about, how come after his parents sadly passed away, how come he carried their business? He's a multi-billionaire, and when he was
inherited
president,
$400 million from his dad.
So do you think Trump's greedy?
Yes.
Okay, so how come when he was president, he donated his salary? Huh? Answer my question.
One, he didn't donate all of his salary. Two, since he's got in office, he's doubled his net worth. Okay? He's doubled his net worth off of the fact that he's been president because of Truth Social increasing his net worth because he dropped a meme coin that he rug pulled. He made about $1 billion off that meme coin.
Oh, okay. Hey, you want to talk about Trump rug pulling? Want to talk about Nancy Pelosi stock trades? Oh, now you're silent now. Want to take a look at Nancy Pelosi?
I was letting you finish your saying what you were going to say. Nancy Pelosi, not only is she retiring, but I also didn't support her for president. And also, again, if you want to address people specifically voting and making money off of being in the position of president or being in the position of power, well, then you must disagree with Donald Trump doing that.
Hey, you know,
especially because he literally told people now is a good time to buy.
Hey, you know, Biden's son made money from Ukraine.
Okay, what's your point with that saying, man?
He's taking money from foreign corporations.
Trump's son-in-law sold our biggest refinery to Saudi Arabia.
They're being smart. You don't know how the Trumps work.
Now it's just
it
smart.
might seem,
okay. So actually, Hunter Biden was just being smart.
Well, Hunter Biden he doesn't know what's going on. Like, he's just a crazy crackhead. Like,
oh, you can't say it on the live. I gotta kick you. Bye-bye.
Sorry, nigger.
Oh, you're so disgusting. What a fucking disgusting piece of shit. I gotta stop trusting people. Like, it's so disgusting. Like, obviously that person was a troll, but I have to sit there and I don't want to be rude because I literally expect some people, like, you know, they could sound younger, but it is the case that, like, they're still, you know, I still should give them the ability to. But, like, dude, I just gotta start, like, not trusting people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, Parker. I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
Do you still support Trump to this day?
I definitely criticize him in different ways, but I would say
if you could go back in time, would you still vote for him?
Yeah, I would still vote for him. Yeah.
You'd still vote for him over Kamala Harris? What year were you born?
2005.
And how old are you?
20.
Okay, 2005. What month were you born? September. Okay. So, and you said you would vote for Donald Trump. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I'll kind of just explain why. I feel like a lot of times people don't explain, you know, why they wouldn't vote for Kamala. And my reasoning of why I would still choose Trump over Kamala, just because I felt like there was no clear policies or anything she truly wanted to do during her presidency, rather than just building her campaign off of, hating her opposing candidate. And I think that's what really, built her up. But obviously, if you don't have any, if you don't give anyone, a true understanding of what you're going to actually do as a president, I feel like that's why she failed. But yeah, I would still vote for Trump, just because I feel like obviously there's a huge issue right now currently with legal immigration. I
Can I ask
think
you a
that
question?
yes.
If I were to mention to you right now clear policies that she stated while running for president, would you change your mind?
Sure, you can. Yeah, you can tell me.
She advocated for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18. She advocated for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. She advocated for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people that are on Medicare. She advocated to expand the amount of funding that we were putting into renewable energy production, making us more energy independent. She wanted to decrease taxes on working class Americans and keep the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, while increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So do you think that those policies, because they are pretty clear within that respect, do you think that that would disagree with the idea that, again, there was no clear policies that she established?
Yeah. So just out of curiosity, I'm not super educated on both of their stance on energy. I know that Trump has a plan for, prioritizing energy. Same for Kamala.
Have I talked to you before?
No, I talked to Dean.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to Dean a couple days ago. But yeah. So what is like their clear difference on their stance or their policy on prioritizing energy and being able to, kind of what's their difference? The difference on their policies for that.
Yeah, Trump wants to do, fossil fuels, whereas Democrats specifically want to invest in renewable energies, right, in conjunction with fossil fuel usage until we can wean off of fossil fuel usage in the long run.
Right. Okay, so just out of curiosity, you probably talked about it, but what is your stance on illegal immigration? I'm not sure. Obviously, I know you're not in support of what ICE is doing right now, and I can agree. I can criticize ICE with you, but just out of curiosity, if you would like to explain your stance on that to me in depth, I guess.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. I think that's the best way to ensure that the most amount of people are vetted as humanly possible. I think it's the best way specifically to keep this country safe and secure. And I think that specifically over 70% of people that are detained by ICE have absolutely no prior criminal record. So there's no threat that they have to our safety and security. And I think that if law enforcement were focused more specifically on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, I think it would make our country a safer place.
Okay, so what is your stance on, like, just having border security in general? Because obviously they go hand in hand, and with border security, they're still going to be more strict on if they're not going to just allow people to enter our country illegally. So, but that goes with illegal. I don't know what the TikTok word is. I don't want you to get in trouble, but can I say DRU?
Just say DRUGS.
Yeah. Am I allowed to say that?
Just spell it.
Okay. Bringing that into our country. How do you think that us having a strong border also would play a part in, not allowing a high number of, illegals coming into our country? How would you think the best way to regulate that would be?
Yeah, I already told you, like, the best way to regulate this is by providing a quicker pathway to citizenship for people who are coming to our country, and for people who are already in the country undocumented, providing them a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. If you want to keep this country safe and secure, focus on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Don't focus on people who are working to benefit their communities and their families.
Okay, so what do you think the downsides are to, allowing a high amount of illegals into our country? Do you think that there's been any downside? Or
I
do you
think I think there's a benefit to providing a pathway for quicker legal immigration.
Okay, so how do you think that could happen? Do you think it should be a shorter process, like in?
I think it should be a quicker process. I think that we need to invest in the process to make it quicker instead of investing in militarizing ICE.
Okay, so I guess my question is I just don't know how, if obviously if there's different options and see people still choose to, take the legal route. So I guess in that sense, do you just don't believe that it's a crime to enter the U.S. with
it is a crime to enter the United States undocumented. I just don't think it's one of those that should be enforced if someone has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because it's not a threat to our safety and security, similarly to how we view jaywalking. If someone is jaywalking and it's not a threat to anyone's safety or security, why would we enforce it in that context? Right? Like, we've all jaywalked in situations in which have not been a threat to someone's safety or security, and I don't think that we should have been punished in those circumstances. So just because there's a law on the books does not mean that that law needs to be enforced in all circumstances. And I don't think it should be enforced in circumstances in where there's people that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, especially because our current legal immigration process takes too long to go through. It is too long. The process is too lengthy. It, on average, takes years to get into this country, and oftentimes thousands of dollars. So I think that's an illegitimate process, and I think that we need to make a quicker process. And when it's more just, it makes then more sense to enforce rules, right? In the context in which, like in typical, but in typical right now, right, it's going to be harming people that are not a threat to our safety and security. So it's not a good use of law enforcement's time.
So I guess this is kind of where my issue is I feel like a lot of people on the left kind of talk about, companies and people who own construction companies especially, or even truck drivers and certain things that have came out recently. I think the main problem is how people feel about, these companies taking advantage of illegal immigrants, and I'm just wondering where your stance is of
the best
how
way to reduce that said exploitation is by providing a legal pathway to citizenship that's quick for those that are already in the country documented who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So it's going to be the same point here. I think that's the mechanism for solving, right, the issue in terms of security at the southern border. I think that the security is a result of the fact that we've had a horrible and atrocious legal process.
Right, but what leader has proposed anything to go down that line? Do you have was Kamala
so
or Biden?
So I don't think that the Democrats have advocated for a solution to the degree that I'm advocating for, but I think they advocate for a process that's better because they want to prioritize deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. They want to utilize more due process, and they want to make a quicker and safer legal immigration process. Right, so I agree with the Democratic position more than I agree with the Republican position. Okay, is there any specific reasons at this point why you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just started with, my first stance, and I honestly just want to have a conversation with you about where you stood with, legal immigration. I bet you talked about it before, but I just haven't really seen any clear-cut clips of it. But yeah, you can talk to someone else if you want to.
I'm just asking, what else gets you to want to support Donald Trump at this point?
Yeah, so besides just having border security, which is extremely important, I feel like also too, I like the Republican stance on the ACA and Obamacare. I think obviously, this is what I talked to Dean about actually. I'm a huge advocate for allowing our country to have a better access to affordable health care. Along those lines, I just don't agree with that. So
those literally make premiums cheaper for Americans. So if you want it to be more affordable, you would support those subsidies being extended. It is less affordable for Americans if those subsidies are not in place. So if you want it to be cheaper, you would support those subsidies. Secondly, can you name the healthcare plan that Donald Trump has?
Yeah, so the Trump administration's very open to an open market, actually. And
That's not a
I
plan.
think
That's
that,
just saying that you just leave it up to the system.
right, but how has it gone with, having regulations on insurance? I mean, obviously, healthcare has never been this unaffordable in a very long time, and clearly it's not working.
I'll give it to you here blank. Like straight up, Donald Trump has no plan for healthcare. Literally nothing. Okay, he has no plan. He said concepts of plan 10 years running for president of the United States. That tells everyone with a reasonable and critical thought process that Donald Trump has no plan. Donald Trump has no idea what his policy is, right? And he's had ample time to come up with a policy. He just wants to get rid of the ACA. He has no plan to replace it with anything.
Yeah, so that's actually not true. I mean, obviously, the ACA is going to expire in 2025, or it's looking like it's going to.
Wait, no, not the ACA entirety. You're just talking about these are the subsidies.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, these are subsidies that were COVID emergency that were extended because they really helped with affordability.
Right, but what we've seen, I mean, I feel like even I've talked to so many Democrats that I can agree. I mean, Obamacare was supposed to be a reform that was going to allow us to, have more affordable healthcare.
The ACA is a system that provides better access to healthcare, but is not a complete solution. No one's ever claimed that the ACA in of itself is a complete solution. What people have claimed is that it's better than it not existing.
But the ACA has been around for a long time. But Obamacare, since 2014, I mean, we've seen a 59% premium increase since then. So, I mean, it's clearly not working.
That's also something that we've seen in private markets as well. But if you want to look at countries around the entire world, right, they actually have universal healthcare systems, and they have almost half as much in terms of per individual average healthcare costs comparative to what we do here in the United States. And they have better average health outcomes. So if you want better healthcare access, if you want less costs for healthcare, if you want an overall better system, advocate for a universal healthcare system. Don't advocate to just leave it up to the context of the market, because nowhere could you point to where that's been a beneficial set of circumstances.
Yeah, but who has it been more? It's had benefits, obviously, for millions of people. I would agree on that. I don't think that, I don't want anyone to have their access to the ACA taken away, or have any type of price increase.
You want to know something crazy? Not extending the ACA subsidies reduces access to healthcare. There's an estimated 2+ million people that will lose the access to their health insurance because of this.
Okay, it's an estimated, but there's clearly it's just clearly not working. I mean, anybody can agree with that. It's only benefiting. I mean, there's still people that are insured that are getting benefited, but for majority, the insurers are getting benefited the most. I mean, the taxpayer money is going directly, practically to their pockets. I mean, the amount of loopholes. I mean, we've never seen insurers this rich before. Obviously, prices are rising, which would make them more wealthy, but it's just gotten to a point where everyone claims.
I have a question. I have a question. What do you like more, Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act?
What do I like more?
Yeah.
I mean, the Affordable Care Act has been around for a while. I feel like obviously it just hasn't worked out in the way it was. I think
Wait, I just want to ask you, which one do you like more, the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare?
Why would you ask me which one do I like more? Are you trying to have?
I'm just asking, which one would you prefer?
It's like it's a reform on the ACA.
No, they're the exact same thing. There's no distinction between the ACA and Obamacare. They're the exact same thing.
How long has the ACA been around?
The same amount of time since Obamacare, since the Obama administration.
Then why are they called two different things?
No, it's two different names for the same thing.
But why?
Because that's literally just how people refer to it. There are plenty of different things where there are two different names that refer to the same thing.
Hold on, let me look this up. Okay. Yeah, so signed in 2010.
So can I tell you something? So the ACA is what it's designated by the government. Obamacare is the coined usage typically by society because people associate the Affordable Care Act with Obama.
Yeah, but they
Yeah, so
they
it's
are
literally
associated.
just a way of people referring to it.
Right, but Biden still passed 13 different. There's still been different connections to the ACA. It's been yeah. There's been, you might have got me there. I will admit, but yeah, I feel like we're still beating around the bush here. Anyway, back to what I was saying though. There's no denying that the insurers are benefiting the most, and I'll stand by that. And I think that's an issue, and I think everyone should. So
Okay. So which presidency would lead to a greater level of healthcare access? A Trump presidency or a Harris presidency?
I think Trump. I think the.
So that's
I think
objectively
the
false. That's actually objectively
I
false.
think-
Not only
I think
with
the health-
not only with the ACA subsidy cuts, right? But also with the big beautiful bill, it objectively cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. Okay?
Oh
So
my
you
God.
understand that actually Trump, objectively speaking, cut access to healthcare in this country for millions of people, and Harris would have advocated to expand access to healthcare to millions of more people.
Who does the ACA go towards the most? Like, what was it like created for?
Who does it go towards the most?
Yeah, like what class of people?
Like working class people, people in need of access to healthcare, people who, for example, have pre-existing health conditions, because they establish a basis specifically for people who have pre-existing health conditions, right, to have insured access to health insurance.
But
So-
how much money? Like, how much money do they make? What's the difference of what's the difference of Medicaid versus the ACA or Obamacare?
It's to expand people's access to healthcare, right? So if you're asking,
Who make a little more, right?
what? Yeah, it'd be like for
Who
middle
make-
income individuals to have increased
Right.
access to healthcare.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just this is back to my point though. I just see an issue, and I think everyone should. I mean, how going forward, even if we got this $200 billion, the subsidies to continue the ACA, I know it's going to continue, but, try to, I don't know, have subsidies work. How would we avoid, this is the same question I asked Dean, he couldn't answer it, but how would we avoid these loopholes that these insurance companies or these private insurance companies who get taxpayer money straight to them, how would we avoid their pockets getting bigger, which is what's been happening? And that's my issue. I don't want
a
healthcare
universal
to be-
healthcare plan, right? That
Right, but
ensures a
how
baseline
would-
for healthcare for everyone within this country.
So the subsidies, getting that money, that's just the universal healthcare that they're demanding.
No, it's
that's what
no,
it is. Part of the
it's
government shutdown?
no. Those subsidies are in a system in which we do not have universal healthcare access. Those subsidies are to make up for the fact that people have exorbitant healthcare costs and can't afford them. So it's to increase people's access to it because we don't have enough votes in Congress to support a universal healthcare plan. But we should, because a universal healthcare plan in countries around the entire world costs less and leads to better health outcomes. Now, I'm not saying that there's no problems in these systems that exist around the world, but I am saying
Right.
there's an increased access to healthcare and there are better average health outcomes and lower average costs. What we're doing is cutting out the unnecessary middleman between you and your doctor. That's what we're doing.
With the $200 billion.
What?
With the $200 billion.
Are you talking about through the expanding the subsidies? The expanding of the subsidies is to increase access to healthcare in a system where we do not have access to a universal healthcare system.
So, but where is that money going to?
To reduce healthcare premiums.
To where though? Where is the money directly being sent to?
It depends on the scenario. I obviously wouldn't be able to tell you every single scenario where all the money is going.
Right, but I just don't understand how no one sees an issue. I understand genuinely, help the price increase and somehow, cut out the middleman. But my question is, where is it directly going to, and you're smiling. I feel like you just like found something. But yeah, it's kind of my question. I mean, I just don't want these insurance companies to, just keep making more money through these loopholes. I mean, there's just no denying that that's
Okay,
what's going on.
Well,
and it's
sure,
an
you could
issue.
say that's going to happen, but inevitably it's a reality, right? Either they get access to the care or they don't get access to the care. Would you prefer they get access to the care or don't get access to the care? I would prefer they get access to the care. Is this my preferred mechanism, ideally speaking? No, but it's the best we can do in the system that we have. Okay, that's the reality. Okay? If you don't want this to happen, well, then you agree with me that we should have a universal healthcare model so that we can ensure people have this adequate access to healthcare, and then we're not specifically just giving massive profits to insurance companies. Cut out the unnecessary middleman of the private insurance company that is screwing you, right?
I agree.
We can keep all of the insurance jobs, by the way, right? All those jobs can stay. Just take away the
Right.
for-profit middleman between you and your doctor.
I agree. So I don't think the tax money should be sent to those people directly, and that's what's been going on.
You don't think the tax money should be sent to them directly. So should people just not have access to the care that they need?
No, I think they should, but I think
Okay, but
I
so
think a
how
lot
do
of
you do that without
think-
sending the money
I
through
think
that
a-
mechanism?
No, I think a lot of people just want an open market and being able to make the decision for themselves. And I
But
think
the
a
market
lot-
operation does not work in the context of healthcare because people need these to live. Okay? It is a
No, I
necessity
agree.
to live in all of these circumstances. The market breaks down. Okay? So the reason
I
why
agree.
we don't want a market just run rampant is because there's no baseline standard of care afforded to people. If we give people access to a universal healthcare system, there will be that baseline standard of care provided for everyone. And then if you want to, you can get a private model on top of it, a private health option on top of it. But a baseline needs to be established for everyone.
But what if we, instead of just sending it directly to these companies, what if we were able to send it directly to the person who needs insurance in some way, maybe like the health savings account? I don't really
We
know
send
like
it
the
to the
full
person that needs the insurance. That's what's happening, right? It's going
no,
to
but
what they
but
need.
no, it's regulated. Only certain places are covered. I mean, everybody knows that.
That's what exists with
it's
all
not-
insurance. So if you want to get rid of
Right,
that,
but that's
get
an
rid of the
issue.
for-profit insurance model and provide a universal system through, like for example, Medicare for All would not only save us $450 billion per year, according to a Yale study, but it also, a Lancet study, but it also specifically would save 45 to 68,000 American lives due to lack of access to health insurance otherwise, right? And right, it would ensure that people have better health outcomes in the long run. Think about this. That would ensure that people do not die because of their lack of ability to afford it. That will ensure
Yeah,
that
I agree.
people
I don't
don't
want
have to
people to
go
die.
into large levels of bankruptcy just to be able to afford basic health care. That would ensure that you never have to worry about that in your life. And damn well, every single one of us will rely on it. Every single one of us will need it. And we should acknowledge that because everyone needs it, right, it should be something that we provide as a baseline for everyone. And you know what's crazy? Republicans have no plan to do this. Absolutely nothing. They don't give a shit about the American people enough to advocate for a specific plan for healthcare. They genuinely don't, else they would have. Okay? There's been ample time for Trump supporting MAGA Republicans to develop a plan over a decade at this point. If they wanted one, they would have one. They don't have one because they don't give a shit about your affordability and access to healthcare in this country. What they care about is the massive profits for insurance companies at the expense of the American people's lack of access to healthcare and suffering. That's the reality.
Okay, but you can't say that about just the Republican Party. I mean,
Yes, we
it's
can.
been-
Mostly.
No, you can't. You can't. Because
Yes, we
I
can.
mean, that's why do you think we don't have universal health care right now? I mean, it's not
Because
just,
we
like-
don't have enough people in Congress that will vote for it. Mostly
But what about in the
Democrats support a
past?
public option.
What about in the past? There's been opportunities to be able to bring that to light.
We need
but it just
60 votes in the
hasn't happened.
Senate.
Right, but has there never been an opportunity for there to be 60 votes in the Senate in the last 20 years?
Not amongst people that are in support of a public option fully. So that's why
Not
we haven't gotten
amongst
to that
women.
system.
Okay, well, has the Biden administration? I mean, I know it's two different. It was going to be two different administrations, but I mean, even with the Biden administration, I don't think they had support for Medicare for all or any type of universal government-run healthcare.
I mean, if you look at the Democratic primaries, every candidate ran on a form of universal healthcare access, whether it be a public option or whether that be specifically a single-payer system. Okay,
so what are
the Democrats?
what are the
Democrats
Republicans running
across the
for?
board are vastly in support of making your healthcare more affordable. Okay,
Okay, well,
and
what do you
ensuring
think-
that people
what
have
do you-
adequate access to healthcare. Republicans are the ones standing in the way of it.
What are the Republicans wanting to vote for? I mean, there can't just be no vote on healthcare. That's not what's
Cutting
going
people
on.
off their access to healthcare. That's what they vote for.
Okay, then that just shows you really just don't know what you're talking about. I feel
I
like
don't know
it's
what I'm
so.
talking about. Can you tell me
it's-
what their plan is?
It's just so biased to be able to.
How is it
just
biased?
sit here-
What I just told you was the facts.
But to have this idea that Republicans have absolutely no plan. I mean, obviously
They don't.
there's-
He literally just had concepts of a plan. I'm not making this up. This is them themselves. What is their plan?
I think they want to advocate for health savings accounts. I think they want more of an open market. I think they want less regulation. And
Wouldn't that put
less
upward pressure on prices? If you just give money to people, right, which would be still subsidizing things, and then they buy it themselves, that puts upward pressure on prices because of upward pressure on demand.
No,
Okay,
that's the
so
same.
that
That's,
isn't-
no, that's that you're just like predicting that. That's not.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you how the market operates.
That's not the. If you have the whenever you have a certain whatever
If
insurance
you
you
increase
have,
demand, keeping supply constant, what happens to the price?
it could rise. But I
It
think
does rise.
okay. But at the same time, it's if you give the option at least, like, hey, look around. No matter even if it's 2 hours away, whatever you want to do. If you somehow find an insurance that will allow you to get the help you need in certain places and you have the opportunity to, and your insurance is covered by anywhere, how would that just doesn't make sense. That just gives you an opportunity to find the healthcare that you need. It's not just like
Okay.
being straight up funded. And the thing is,
I'm
it's
sorry.
like these
Let's just think about it this way. Republicans don't have a single plan to increase funding's access to healthcare, which will mean overall there will be a decrease in people's access to healthcare. Not only is that just what I'm saying to you, it's what's happened under the Trump administration. The big beautiful bill cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, right? The specific cutting of the increase in the subsidies, extension of the subsidies, right, decreases people's access to healthcare and increases their cost of premiums. Healthcare is more expensive because of Republicans, and I've given you explicit examples of that. Okay? How much more could I give you?
But what do you think about marketplace coverage?
What?
What do you think about marketplace coverage?
If the market was just going to provide the coverage, it would have already done that.
But you can still apply for marketplace coverage right now.
If they
That is
can't
the
afford it,
ACA,
how do
by
they
the
get
way.
it?
That is the ACA. So what are you critiquing exactly?
Okay, but you're saying if Medicaid isn't marketplace coverage, that's not the same thing.
No,
If you just
Medicaid
left it to... Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Medicaid was expanded under the ACA, and so Medicaid expansion plus the marketplace that's the ACA.
Okay, but Medicaid and marketplace coverage are not the same.
I didn't say they're the same thing, but you can still get it through the marketplace, which is the ACA. Like it is the ACA. That's one of the hallmarks of the ACA.
Right, but they're not taking away the ACA. They're just not giving the subsidies of
Which is a way to destroy the marketplace, because without money going into the pool, then people can't afford it, thus reducing the amount of people who are in the pool, making it more expensive for others, and that's a way to destroy the system. That's the plan. Like, I don't know how old you are, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I think you're young.
Well, I am 2v1 by 2
okay,
levels.
I'm just, hold on, just let me break. You, I don't think, I'm 33. I watched that debate play out. The Republicans for decades have not proposed any major healthcare plans. All they've done is stymied the plans that we have put forward, and that happened in the 70s, that happened in the 90s, and then it happened during the time when we tried to go forward with the Obamacare, and we tried to make it even stronger, but that couldn't pass the Senate because Republicans and fucking people on the right would not vote for it. And so yes, it is the case that people on the right have stymied major changes to it, and they have no plan to actually back it up, which is why we have gone nearly 15 years with no major plan from the Republicans. All they have ran on is taking down the ACA. That is their platform.
Right.
Which is no plan. Which is literally just
which is no
reduce
plan.
people's access to
Yes.
health care. So this is what we mean. Republicans could give a fuck less whether or not American citizens get access to affordable health care. Okay, they could give a fuck less because all they've ever done is advocate against people's access without a plan to increase access. That tells me they don't care about Americans. And that should tell you the same thing. Every single American should be able to look at that and realize the issue that has been the lack of access to healthcare in this country that has been untouched by Republicans. Decade goes by and nothing from Republicans except for reducing access. Please, let's acknowledge this right now, and let's advocate for policies to increase people's access, to make it more affordable for Americans, to actually put Americans first who need it.
No, I agree. I think I 100% agree. I don't think it should be taken away from people who need it. But from just doing my own research, you're probably going to deny, but the GOP plan creates a universal access program that expands and reforms high-risk pools and reinsurance programs to guarantee that all Americans, regardless of pre-existing conditions or past illnesses, have
That's just not true. What's the plan?
Yeah, that's not
What's
true.
the plan?
Creates
Universal health care? Wait,
By the way,
when have
Parker.
Republicans supported universal health care access?
I guess Mike Simpson does.
No, that is okay, hold on, Parker. That's a press release from a guy in Congress, Mike Simpson. He's utilizing the language of the Democrats to make it seem like they're for that. Only Democrats talk like that. We are the ones who talk like that.
It's not true.
They don't. No, they don't.
Oh
No,
my
they
God.
don't. No,
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
wanna talk to this
Casey.
guy with the list, bro. I can't. Okay,
What
Hold
did
on,
you say?
Casey, hold on, Parker, please. Parker, hold on. Casey, I know you're young, but are you against people that have lists? And by the way, I don't even have a lisp. Like, okay, you might want to get your facts straight. I have a stutter. There's a difference. Okay, I represent millions of people in this country that have a voice and that want to be able to speak on politics. You will encounter people in your life that have speech impediments. Are you going to say that to their face? Because I guarantee you, we will push back against you, and you will get, things happen. Because I've done it to people on here. So don't even go there. I am 1,000 times smarter than you. I will always be 1,000 times smarter than you, and my voice has no opinion on that matter. So stick to the facts, stick to the arguments, and if you come after me again, I will come after you.
All right. I had a speech impediment too when I was a kid. But
Then why the fuck would you say that? Do you understand how harmful that is?
Yeah, I went through it too. I understand. I
Then
feel like
why
it
did
kinda
you
just-
say
So then
it?
why'd you do it then?
Well, mine went away, so I kind of just feel like I have.
Yours went away. So you have
You're
the
out of the
ability to pull other people down?
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like I made my way out of it. So, it's just kind of a
So
joke.
why does
you
that?
know,
Why
whatever.
does? What do you mean? It's a kind of
All
a joke.
right.
You never.
This is the problem. You can't even take a joke. It's not that big.
Oh,
of a
now it's
deal.
just
You
that
didn't
we
mean it
can't
as a
take
joke.
a
No,
joke.
hold on. You didn't mean it as a joke, and you know you didn't mean it as a joke.
I
Don't
did.
pretend
You
because
don't
now
even
you're
have
getting
a-
pushback.
Okay, Matt, you don't even have a lisp. So why are you even
Because
mad?
it's harmful. There are people that have come to me who were fully suicidal because they were bullied so heavily
Oh.
for the fact that they had speech impediments. People today should not be bullied because they have a speech impediment. And I'm here about arguments. I did not attack you at all, and yet you brought up that. I'm saying grow up a little and attack the arguments. Don't attack what people sound like or like how they look, because I can push back on that just as hard. And I don't want to do that because that's not the way I am. So please attack my arguments, not the fact that I have a speech impediment.
Yeah,
These
jokes
are
are meant to
big
be funny.
problems.
That wasn't funny at all.
I think there's bigger problems than a little joke about a list, but we can move. We don't even have one. I
Okay, so
understand,
instead of
but-
taking accountability for what you did that was clearly wrong to do, you just decide
Okay,
to act
let
like
me-
it
let me
wasn't
take-
bad by trying to diminish everything that Matt just said. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous for you to do.
Here.
You gave no
Okay, let
actual
me-
realistic response. You can just say you're sorry.
me-
Why don't you just say you're sorry?
Okay, let me just say I'm sorry.
No,
Matt,
like,
I'm sorry.
why do you have to act like we're being sensitive
Let
for
me-
saying that
let
you did
me
something
apo-
wrong?
Let me apologize. I feel bad. I want to take back what I said. I'm sorry, Matt, for making
Okay,
fun of
let's
your
move
list.
on and let's go back to what we're talking about.
Do you accept my apology though? That took a lot of courage to let that out.
Yes,
but,
I accept
we
your
can move
apology.
on.
Now let's move on.
Okay, so pretty much what you're saying, this is the Republicans, I guess, plan. I mean, if you do any research, that's just what shows up. I don't know. You can deny it or not. It's just what it says. But I mean, it's the same concept as the Biden administration also didn't really have any universal access programs that they wanted to use or say that they're going to use. So, but yeah, that's just what Republicans are saying. The GOP plan wants to create that. So, I mean, we'll just have to see. Honestly, we don't know. It's going to expire in 2025, and it's kind of just like we can kind of guess what's going to happen, but we don't know. So,
Oh no, we know what's going to happen. People will lose their health care because it'll be far too expensive. Like, that's going to happen. We already know because people are already getting the amount that they're going to have to pay, and it's going up by thousands of dollars, and they can't afford it, and they're going to drop health insurance. And what that's going to do is going to make the pool far more risky, and then that's going to just try to bring down the system, which was always the plan, by the way. That has always been the plan, going back way back to like 2012, was to try to basically just tear it down from the inside. And this is one way to do that, because now tens of millions of people do rely on that for healthcare, and they need it. And to deny them that is to send them to a place where they can't get healthcare, and that frankly is dangerous, and it's very bad because they have no plan.
I guess, I mean, the GOP said that they want a universal health care plan. I mean, that's just what
They don't mean it in the way that we mean it. We
Okay,
mean
well,
a
how do you
plan
know
that
that?
applies. No, because we can look at their policies.
Okay, give me a policy that doesn't.
The HSAs. Like, you mentioned that, right? That is not universal. 77% of those go to people over $100,000. Only 14% go to people under 50K. It's not universal. The average amount of money in an HSA is $500. That doesn't cover barely shit. They fail, and they've been pushing this same thing over and over again. And there's a reason why people don't like them. It's because they don't work. And that's what they're pushing right now. That they're saying, well, let's just give money to the HSAs, but that doesn't bring down the prices, and that most of that money go to those who can afford to set them up and actually to invest them. That's where the money goes, and that does not go to the poor. It does not go to the working class, because they don't have the time or the resources to set those up.
Do you think Obamacare has worked and be completely unbiased?
Obamacare has succeeded in some areas, yes. It does need change,
Yeah, it does
but
need change.
but it needs change of a progressive nature, not tearing it down.
So what do the Democrats want to do to, change this?
Expand it. Make like a public option. Challenge insurance companies' fucking monopoly over the system, and make sure that they can actually have a fair competition, because right now we give our money to a middleman who then decides what our healthcare system is. They
Yeah, I
choose
have an
for
issue with
me.
that.
They choose for me what my healthcare is. That is fucking insane. It should only between that one doctor and me, but right now it is entirely moderated by the healthcare company that I'm paying thousands of dollars to, not including copays, not including deductibles, not including all of those things. And so we need to fundamentally challenge that system, which is what Democrats want to do.
What about the IRPA? What do you feel about that? Isn't that kind of the same?
The IRPA, what?
American Rescue Plan. It was the Biden administration to.
What about it?
I mean, it's an American Rescue Plan for coverages to be more affordable for those who have income over $100,000. I mean, that's one of the 13
Yes, it expanded things. It made things better. Like that's a good thing, which is one reason why we want to continue those things.
But didn't you just mention something about people making over $100,000 and you somehow like
That's
correlated
for
that?
HSAs.
Right. So, what's the difference?
Between the HSA and what we have now.
But you just brought up how it's good for only good for people who make over $100,000.
77% of people who have HSAs, most of the money goes to them. Those that have $100,000 or more. Yes. And
Okay, so yeah, I don't.
which is why I am arguing that they do not benefit the middle or any other class other than the rich.
Yeah, but my
Okay.
question is what has
It doesn't
Democrats?
sound like to me you're concerned about increasing access to healthcare of Americans in this country.
Okay, that's exactly what I want to do. I just don't want
Then-
these insurance companies to keep getting rich, and I don't think.
How many
I
times
think
have we
that-
told you that we want to limit that too? But the best way to do
Okay,
that
yeah,
is by
well-
advocating for a universal healthcare system. In the meantime,
Right.
health insurance companies are going to become rich. That's inevitably
Okay,
what's
but-
going to happen until
okay.
you have a difference in the structure.
Okay, so what? Who in Congress right now is what Democrat is wanting universal health care?
Practically
All of
every
them?
single one. Biden was an
Practically
example
all
of
of
someone
them?
who advocated
Biden
for
was
that.
example.
Yeah, there's no actual concept
Kamala
of
Harris?
him. Okay, but what did the Biden administration do?
Well,
or
they wanted
what-
to do something, but they can't get it done because there's not enough vote in Congress. They specifically wanted to expand the ACA, which they did, right? Which that's what they could get votes for, but they can't. They don't have enough votes to get everyone to vote for a universal healthcare plan. They want that though.
Right, but they just want to keep extending, enhancing the ACA. But it's
Because
like,
that's all they can do in the meantime. How many more times do I have to tell you this?
Yeah,
Okay,
we're not
but-
opposed to them coming to
but-
the table and like
Okay.
talking and having like, some kind of compromise. But the compromise has to make it better, not worse.
I know, but what I'm saying is like my issue is like it's been extended, it's been enhanced.
My issue is that Republicans are
like-
watering down the legislation, but I blame Democrats for it.
What's going on?
Nothing. He's
Seriously,
but you
that's
just-
what you're telling us right now.
Okay, but I literally asked you like one simple question. Same thing with Dean. This is your guys' problem, okay? I can tell Dean learns from you. You are his little mentor. You're like he's like your little bitch. Like my issue is like I
from
asked
mentor to
him-
bitches. That's a hell of a jump.
No. Okay.
Wait, so am I
my-
mentoring him or is he mentoring me?
No, you're mentoring him. I think he really is influenced by you. My mom literally sent me your live tonight to join it because she wants me to.
Yeah, haven't. It's been a while since I've heard the Dean is a Parker clone thing.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah, it's,
It's
100%
been a
true.
while, everyone. Welcome
Wait,
back to that
Parker.
argument. Dean is such a Parker clone. Look at that guy. All he does is he copies Parker get a job. He has no independency. He's not even his own person. He's just a Parker
Yeah,
clone.
you guys,
Okay.
you guys are
He's an
both
exact
doing this,
clone
like-
of Parker get a job. Nothing different. I promise you that.
Your Trump impression is not as good as Dean. I will say that. I can tell you guys kind of both do that
Oh,
together.
okay. So
but
who's the clone now?
I think Dean is a little bit more humorous than you, and I think
Yeah,
when I
that's
was
right.
on,
You're totally right with that.
and you don't just like stop mid sentence and just like hit your vape behind your hand like and kind of ruin the vibes.
Brady pan.
That's kind of the difference of whatever. But
Okay, now what's your argument now?
come on,
Let's go back to that. Come on.
wait, Parker, I have a question now. Oh my God.
Nice
You-
job.
Parker, how are you going to live 100 years and keep influencing
No one saw
them
that.
to just destroy the
No one saw
Republicans?
that. No one saw
Yeah,
that.
you're getting-
Fuck.
You're getting banned.
Oh, what?
You're
I didn't
getting
see anything.
banned.
No
Okay.
one saw
Parker, go ahead,
anything.
Stacey. Oh, no.
Parker, I need you to stay alive for as long as possible. I need you to stop damaging your lungs. It actually like makes your brain smaller throughout time. And I really want you to stay alive as long as
I'll
possible.
still be able to dunk on all the MAGA in the comment section. Hey,
Right, so if
genuinely, I just want to let you know, you telling me to stop's not going to get me to stop. Okay, there will be a point
I'm
where I
worried
end up
about you.
stopping, but inevitably speaking, I do it to a greater extent because I have to deal with people on the live.
Like me? Come on. Parker, I have a question though, a real one. What would it take for you to debate Nick?
Him not being a Nazi.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
well,
don't-
How about
okay, but
that? How about we start with that?
What about Dean though? Dean's debated him twice, I think, right? once or twice.
You debated him once. I think you dunked on him.
Oh. I don't know. I think Nick kind of made
Do you like Nick, who literally thinks you should be silent?
You like Nazis?
So I have a question. Who do you think? I mean, why do you support Dean? Or not? Sorry. Why do you support Nick Fuentes if he thinks that you should be silent?
Yeah, I don't really support him when he says that I shouldn't be able to vote. I think I need to continue to vote for Republicans for the rest of my life.
So then why do you want me to debate someone who doesn't want you to be able to speak?
Because, Parker, I think you're very intelligent. I think you could really shift his perspectives on a lot of things.
Okay,
I think
don't
you
think
should.
that he's going to shift his perspective. He creates a cult of personality around himself so that people specifically
Parker.
follow him, essentially regardless, right? You understand that, right? You understand that Groypers in general are not really open to change. Like, I would actually argue the typical MAGA individual is significantly more likely to change their mind than a typical Groyper. From my experience with dealing with Groypers, they are very unlikely to take into account different perspectives, right? And they utilize mechanisms that cults utilize all the time to reinforce an idea that people have to stay within the context of that particular ideological standpoint. Otherwise, they're not accepted. Right? They feed off of social isolation, off of being quote unquote edgy, right? Things like that, right? To reinforce people to engage particularly with that community as every other community they've been isolated from.
Parker, I agree, but I also think too that shouldn't hold you back from, having that conversation. And I think that if Dean could debate him, you 100% can too. Yeah, I mean, you built Dean up from the ground. And
okay,
I also think too.
I'm sorry, but like the fact that you're advocating for this is crazy with the time that you have left.
Parker,
is there anything else you want to say with the time you have left before I kick you?
Okay, but what I have to say is Nick used to be a Trump supporter, like, very heavily, and he shifted his
why are you
perspective
obsessed
away.
with a guy that literally thinks that you should have less rights?
I'm not.
Like, genuinely.
Parker,
Why?
he
shifted it
I don't know
because he
what
didn't
this
believe in what he
obsession is.
believed in.
I genuinely
It's not
don't
an obsession.
understand how women can support a guy that literally advocates for them to have less rights. Like, genuinely.
I think he's right on certain things and wrong on certain things. Same with you, Parker. But yeah, you can kick me, but I think that would be very successful for
You said I could do it.
Thank you to Elliot for the $1 and the very kind message. Thank you, Ritter. Thank you, Elliot.
Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. I will never understand that. I have a few people to thank, and then I'll go on to the next debate. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $2.50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got banned on my main account, very unfortunately. Very unfortunately. Shane, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shane. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kaylee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. POT, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Shelby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Mark with the $5. Chico, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4. Ari, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Fio with the $5. Ashwandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Chico with the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Patrice, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Patrice. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to catch up on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get the next person up here, though. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have a few people to thank here on YouTube real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, my name is Elma.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to...
Based. I appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, Shay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going? 30 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, currently. Still do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely still Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we'll move on to the conversation. Naomi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a great. Thank you so much, Naomi. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Lily, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Fashi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Danielle, thank you for the $5 as well. BC with the $300 on YouTube
Holy
Super Chat.
crap.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for BC in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. They said that they make a lot and they support their taxes going up to support things like universal health care. Absolutely. I totally fucking agree, BC. They said that I'm a doctor, tax me, I'll be fine, treat the damn patient. That is a fucking W. Can we get some W's for BC in the comment section right now? I fucking love seeing that right now. Thank you so much, BC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's one thing I gotta say, though, is that, you know, doctors and people who get income specifically through that mechanism, they pay very high tax rates in a lot of different states. What we need to do is we need other business owners and people who make their money through capital investment to be paying the same tax rates and paying their fair share, similar to what we see doctors right now paying. You know, that is totally right. But W's in the chat for BC. We love to hear it. We fucking love to hear it. Thank you so much, BC. I really appreciate it. Nina, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gray with the $2. Coffee Mom, thank you for the $2. Silence with the $5. Thank you so much. I will be live tomorrow, of course. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Neo, thank you for the $10. Christopher, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Kathy with the $50. Thank you so much. And Wendy with the $5. Again, thank you so much. I think I already saw that earlier. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section? Emmy, thank you for the $1. Absolutely. Free Palestine. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get out to more people. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I just don't like what the Democrats have pushed for the last 4 or 8 years or so. So if you want to rewind back to 2020 is when I really started getting involved in politics and paying attention to this stuff. Seems that the Democrats were just pushing crazy ideas that, you know, they're just not living in reality anymore. Go back to 2020 riots. They defended the riots. They defended rioters. I seen Democrats saying stuff, or left-wingers saying stuff, pushing for reformations. Not only that, when you look at Trump and you compare it to Harris as far as like his stance on geopolitics, the border, you know, kind of just common sense basic stuff. So, I mean, yeah, sure.
Can you name one Democratic congressperson, right, that advocated to pardon violent rioters, who defended what the actions of violent rioters, etc.? Any single Democratic congressperson.
This is implying that Trump pardoned rioters.
No, I'm not even implying anything right now. I'm just asking, can you name a single Democratic congressperson that has?
Who was the one that was in Oregon or Portland? Whoever the mayor was.
You tell me.
I can't remember her name. I think it was a woman, but
okay. So could you name? Is there a single Democratic congressperson that you could name? By the way, a mayor is not a congressperson. Could you name a single Democratic congressperson, right? Specifically, that you would what's it called? Say supported the violence.
I mean, you can say it's a left-wing mayor, and that is leadership in that city. And correct me if I'm wrong, they did do that over there in Oregon in 2020, didn't they?
I'm waiting for a single one. You can't even mention what they said that would be in support of that. 2,
I'd have to look up their
3,
name.
This is not a congressperson. 4, or you're just trying to pivot right now instead of actually bring up the answer to my question. Could you name a single Democratic congressperson that specifically supported the violence?
Harris.
One.
So I heard her in interviews saying that, they're not going to stop. They shouldn't stop. You don't remember the interview?
1, Harris is currently not in Congress. 2, she never advocated for any of the violence. She never advocated for any of the violence. You are completely and totally wrong, okay? There's not a single circumstance where she specifically did that. Now, I can give you a specific circumstance of Donald Trump literally pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. How do you feel about
debatable
that? Is that disqualifying?
No. And by the way, if you want to...
Okay, but if Democrats did it, it totally would be disqualifying.
Well, I'm going to tell you why I voted for him and why I support him.
Absolutely, I'm waiting.
I'm giving you kind of a broad idea here.
Go ahead.
Like I said, all of the different stuff that the Democrats were pushing seemed to be not in line with my view of like pro-America, traditional family, traditional conservative ideas. This whole idea that the abortion stuff, how Democrats are all in favor for abortion so hardcore. If you look at the birth rate in the United States, it's declining. How many abortions per year are there? Aren't they in the millions?
It's like 1 million. So here's the issue. Here's the issue.
Isn't that potential babies that could have grown up?
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Abortions allow for people to pick whenever they choose to have their families, right? And if they are able to pick to choose whenever they want to have their families, it allows for them to have more children, right? Because it is the case that they specifically are going to do so at a time in their life when they can. Now, if you want to increase the birth rate, the best way to do so is not to force people to go through pregnancies. It's to give them access to things that they need to support them, right? Having a family. Okay. If you want pro-family policy, you've got to do that. You can't mention any of the pro-family policy from the Republicans. And then also, Donald Trump cheating on every single one of his wives. Is that pro-traditional family?
Well, listen, the divorce rate's over 50% now.
Yeah, and Trump is adding to that when he gets multiple different divorces. He's actually the main person adding to that, as he has multiple himself, well above the average for the individual.
That's one person, dude.
Yeah, and he's putting upward pressure on the divorce rate.
Yeah, but he's not causing the divorce rates to go up.
He himself is putting upward pressure on the divorce rate because he's significantly above the average for the individual amongst this population in terms of the amount of divorces.
Okay, we're talking about a country of millions of people, and you're bringing up
you shouldn't act like the president, right?
Okay, and I'll even agree and say, yeah, that's wrong. You probably shouldn't get divorced the way he did, but that's besides the point. The divorce rate across the country is over 50%, and then you look at the birth rate
because of people like Donald Trump, right?
No, it's the family unit and all these abortions. By the way, most abortions because people it was inconvenience for them to have that baby.
Wait, you're actually talking most abortions are coming from people specifically who have already had children. Did you know that?
Say that again.
Did you know most people specifically, right, or the highest percentage of people specifically of any group within the context that we're referencing is people who are married, right, having abortions specifically because they've already had kids and it would be too much to manage.
Okay, how much is it just like young people out of wedlock?
What is the percent of young people out of wedlock? I could check for you.
And by the way, if that decreased and people stopped doing that, well, then you would have an increased population, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be a solution here?
No.
Oh,
what you're doing is forcing people. You're forcing people to have children when they do not want to have children. I think that's bad. I think that's worse off for our economy.
You don't want to have
I think that's worse off for people's lives. I think that's incoherent. Now, I don't think that leads to better conditions for a family.
Let me say something here. If someone to have an abortion, right? Because let's say they didn't like, or let's say it happened by accident because they had unprotected sex and they just weren't responsible. How many cases of that is happening in this country where there's young people
it's
just being
proportionally
irresponsible?
less likely to happen than people specifically who utilize contraceptives. A majority of abortions are from failed contraceptives, according to the Guttmacher Institute. I can give you specifically a basis for that and show you, like I already did. I gave you a citation indicates most abortions are from failed contraceptives. Okay, so by the way, why are you trying to force people to go through pregnancies rather than creating conditions where they can actually support those pregnancies? Because inevitably that would reduce the likelihood of abortions, voluntarily speaking, rather than forcing people against their will to go through the context of pregnancies that disproportionately negatively impacts people specifically who can't survive the context of the pregnancy, who have medical issues relating to the context of that pregnancy, who have health concerns related to that pregnancy, who have been assaulted getting access to abortion, right? And all these different circumstances where you think people should be able to get access to an abortion, right? If it restricts people in those circumstances from being able access to abortion, but it doesn't actually really limit people specifically in other contexts, particularly from getting access to abortion, what policy are you actually supporting?
Well, I think it should be outlawed just across the board.
It should be so you think it should be outlawed across the board. So by the way, I have a question. Do you think that if I were to pay for my girlfriend's abortion that I should go to prison?
If you paid for your girlfriend's abortion?
Yes.
That's a good question. I don't know, but definitely she should be getting in trouble.
Wait, if you think do you think abortion's murder?
Yeah.
If I hire a hitman to murder an infant, do you think I should go to prison?
Yeah.
Okay, so why in one scenario was the answer quickly yes, and the other scenario you didn't know?
Well, I mean, 'cause I've never heard
Because
that
it's
question
probably
before.
because you don't think abortion is murder.
No, it is.
Okay, so if it is murder, then you think I should go to prison for paying for an abortion,
But it's
correct?
not murder in the same way that you're talking about, like.
You're covering your microphone.
Sorry about that. It's not in the same way that you're talking about a hitman.
It is under your view. Yes, it is.
And by the way, I don't think the penalty should be like life in jail if someone gets an abortion.
But no, it
I
should
don't
be
think
viewed
it
as the
should be that
same
way.
as murder under your perspective. If it's murder, then it should be viewed the
no,
same
it's
as murder,
different.
right?
I'll explain. Well, no,
Oh, now
not
it's
if the
different. Now
woman-
it's different, right?
Well, because listen, it's about like what the woman believes. If the woman believes that
really?
she's just terminating a bunch of cells, well, that's different from someone that's just going out there and committing mass murder.
Wait, so then do you think that Nazi officials during
unaliving
wait, do you think the Nazi officials specifically in the context of international courts could have argued that they didn't commit crimes against humanity because they were taught that Jewish people were subhuman?
What?
Yeah, I'm asking the question. Do you think that that could have been a defense from the lawyers of the Nazi officials that literally carried out the Holocaust?
I'm not tracking this question.
Yeah,
or how it even
you're
relates.
saying because people believe something about the sanctity of life, specifically, that's going to indicate that they should be held to a lesser degree of accountability in terms of committing said murder. That same argument could have been used particularly by the people that literally were defending the Nazis in the context of international courts, right, for their crimes against humanity. Because they were taught that Jewish people were subhuman, which is totally fucking insanely false, right?
Yeah,
so from your perspective, why is that a reason from your perspective that someone specifically
think
should not be
that's
held
different.
accountable to the same degree for murder under your view?
Yeah, you know, you're trying to compare these two things that are a little bit different, I think.
Oh, I agree. They're vastly different, right? In the context of the Holocaust, you have sentient beings that were being systematically slaughtered and murdered. In the scenario in which you're referencing in terms of abortion, you have non-sentient embryos, right? You couldn't even possibly compare the two. Exactly my point.
Well, these people were following orders too.
So were the abortionists
So, I mean,
committing the
perhaps they were
abortion?
brainwashed into it, but you know, a lot of them were just scared and following orders, Parker.
So they were brainwashed and they followed orders in these
I'm
situations.
sure some of them were brainwashed. Some of them probably thought it was messed up what was going on, but
Following orders of defense for committing genocide?
well, I mean, no, but
Okay,
it
so then what's
does
your point?
it makes a difference, is what I'm saying.
Oh, what?
Like, well, what do you
We
think the
didn't-
penalty
We
should
didn't see it that way when we executed Nazis.
Excuse me? Who's this guy?
We didn't see it that way when we executed Nazis.
Who? Americans?
Yes, they said we didn't know what we were doing. We were just following orders, and we said we don't care. Guess what? We're going to, unalive you.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's
exactly what we
different when
did.
you're at war, guys.
No, this is after the war, actually. So after war, when they're on trial for crimes, for like big crimes, we still did it, even though they said I'm just following orders.
All right, I still don't understand how this pertains to how I say abortion is murder, because it is.
because under your view, not only do you think that it would be murder for me to pay for my me paying for murder to pay for my girlfriend's
No, I said
abortion,
I
but you would
didn't know.
also think that the
I had to think
IVF
about that
process would
question
be a
for a second.
process of serial and systematic murder.
No, see, I didn't say that. I said I don't know. I would have to think about that question because I've never heard that question before. If you,
But if you see
the way you
abortion
put
as
it that
murder, you
way,
should
I
be
would
able to
say,
answer
yeah,
it
you
correctly.
should get in trouble for that if you're contributing to a murder. But
Okay, so then here's my question. Let me ask you this question. So, do you think that people
You
involved
got
in the
these
process...
crazy questions, man. Go
This
ahead.
is not a crazy question. Do you think people engaged in the process of IVF should go to prison?
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Do you think people engaged in the process of in vitro fertilization should go to prison because in that process they discard many zygotes and embryos, right? Specifically, that would have already passed the point of life at conception.
I don't know. But as far as like if a woman's pregnant, doctor says you're pregnant, and she's like 8 weeks or 10 weeks or 12 weeks, and they still advocate that, hey, you know, it's an inconvenience to have this baby, so I'm going to abort it.
Wait, do you think abortion's okay in the first trimester or in the early weeks?
No, and by the way, this is most cases too. Most abortions, these people could have had this baby in a healthy manner.
Are you going to answer any of my questions? Do you think abortion should be legal in the early weeks?
That's debatable.
I'm asking
I would
you.
say the earlier, the better. But human life is human life.
So when should it be
I
legal?
just value human life. I value human life. Period.
If you value human life, period, well, then you think the IVF process is a process of serial murder when they discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of that process. So you think that they are engaging in a process of serial murder and paying for a process of serial murder by literally engaging in the process of IVF. Therefore, you think
I'm not going to convince you on this abortion
but the
thing,
people
dude.
should go to prison as well.
It doesn't look like I'm going to convince you on this. I just told you, like,
Did
I
you
value
hear
human
anything I
life.
just said? Can you repeat to me what I just said?
You're kind of cutting in and out. Maybe that's my phone.
Okay. So you didn't hear a single thing that I said. Why didn't you
I
tell
heard
me that
about-
before?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. You were talking about IVF.
Yes, the process of IVF, under your view, would be considered serial murder, right? As multiple zygotes and embryos are
Yeah,
discarded
why are you
within
saying
that.
serial murder? No, that's
I'm
not
trying
my
to
view.
explain, but you're cutting me off. I'm trying to explain. It's a process of serial murder because they discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the IVF process. Under your view, you'd be consider it serial murder because you consider it murder after life of conception. I don't, because I don't view it as murder until after sentience.
Yeah, I mean, in the case, like I said, I'm always going to go back to the point in the case. When you talk about that, then that's debatable. But I'm bringing up the case of a woman could have just, in a healthy way, had the baby, and they decide to abort it because it's an inconvenience. That's the issue that I have with abortion, not all the stuff that you're bringing up. Maybe they're good points. I just never really thought of it I thought about it like that. But I would say, in the case of what I'm talking about, when they could have just had the baby and they didn't, like I said, because it's an inconvenience, they weren't ready, they're not ready to have a family, that is what I have an issue with. That's why I step in and say, yeah, that is human life, and that is murder. Especially if it's 12, 13, 15 weeks.
Oh, wait, so again, at what week do you value it? If it's not just cellular human life, at what week do you value it?
What week do you value it at?
20 through 24 weeks when it develops sentience, which means subjective experience.
When does it have a heartbeat?
A heartbeat? I'm pretty sure that's like what? It's like around 11 through 13 weeks, something like that.
What about brain?
What do you mean heart rate?
What's up?
Brain waves. When do they develop brain
waves or the subjective experience?
I said brain waves. I
It's
know
like
they
6
have
to 8
this
weeks.
fact.
But brainwaves don't
yeah.
produce a subjective experience. There are brainwaves in
It doesn't need to have a subjective experience. It's a human living thing with brainwaves
Yeah, it does.
growing that's going to turn into a human baby.
Wait, so are you
That's
saying
the
are you
problem.
saying
You know,
abortion is
you look
justified
at this
prior to
differently
saying, wait,
than I do,
hold up,
because
are
I
you,
look
are,
at it through the lens of like a Christian. You look at it through the lens of an atheist. That's why you ask these crazy questions that way.
okay, so either way, it's from a secular basis because you believe in a separation of church and state, correct? And also, don't try to act like you're superior because you're Christian, because I can easily reduct you on that if you'd like to.
Oh, okay. So what are you, an atheist?
Yes, I am an
assuming
agnostic
you are.
atheist.
Are you agnostic or are you atheist? Because
I'm an agnostic atheist. Agnostic means I don't know what the cause is of the universe. Atheist means I don't believe in a god.
Well, when you say agnostic, doesn't that mean like, well, there could be a God, I just don't know?
There could be some other notion of God, sure, right? But not the Christian notion of God. I believe that's impossible because I believe it's contradictory.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I like hate all Christians or anything. I love progressive Christians, but I disagree with the Christian view.
Is there any views of Christianity that you agree with, or do you just disagree with it wholeheartedly?
I agree with progressive Christians, right, in terms of how we should treat our communities and like how we should
progressive Christians. No.
Yeah, I love my progressive Christians.
About original Christian like Orthodox teachings.
Well, I think that often those lead to
This New Age Christianity where it's fake.
Oh, I
they're
don't
not
think
real
that's-
Christians.
Yeah, well,
I
they're
would
not real
argue that
Christians,
those
really?
who are progressive
No.
and are Christian are actually upholding
That want to add the
actual teachings of Jesus.
LGBTQ community to the church and all this stuff.
I would
no,
say
that's not real.
progressive Christians uphold the teachings of Jesus to a greater extent. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that's
I agree.
totally inaccurate.
Really?
Now,
Can
wait,
you give us?
would
can you give
Jesus
us
turn
a-
away the person who is gay?
No, he wouldn't turn anyone
No,
away.
right? No. What
He
he would
never
do is he would say
advocated-
you are welcomed in my
No,
church.
he never
right? He would
promoted
feed
it in the
them, He would
church.
bathe
He
them.
never promoted that behavior.
Hey, listen to Matt.
I'm just saying that what they're doing is they're saying that you are loved, you are welcomed, and that we see you, and they're trying to spread the gospel to these individuals who have historically been shamed out of it. And I think that is the very thing that like Jesus would want you to do, is because on the right and the more like quote unquote way that we've been doing it is to exclude those people, and then those people become anti-Christian, when those on the left have been saying no, we welcome them, we love them, we show them compassion, and that makes them more likely than to actually go with what we believe.
You know, Parker, you know what you should do? You should bring Hayden back up. You that guy
Yeah.
that debates you guys on this subject, because I've seen you guys end the live on him a couple times, and when you guys start losing the debate, you guys just flee. So he's a lot better than me on that
debate.
subject. You should actually bring him back
himself,
up.
He himself made a video about all the errors he made in our conversation.
Do you guys make videos?
Go to his,
about
go to his
that you
YouTube.
make? Yeah, I've watched this stuff.
I acknowledge them. I think it was a pretty genuine thing to make a video on that. That's why I'm open to
Do you
talking to
think
him
you
again.
lost the debate with him when you guys ended the live?
I don't think I lost a debate with him. I would love to hear what
Really,
point I
on the
lost
transgender stuff, the Christianity
What about
stuff.
trans people? What about Christianity?
That was the live that you guys ended.
Can you,
I don't know.
Can
It
you
was
tell
like
me?
6
Can you tell me
months ago. I
one
saw the
point?
video though.
Can you tell me one point he beat me on?
He beat you on all the points.
Name one point.
Why, that's why you guys left and ended the live. Can you tell me
I'm
why
waiting.
you ended that live? I'm curious why that live ended.
I actually
Like
don't
right
remember.
in the middle of a sentence.
I don't remember. Could you tell me specific?
You don't remember?
Banned. If it was in the middle of a sentence, it was probably due to a ban. I don't remember. It's been
Highly
long.
doubt
I'm asking
that.
you. Can you name one? Can you name one point he beat me on?
What about Andrew Wilson? Would you debate him?
Can you, instead of pivoting, can you answer my question?
No, because these are actual good debaters, and you,
This is
you guys always
embarrassing.
run
This is
away from
embarrassing. I'm
actual
asking you a
debate.
question. Would you like to respond? I'm being very nice to you. Can you name one point that he beat me on?
The transgender stuff.
What about it? What specific point?
Do you want me to just rehash the whole debate between you
No,
and him?
no, not the
I just
whole
told you
debate.
he's a lot better and more well versed at this stuff, and it's funny because anyone who's
What specific
well
point
versed
did he
at
beat me
anything,
on?
you guys.
I'm
root,
asking for just
boot,
one.
Or the lie
Just
guys.
one. Just one specific point.
I just told you, dude.
You didn't. That
I
was
literally
not a
just told
specific point. That was a general idea, not a specific point.
Why does it matter? He defeated you in the entire debate about all the
So
subjects. he
name
talked
one
about.
specific point he beat me on or defeated me on.
The abortion, the transgender
What
stuff.
specific point? These are
He
general
pretty much
topics, not a
schooled you
specific
guys on
point.
that.
These are general topics, not a specific point. I'm embarrassed that you can't even answer the question.
Oh, because you want me to rehash the debate from
One
a
thing.
video.
One thing. You're the one who brought it up. I didn't bring this up. You brought it up, and I'm asking you one thing. Just one specific point.
About the puberty blockers and why that's
What about
wrong.
puberty blockers? I'm waiting a specific point. That's again a general topic.
Well, that's what he talked about, how that's wrong, that young people shouldn't be doing that, and we shouldn't be pushing that. It's a Democrat idea to push that idea with the transgender stuff. He went into that.
Okay, so
He went in-
that's not a point he beat me on. That's just
He also
you agree with
whooped you
him
guys
that
on the
like
abortion
wait do
too.
you think that children who are not trans should not be able to get access to puberty blockers?
Children who are not trans,
Yeah,
why would they want to get? Why wouldn't they want a puberty blocker?
Early puberty, precocious puberty.
Why would they want to block it if they're not
Because
trans?
they can be 5 years old and hit like early puberty, and that has devastating effects on the body because the body is not meant to hit puberty at that age.
Yes. So
Yeah,
in that
in a rare
circumstance,
case like that, okay,
It's
sure.
not rare. It's not rare. It's
yes.
not rare.
So in that
Oh, it's
circumstance,
not
should they
rare.
be able to get
Alright, yeah, I've
access
never heard
to?
of that.
In that circumstance, should they be able to get access to puberty blockers through their doctor and their parents?
If they're trans or not.
I'm saying if they're not trans. Why does that matter in this context, by the way? I'm just asking, should they be able to, with their parents and their doctor, be able to get access to that?
If you're talking about like if they're 5 years old and this is detrimental, then yeah, sure, but that's not
Okay.
that's
Okay.
not what I was
Wait.
talking about.
So then, whether or not it's detrimental and whether or not
talking
it'll be
about the
helpful. Wait.
trans
Whether or
people
not
using
listen. Whether or not it's detrimental or whether or not it'll be helpful is determined by the doctor. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a doctor determines that it's effective for a child to be able to get access to puberty blockers, they, through the doctor and their parents, should be able to get access to it, correct?
Well, it depends if yeah, but it's still wrong if they're doing it for the trans.
Oh, okay, so it's only wrong if they're trans. That's your point. Is that it's again in both situations.
Jesus, how do you not realize that?
But you're not the one to evaluate whether or not it's bad for them in that context. It would be the doctor, not you. You're not a medical professional. How are you to determine what's better for them rather than their doctor?
Because if you say, hey, I'm trans and I want to take puberty blockers because I'm trans,
that's not. You don't just get puberty blockers for saying that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you can't just go and say I'm trans and get puberty blockers. They're not over the counter. You don't know how this process works.
Are trans people using this
Some
stuff?
of them are. Some of them are.
Some of them are. Okay, good. That's my issue, and that's the bad.
You only have an issue when it's trans people getting
Hayden
access to it.
touched on too.
Wait, and he never beat me on this point. I exposed the. If you actually
subjects.
listen to the conversation, which you clearly haven't, I went over this. Okay.
Well,
So
Parker, excuse me. You talk at 1,000 miles an hour, just like your friend Dean.
Excuse me, you can turn it down to 0.75 speed. Excuse me, you can turn it down to 0.5 speed. Excuse me, you can turn it down to 0.25 speed if you need to be able to do that. I'm sorry that you can't keep up.
Yeah. You know what, dude? You're like a Chat GPT. Rattle off 17 bullet
So I'm
points.
smart? Are you just trying to say I'm smart?
That's not
No,
a
that you
diss,
try
by
to
the way.
sound smart by acting that way.
You didn't say I'm wrong. Wait, so by the way, I love when people do this. They don't critique.
And I
any
want
of
you.
the
Did you
Listen,
beat
I'm just going to
Hayden
mute
in
you.
that
'cause
debate or no?
They don't critique any of the points that I made. They just say I spoke too fast. Right, like bro, like I never said because I speak fast, I think I'm smart. I just
You
happen
rattle
to
off a
speak
bunch
this
of
way.
points.
Well, I'm sorry
should
that
go
I say
point by
multiple.
point.
I'm sorry my brain can remember multiple things even when elevated, bro. Apparently
You
my
do this
memory is
every
just
day.
outclassing you
Practice
within
rattling
every way,
crap off.
even while elevated.
You know what? People who can actually critically think see through this kind of shit, dude. We're not
They see
buying
through
it.
your exactly. They see right through your bullshit.
No, you're bullshit, dude. That's what I'm
bullshit?
talking about. By the way, you gonna answer the question? Did you beat Hayden
Zach,
or no?
what bullshit? What
Did
bullshit?
you guys beat him? 'Cause you
Wait,
have to
answer the
double team him.
question.
Did you guys beat him or not?
Answer the
You're
question.
afraid
What
to
bullshit?
answer, I know
Hey
it.
Zach, what bullshit?
Are you gonna answer?
I'm waiting. What bullshit?
What bullshit about what?
You said that I engage in bullshit. What bullshit?
Oh, the rattling off of 17 bullet points when you do your little takes, and then you fire 3 questions at me, and then you expect me to answer right away if I've never even heard the question or heard it said that way, or your dumb hypotheticals. This is your way of trying to like dunk on low level people who aren't
yourself?
like super. No, I don't consider myself low level, but I'm not heavily involved in politics like people
Then why
like
are you complaining
or some
about it?
other people. No, well, I'm here to defend certain people and call you out on
Are you
some
just
shit,
mad that
too.
I'm pub stomping? Is that what you're
Debated
mad about?
Actual good debaters, and you've lost or you ran away.
Wait. You apparently
I
are you
want you to
this
answer
good
that.
debater, Zach? Are you a good debater?
Never admitted I was a good debater.
Are you a good debater though?
I just admitted I'm not.
Okay, if you're not, okay, so then how about you get a good debater to come on live?
They have come up, and
who?
how you treat them is the issue with me. Anyone who has any kind of good points and is decent at debating and defending Trump, like Hayden, like Andrew Wilson, multiple others, a Cheetos friend. I've seen 4 or 5 people wreck you guys, and you guys either end the live, you mute them until they leave. You guys are super disingenuous. I'm telling you,
I
I'm
didn't
not
do that
good
with
at
any
debating,
of
but
them
it's
that
still
you just mentioned. You
bullshit.
didn't actually watch any of our debates.
Yeah, I've seen them. Trust me. Yeah, I have.
No, you
I've watched
literally-
your
you
Hayden,
literally
I've watched
haven't,
you with
because I
Andrew
didn't do that.
Wilson. Andrew Wilson's been in your queue multiple times. You never bring him up.
Yeah,
You're
I've
scared
talked
of
to-
these
I've-
guys because
wait,
they're
I- wait,
actually
I've- wait, hold on,
they're
stop,
actually
stop,
pros
stop,
at this
stop.
stuff.
I've talked to Andrew Wilson on multiple occasions. He's not interested in actually engaging in conversation.
He said,
doesn't-
he
doesn't
said
answer
multiple times
questions,
he's trying
just
to
like
come
you.
up. No, he's fair. He's definitely fair, and he's a professional at this stuff.
He's not fair, and he's not.
He
He's not a
travels the
professional.
country and does these debates. He's like one of the best at it. You can't deny that. He's
No,
super
he's not.
popular.
No, he's not.
And anytime
He's not one of the
debated you
best at
guys-
debating. That's
Remember when he
embarrassing.
debated
That,
Dan
that is
and Dan kept
embarrassing.
taking his blindfold?
I'm sorry, but that is embarrassing that you think that Andrew Wilson is one of the best debaters. That is embarrassing.
Yeah,
The glaze is unreal.
Definitely.
The glaze. You are super
whatever, it
glazing
doesn't
Andrew
matter.
Wilson right now.
Hayden too. Hayden's pretty sharp. But
I
you
actually,
guys, you
I
guys
think. Wait, hold up. I'll give you this. I think
mutant
Hayden.
filibuster.
Wait, stop. I think Hayden's a better debater by far than Andrew Wilson. It's not even close.
Sure, that could be fair, but they're both really, really, really good, and they're a lot better than you.
No. I have respect. I actually genuinely have a level of respect for Hayden. I do not have that level of respect for Andrew Wilson at all. And I give respect when respect is due. Andrew Wilson does not deserve your respect. He's embarrassing.
Why?
Because he doesn't actually try to legitimately engage in debate at all. When I've engaged in conversation with him, he does not do
doesn't
that.
mute you, dude. He hasn't muted you because you never actually went on his show. He went on yours, and you guys mute him. You won't even agree to a debate with the guy. Well, that's moderated, where you can't use a mute button, and neither can he. He's tried to.
I don't think he's tried to do that specific setup.
Yes, he has. Well, then why
No,
don't
he
you
hasn't.
contact
I've had
him?
it. Wait, listen.
Then hit him
I
up.
had a
Hit him
listen,
up.
I debated him recently on Piers Morgan. He constantly interrupted and didn't engage in the topic. You know, last time I talked to him, he said it was
Terrible
justified.
platform to
He said it
debate.
was justified for white people to say the N-word. Do you agree with him on that?
In what context?
Oh,
Does it need to be a context?
you think in
As a
any
joke?
context it's okay?
What about if it's a joke or
He said in
comedy?
the context of comedy, which is consistent with the idea that blackface was historically, because it was used in the context of comedy, a justified thing for white people to engage in.
Have you ever seen
Is that your
Dave
perspective?
Chappelle, though?
Wait, do you think it's justified for white people to engage in blackface?
Dave Chappelle did it.
Can you answer
He
the
did
question?
whiteface.
I'm sorry. That
It
is
could
not
go both
that is
ways.
one that is not the
Dave
same.
Chappelle-
That is not the same. Two, can you answer the question? And I
It is the
haven't
same.
even seen Dave Chappelle done that. Are you?
He did, but,
That's a dumb
but
comment.
I would
don't-
argue that
I don't think
one,
that's comparable.
one can't even do.
Why don't
something
you hit
called
up Andrew
whiteface
Wilson
because it's
and-
not
and
gonna
bring him
make
up?
you-
Don't
Hold
mute
up,
him
Zach.
right there.
Zach, can you answer the question? Do you think it's justified for white people in any context to do blackface? Unmute your mic right now and answer the question.
All right. In most contexts, it would be cringe.
Cringe. In most contexts.
Most, by the way, most.
Most.
I'm just kicking him. There's no context where it would be justified.
Most contexts, by the way.
Hey
I ask
Zach,
people to think,
that was ridiculous.
Why-
Oh, he's back.
That was absurd. That's why you get kicked,
Oh, and
because
it's
you
gone.
say insane shit like that. Like, genuinely, like, think about it this way: that is an insane take? That's an insane take. Absolutely insane.
it is quite
I'm sorry.
insane.
I don't think that's a defensible position, right? And that's the type of stuff that Andrew Wilson is okay with. Why do I not engage in a debate with Andrew Wilson? Because he literally does not engage in conversation, right? When I have literally tried to, historically speaking, and because he says crazy shit like that. I will totally watch clips of him not being able to, open an olive jar. I think that was hilarious. He literally tried to make fun of Naima for not being able to open up an olive jar, but couldn't open up the very same olive jar right after. It was fucking hilarious. That's an embarrassing thing for him to do. He also all the time literally says that his wife is a 6 out of 10. Imagine saying that about your significant other.
Yeah, imagine saying that. Okay, I ask people to think. I think it Bella for the $2. Oh, she wants to know, Parker, when you hit your elevation pin, do you do it like the Green Goblin mask during an extremely difficult guest, like Coward, show them no mercy? I don't know. I guess like when you like put it.
Well, I might be a little bit too elevated that I didn't even follow.
Okay. I think it Amy for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. It means a lot to me. I think it Armus. Sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you for the kind message. Thank you for the $10. I think the Angela for the 10 also for the
Oliver.
and thank you for the okay. Thank you for the message. Okay. That was I thank you to Colleen for the 20 also. Thank you so much. And thank you to Aaron for the 25. Thank you all so very, very, very much. Oh god, we got Vance up here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
How old are you? Sorry.
I said 20.
20? Do you support Trump?
I very much do, and I want Vance to be president.
What's your birth year? Bro.
Oh my god.
What?
Holy crap.
What? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
February.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna thank a few people, and then we can go on to our conversation real quick. I have a few people to thank, everyone. Nathaniel, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Adriana, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Adriana. I really appreciate it. No, literally though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $100. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Jay in the comment section right now. Jay, you're always saying this such kind things. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Jay in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
WJ.
I really appreciate it. This is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Jay, I really appreciate it. It's so kind of you. Marlia, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I do have some people to catch up on YouTube as well. And Lovey, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. I haven't even seen that clip, I don't think. That's actually nuts. Yoshua, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Hangry, thank you for the $2. Robert, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Demon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm getting new birthday wishes again. Oh my gosh. Vashi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've been playing PC. Obviously, I've been PC for a while, but recently I haven't played much of anything. We have my girlfriend, one of her family members had like an old Switch that they don't use anymore that we've been playing like their old games and stuff. Like the past few days, it's been really fun, not gonna lie. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I just realized, Parker, how much your platform has grown, because half of the comments are like people I know and they know me, but then half of them have no idea who I am, and I'm just like flabbergasted since I've been here since the beginning. It just makes me laugh.
Yeah, I know, it's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born in 2007.
And what month?
April 14th.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump, Parker.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say he's a troll because
yeah,
his name.
Sorry.
His name also is like troll.
Brian, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brian. Naomi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, Naomi. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up everywhere. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Let's get the next person up here.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 22.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone, as always. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 19.
Do you support Trump?
Recently turned 19. Huh?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
I live in Ohio.
What time is it?
It's 3:33.
Not possible in Ohio. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Yo, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Sure.
What's your birth year?
Over the other options. 2007, but September 26th.
Okay.
I ain't got a
Go
lot
back
about
in time. You
age.
could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
For sure, Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I done seen too many clips of Kamala looking stupid. It's just
Kamala. What did she name? One thing that she said. Name one thing in specific that she said that was stupid.
falling out of a coconut tree.
Okay, that wasn't stupid because all she was saying is talking about the connotation and the context in which people grow up, saying specifically that there are things outside of their control specifically, right, that they literally could not have possibly caused themselves, right? So obviously it's going to be that that not everyone specifically has necessarily like a fair shot at everything.
Hey, tell them to stop. Tell them to stop spamming. I lost a D. Tell them to stop spamming that.
No.
Did you like lose the dean?
No, no, I cooked him.
Did
easy. Cooked him.
Name one point you beat him on.
Well, he whenever he was talking, he spit. So.
Can you name one point you beat him on?
His collar was messed up. I fixed it for him.
Okay, so you can't name a point.
I mean, just ask the comment section. They like to talk about me. So.
Well, apparently you don't like to talk about what point you beat him on because you can't, it sounds like.
I mean, like, everyone.
Name one point, specifically.
You gotta let me think for a second. There's a lot in the head. Oh, I told him, I mean, my biggest thing with him, why are we begging for donos on TikTok Live? And why are we so focused
This
on
isn't a point
Trump?
he would have lost on intellectually. This is just you saying, why are people donating to you? Okay, that's jealousy on your behalf. That's not a point you beat him on in specific.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's
And
not.
also,
You
do
didn't
you have
let
the
me
same
finish.
issue with me? You have the same issue with me saying, "Oh my God, thank
No,
you so
I was
much,
gonna
Rob, and
say-
I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much."
I was gonna give you a compliment. I take it back.
Oh, okay. Well, why do you take it back? And what was the compliment going to be?
You know, I was gonna say you're not begging like he is, but you know, I think you
Everyone,
gotta
please
like
give me money! Oh my God, please! Oh my God, please, 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 please! I'm not begging like him. Let's beg even more. Thank you so much, everyone. Please, really, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Piggy.
Go ahead. What?
Tell you what Donald Trump told the reporter today. Quiet, piggy.
Yeah, that's horrible. Why do you defend that?
I mean, I didn't hear anything wrong with it. Can you tell me
What
what's
do you
wrong
mean
with
you
it?
didn't hear anything wrong with it? I think that's him being misogynistic.
I mean, he's Donica Lewinsky.
You've got to be trolling. Like, I'm serious. Like that.
No, I'm not. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I've been trying to get in this live for like an hour.
So then, why'd you say that about your own candidate?
Well, I mean, he's not a candidate anymore. He's already served his 2 terms almost.
But you still
get
support him.
elected
If you
again.
could go back in time, you would vote for him, correct?
I mean, have you seen the other candidate?
And Kayas, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you only because you asked nicely. Yes, the other candidate was Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris was a significantly better candidate. Evan, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Evan.
That's an opinion.
And Ari, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Ari.
That's an invalid opinion.
How?
I mean, you would think for a guy that studies politics this much, you'd be smarter. I'm just saying. Banned.
Oh,
I did not get him banned.
Didn't Dean get banned for like harassment and bullying or something?
Okay, it wasn't me. I didn't even report the dude.
He reported him?
We were literally both joking. I didn't report him. I don't know why I would lie to you about that. I mean, they're just obviously trying to get me out the comments, just like they went in my comment section and said that I supported rape. I mean, it's kind of wicked that we got people in your comments doing that.
You probably did then. I mean, they don't just say that for no reason.
I got kicked out of the TikTok as soon as I was about to say he was going to ask me. He was going to say, "Do you support
thank you so
Trump?"
much for the $20. Thank you, Tough. I appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yehoshua, thank you for the $2.50. No, love you. Thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
Oh no, I would totally raid them. Love you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. I should be on for at least another 40 minutes or so. Rebecca, thank you
Gina,
for the $5.
you're in my
Thank you
comment
so much. I
sections,
really
and now you're
appreciate it. Thank you.
telling me that I got
Alyssa, thank you for the
deemed
$5 to support the begging. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I was on the live. Another dude came in. I was wondering why his live got shut down. He's on a different account. And nobody reported the dude. I'm surprised my account hasn't got reported. I've got hate all in my comment section. If there's anything, this is the most cult-like thing I've ever seen.
How is it cult-like for you to get hate in your comment section for things that you've said? That's not cult-like. That's cult response.
It's like, no. They're in my comment section talking about stuff that's not even true. And you're agreeing with them for that?
So, do you want to give me like a?
So you spew hate.
You have yet
You
to give
spew
me
hate.
a point that you beat Dean on. You have yet to give me a reason why you support Trump. You have yet to give me anything other than you complaining
I
about
gave
me
you a
getting
reason.
donations.
I'll give you a reason. The other candidate.
What again? You never gave any reason though. Like, can you name a policy of Kamala Harris's that you disagree with?
Locking up people for smoking weed.
Oh well, now I gotta kick you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Why?
You can't say that on the TikTok live. It's TikTok TOS. And by the way, there was she didn't like expand that or just start that up or anything like that. That was literally like 45 people specifically who violated probation, where she enforced a law that already existed. Yo, what's up? Oh, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, I think Kamala was a DEI hire.
And why do you think that?
Well, if you look in the past, she never won any elections. She ran. She always got last
win
place.
elections.
She had 107.
How did she get into the
There was
position
no
in the
midterms,
Senate?
by the way.
Wait, answer
No
the question.
midterm.
How did she get into the Senate?
Obviously, she got
was
elected.
elected, right? So you just said that she was never elected to a position. Not only are you completely blatantly wrong with that, but also Trump ran in 2000, got absolutely no percentage of the vote. She in 2020 had 8 to 15% of the primary vote and literally dropped out to become the vice president. Okay, so I don't know what you're arguing there. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. You don't know a single thing that she did that you disagree with.
There
Name
was
one
no
thing.
midterms.
Name one thing
There's
she
no
did that you
midterm.
disagree with.
Well, when they asked her what she was going to do different in her presidency, she said nothing.
No, she said if she were in the position of Biden, she wouldn't have done anything differently with that. And she's even talked about in her book how she disagrees specifically with how that was framed in that context, right? And she would have specifically, if she could go back, changed the way that she framed that, right? Specifically to mean that like she still was going to advocate for different things going into the next position or going into the next term.
All right, why didn't she have midterms?
What midterms? You mean primary?
Or primary, yeah.
Because we voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, meaning that we knew that the vice president was Harris. We knew that if Biden stepped down, that Harris would step up, right? She had the 80% of the Democratic Party satisfied with her being the nominee, right? I don't know what
Obviously
you disagree
not.
with. If you disagree with it and you think this is undemocratic, why do you support a candidate that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, and then
So why
also
is
denied
BBC
the
getting
results of the
sued for $1
2020
billion?
election still to this day?
Oh, okay, so why is BBC getting sued for $1 billion for false information, correct?
Completely
and it was
irrelevant to any of the points that I just made.
Peaceful, and a lot of that was Antifa. Not a lot of that
Hey,
was
hey,
smacking.
hold up, Mike Johnson. Can you come back and be the first guest when I come back? Everyone in the chat just gonna tell me to restart on TikTok, so I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
You want to come back and be the first guest, Mike?
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, I'll hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I recommend to go over to the YouTube, everyone. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, everyone. I love y'all. Give me 1 second, everyone, on TikTok.
Me and Doodles.
Let me check myself. Let me check. Alrighty, we're gonna go on to the next conversation here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I don't see them in the guest box quite yet. Give them a second to join back to try to defend their absolutely literally atrocious arguments. Atrocious arguments. Is he gonna come back, or is he scared? Did you give it a second? It was a good ratio. Let me check. Let me see the likes. 1.8 thousand. Yeah, let's try to get to. We have 1.9 thousand. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Tomorrow, everyone, I should be live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time. I should be live. Let me let the Instagram know. Live at 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Alrighty. Early start time, yes, I do that because my girlfriend has work earlier in the day, and also because I try to get on before Dean does. All right, I think the other person's not here, so we're gonna go on to the next person. They decided not to come back. It seems like they were scared. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you play Farm Sim, please?
Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37. I talked to you last night, man. I got banned, and you guys said I ran, but I told you I wouldn't run, and it's the second time that happened.
Okay, you got banned. What were we talking about?
Well, Dean was trying to make the point about natural birth citizenship relative to, you asked me what do I feel like Trump represents from a Christian position, and I was trying to explain, I think that deportation is a good policy. You guys asked me to reference Leviticus because we're supposed to treat foreigners in the land like citizens, and my counter to that was, well, citizens in the land have to obey the law.
This is on Dean's
Live. This was on Dean's Live.
So I wasn't there for most of the conversation. So, and by the way, I was a guest on that stream. So,
yeah, you were with me. I talked to you. You were the one asking me questions. The question you asked me was, what do I feel like Trump does as a Christian? And my answer was deportation, but you guys kind of cut me off, and then we went into Leviticus. And I refuted Leviticus because I said
which Leviticus was brought up by Dean. So let me go through this.
Okay.
A few things here. All right. One, I don't think that you have a basis for it based upon your Christian views, but we don't have to talk about your Christian views. Let's talk about the empirics. Okay. Let's talk about the perspectives. Okay. I don't think that Donald Trump's immigration policy leads to better conditions in terms of our overall
deporting people that have not. It does. The right to citizenship is not guaranteed simply because you did not commit a violent crime. Simply by entering illegally, you have already committed a crime. And if we trespass on any property, we are made to move from that property, right? So like a natural-born American citizen, if I go trespass somewhere, I'm removed from that property.
I'm waiting to hear a way in which people are harmed. Because like it's not personal property.
Okay. By having an open border and having 20 million illegals in, we augment the ability of cartels for criminal activity and actually a lot of crimes against humanity when
This
we
is
do
so
not have
frustrating.
control of our
One,
border.
I didn't advocate for an open border. Two, I brought up people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. You're explicitly
answered
not
that, though.
answering my question, and you're changing
No, I
the
did. I did
conditions
about the violent
of the
crimes. I
scenario
said
that
I-
was brought up to try to then respond to that. That's called a straw man fallacy.
Okay. What was wrong with my answer to your question about violent crimes?
You didn't. I said someone who has not.
You said,
committed a
what is
violent
the
crime.
benefit? You
Of
said, what is the
deporting
benefit?
someone who has
Okay, go
not
ahead.
committed a listen. I said, what is the benefit for society for deporting someone who has not committed a violent crime and bad crime? Okay, and you responded with, well, having an open border leads to crime happening in the country. I'm asking you,
That's
can you
not
answer
what
the
I
specific
responded with,
question?
Dean.
Yeah, that's exactly what you responded with.
Well, that's what I said in addition to a lot of other stuff.
What else did you say?
Okay. I said that I don't base the right for them to stay here whether they have committed a violent crime or not, meaning I take issue with the nature of your question itself, meaning they have committed a crime. So I don't know why I'm put into a box where they have to commit a violent crime. They could potentially commit a violent crime. We don't
Dude,
know what
he's
a lot
not
of these
listening
people.
to me. Name one way our society is made worse by or made better by deporting someone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I'm giving you in this specific example. I'm just asking in that
And I
scenario.
answered that
name
with,
one
if
way it
they-
benefits
okay,
our
okay.
society to deport them.
Okay. It gives us greater clarity when we remove undocumented people, whether they have committed a violent crime or a non-violent crime. So when you have 20 million undocumented people and you exit them from your nation, it gives you better clarity on what is actually here to keep people safe.
What? No, it doesn't. I don't.
Yes,
we
it
don't
does.
naturally listen.
Yes, it does.
We don't just randomly get more clarity on just
Yeah,
the
what
state
do
of
you mean by
affairs that
clarity?
exists in the world because people have been deported who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. That's nonsense. What are you talking about?
It isn't nonsense.
That is totally nonsense.
You don't know. Wait. Of the 20 million illegals that are here, you don't know which ones of them have committed violent crime or not. So you're
We do.
assuming.
Wait.
No, we
We are
don't.
saying, listen, we are saying if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they are given a pathway to citizenship and they will go through a vetting process. So that vetting process will determine that. If they have committed a violent crime or bad crime, they will not go through said vetting process because they know what the vetting process will lead to. So it will make it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone who has committed a violent crime or bad crime because anyone who has not will go through the context of the legal process and go through the vetting process. So it'll be easier to identify anyone who's a threat to the safety and security of our communities.
Yeah, you're going to put 10 plus million people through a vetting process inside the nation that they entered illegally.
I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship. Yes, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Yes, I would
Every
love
single
to give
one.
them a vetting. Everyone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime who's in the country undocumented.
Well, I mean, you gave Trump 34 felonies for a financial glitch that had nothing to do with violence or
I
a
didn't
violent
give
crime to
him
anyone.
that.
You gave him 34
Yeah,
felonies.
yeah. Parker Get a Job convicted him of that.
Well, no, you endorsed that, though, right? You believe he deserved those 34 felonies,
Well, I believe
right?
it was a legitimate conviction. Yeah, I believe the court system.
So we give Trump 34 felonies
Yeah, because
for a
he committed
financial
those
error.
crimes. For committing
For
those
a
crimes.
financial error, but you want to have a reward for people who have entered a nation on false premises, right?
Hey, you support Donald Trump deporting them without due process, which violates the law. So undocumented immigrants need to go through a legal process to get in the country, but apparently Donald Trump doesn't need to go through a legal process to deport them. You are contradictory over and over and over again. You don't give a shit about crimes. You voted for a guy convicted of 34 crimes, 34 felonies.
34 felonies. 34
Yes.
felonies. So I guess the 20 million people here, they committed 20 million crimes, right, when they came in.
Yeah, and those aren't even felonies. Those are misdemeanors.
I know, but this is my whole point. You invade a nation illegally, right?
Invade?
And you
They're
are
not
tied-
invading our country. Stop with the
If
fucking.
they are.
Stop with
They are.
the virtue signaling. Honestly,
Well, it's not a virtue signal. It's
that is
the
a virtue
truth. They
signal.
came
That
into
is
a
totally.
nation-
It's not an invasion. Shut the fuck up.
What's the virtue I'm espousing?
You're
It's a virtue
specifically-
signal. What's the virtue?
You're trying to claim that they invaded the country, so you're trying to claim that you're so noble for saying that they are like invading our country, right? It's trying to make undocumented immigrants look worse and you look better. It's clearly a virtue
It's not about
signal to the
making me
idea of
look
value
better.
that you have in terms of the law, because you don't actually care about the law in that way. Because you literally voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers,
It's a
and called them
deflection,
patriots.
bro.
This isn't
It's a
deflection. This is
deflection.
reality.
It is a
I'm sorry that
deflection.
you can't accept it. I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt by the facts of reality, but
My
the facts of
feelings aren't
reality
hurt.
don't give a flying fuck about your feelings.
I think it's wild how you can have 20 million people come into a nation illegally.
There
It's
wasn't
tied
20
to an
million
open
people that
border.
came into the
Wait, wait,
country.
wait.
You just deny reality over and over and over again and make up your
What
own
do you-
numbers.
what do you mean?
Give
What do you
me a
mean? What do you
single
mean it's
source that says 20 million. Came under the
A
Biden-Harris
Yale study from
administration.
A Yale study from 2018.
Yeah, 2018 before Biden's administration. Wow, that was a stupid point.
Wait. Which?
Wow, that was like the dumbest point I've ever heard in my life. A study
How is it dumb?
from before Biden was even president determined that Biden had 20 million undocumented immigrants coming into the country under his administration. Look at that
I
here.
didn't say
First,
20
folks, in 2018, they used a time travel device to identify that Biden would actually increase the amount of undocumented immigrants into the country.
I didn't
You're
say
being
Biden brought
ridiculous.
20 million. I didn't say Biden brought 20 million. I said there
I
are
asked
20
for that.
million
I asked
here.
what's the evidence that Biden under Biden's administration 20 million undocumented immigrants came to the country.
Wait. You just changed the question, buddy. You asked me what's the evidence for 20 million undocumented. I never claimed 20 million came under Biden. Never
That's
said
literally
that.
what you were
I said
just
20
saying,
million
was
are
it not?
here. I said 20 million are here. And that is
I
the
think
estimate from the
I know reports that
2018
indicate
Yale
11 to
study.
14. There was not 20
What?
million. What Yale study said that? 20 million.
What are you talking about 2011 to 2014? I'm talking about in totality.
I didn't even
I've
say
said it
2011 to
times.
2014.
20 million are here by estimate. We don't
I said
actually
no.
know how
I
many
said
are
I
here
said
'cause they're
11.
not
I said the population.
documented.
I said the population based upon what I've seen is 11 to 14 million. I'm sorry you're crashing out because of facts.
It's not facts. You asked me a question, I answer it, then you changed the question you asked
I didn't
me.
change
You asked
the
me for
question.
a source and I gave it to you.
I didn't change the question.
You did.
I asked
You
the
said,
question
how do you
from the
know
beginning.
20 million are here? Then you added, how do you know 20 million came over during Biden?
Let's listen.
I said 20 million are here.
You
You
might
said,
be
how
right.
do you
I'll
know
acknowledge
20
if you're right.
million are
Let's
here?
listen in. Let's listen. I'll acknowledge if you're right. If you're right, let's listen in.
34.
For a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers,
It's
who
a
called them
deflection,
patriots.
bro.
This isn't
It's a
deflection. This is
deflection.
reality.
It is a
I'm sorry
deflection.
that you can't accept it. I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt by the facts of reality, but
My
the facts of
feelings
reality
aren't
don't give a flying fuck about your feelings.
I think it's wild how you can have 20 million people come into a nation illegally.
There wasn't
It's tied
20
to an
million
open
people that came
border.
into the
Wait,
country.
wait.
You just deny reality over and over and over again and make up your own
What do you
numbers.
mean?
Give
What do you
me a
mean?
single
What do you mean?
source that says 20 million. Came under the
Okay,
Biden
there, see?
administration.
See?
Wait. I just said it. I said came under the Biden-Harris administration. I just listen. Hold up. Let me play back.
Signal, what's the virtue?
You're trying to claim that they invaded the country, so you're trying to claim that you're so noble for saying that that you can't accept it. I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt by the facts of reality, but the facts of
feelings
reality
aren't
don't give a flying fuck about your feelings.
I think it's wild how you can have 20 million people come into a nation illegally.
There wasn't
It's tied
20
to an
million
open
people that
border.
came into the
Wait, wait,
country.
wait.
You just deny reality over and over and over again and make up your
What
own
do you-
numbers.
what do you mean?
Give
What do you
me
mean?
a
What do you
single
mean it's
source that says 20 million. Came under the
A Yale
Biden-Harris
study from
administration.
A Yale study. You from said that 20 as I was answering your question in the
So,
middle.
yeah,
of it.
maybe you didn't hear it, but I did say it. So I just want to clarify.
Well, you said it. You said, "Tell me how 20 million came in." I'm answering you saying the study, and you said during the Biden administration. As
Yeah,
I'm giving
I
you the answer
clarified.
to the 20 million.
I clarified.
Well, you clarified it now. Okay, but we have reason to believe
I didn't
there
just
is at
clarify now. I
least-
clarified it then. But that's fine. If you
No,
didn't
you
hear it,
asked me
it's
a
okay.
question, you
wait,
paused, I began to answer.
Hey, dude. It's okay. No need to cry. I will acknowledge that if you specifically didn't hear it, it's not your fault. It's just a misunderstanding.
Okay, well that's. Yeah. So my claim, because I never claimed anything about 20 million coming specifically during the Biden administration, was 20 million people have come into the nation illegally. That is in totality.
Okay, what's
that's
your
a
point
lot
with
of
saying,
people.
What was your point
Parker.
with saying that? And I, by the way, I mean, I
that it's
still
insane.
don't even
That
think
it's
there's enough
insane to
evidence
me.
for
That it's insane to me. It's a priority for you that a man receives 34 felonies because he paid an adult entertainer. But when you have 20
That's not the
million at
reason why he
least,
got the felonies. You don't
20
even
million
understand the
people at
felonies.
least, and it. Wait, what?
You don't even understand the felonies. Like it wasn't because he paid Stormy Daniels money.
It's
hush
because
money.
he did
It was because
campaign
he
misfinance
falsified-
use.
No, because he falsified business records with a predicate crime. Right? He was engaging in this crime in furtherance of another one. Right? Which is specifically a Class D felony in the state of New York. So you can sit there and you can whine about the fact that Trump got 34 felonies, right? And you could say he shouldn't be held accountable for that, but while also simultaneously saying that undocumented immigrants should be held accountable for misdemeanors.
They should be held accountable for misdemeanors and felonies. They should be accountable for coming
What
into a nation
felony did they
unlawfully.
commit from just coming to the country undocumented?
I didn't say they committed a felony. I said they should be.
Exactly.
They should be
your priority.
accounted
Your
for
priority is caring
misdemeanors.
about
Dude, listen to what I
your
just said.
priority
I
is
said
caring about
misdemeanors.
undocumented immigrants. Your priority is caring about undocumented immigrants who have committed a misdemeanor rather than the president who's committed felonies.
Correct, because I believe the nature of the misdemeanor, and I believe you weaponize the justice system. It's a total
We
case
did
of
not
lawfare.
weaponize
You give
the
a man
justice
34
system.
felonies.
You just believe no.
You
I
give a
think
man
you,
34 felonies.
you've weaponized the justice system against undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so you guys are gonna mute me again like last night?
Oh, do you
You're
want
just
to
gonna
cry
mute
about
me
it?
Do you want me to cry?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
I want to see tears. I want to see tears. I want to see tears. Turn your webcam on right
Is that
now,
your
and I want to
nice
see
liberal
tears.
side?
Yes.
Is that your nice
turn
liberal
your
side?
camera on right now. I want to see tears.
Is that-
Please cry. Cry right now,
I'll
please.
turn my camera on for you.
Please turn your camera on right now and cry. I want to see tears. I want to see tears coming right out of your face right now.
That's funny. Did you want to see Charlie Kirk murdered?
No.
A lot of your people did. Is that the kind of people you are?
No, I don't
You
think
want
that he
to
should have
see
been murdered.
tears?
I
Wait,
want
wait,
to see your
wait.
tears.
You want
Yes.
to see tears?
Yes,
you
I want to see your tears.
See tears?
I want you to cry.
You want
and
to see
scream
my
yes.
tears?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not very nice, Parker.
That is very nice.
That's not very nice.
I think it's very nice
I thought you guys were the side of tolerance.
that you're engaging in right
No,
now.
no. The 34 felonies are bullshit, and
No,
the
they're
20
not.
million
They
people here illegal
literally
are
there's a
reality.
criminal conviction with a determination from a jury in a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
I know that you don't like accepting facts and evidence
Yeah.
and beyond
He
a
really
reasonable
broke
doubt
the law.
evidence.
He
Wait,
really
it's-
broke the law.
The
huh?
evidence is so good that it's beyond a reasonable doubt, but yet you still don't believe it.
What do you mean the evidence for what? The felonies?
For the felonies, yeah.
Yeah, it was manufactured from a misdemeanor into a felony because it happened during a campaign.
No,
it
because
normally
he committed
was a
because he
misdemeanor.
committed a predicate crime. You didn't listen to what I said.
Well, you speak a mile. You know, I'm trying to talk about. We have cartels inside the nation. We have cartels pretty much ruling the government of the country they come from. We don't really know the extent of who commits what crimes because they're undocumented.
What is this pivot?
And it doesn't affect you.
Wait,
it doesn't
listen.
affect you.
Watch
It doesn't
this.
affect you because you don't live in the area.
I live
you
in
don't
Los
live on a
Angeles.
border state. You
I
don't
live in
near
Los
the
Angeles.
border.
I live in Los Angeles. I live in California. That's
Yeah.
a border state. Last time I checked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you
what
and
the
you
fuck
live,
are you
and
talking about? I live in Southern California.
Wait. You live in a low income neighborhood or a mid income neighborhood?
I would probably say it's like a middle income neighborhood.
Of course it is. You're never near the problem. Any of you liberals, you never are. You're always isolated from things. You live in privilege, and then you don't care about regular working class Americans and what they have to deal with. You don't care.
So
You
because
come from
I'm
privilege.
because I'm a college student or not a college student, I just got out of college and I live in a middle income area. You're saying that I'm privileged because of that. Do you live in a middle income area?
You're in a.
Wait, do you live in a middle income area?
Yeah, I do.
Shut the fuck up. You dishonest,
Yeah, but
privileged ass bullshit fucking point. You just called yourself privileged. You literally just said it was privileged for me to be in a
I do
middle
have
income
privilege.
area while also
I do have
simultaneously being in one yourself. That is the most embarrassing
privilege.
talking point I've ever heard of.
No, the difference is I care about the people it's affecting. I recognize my isolation from that. The same way as I'm not in Gaza, but I can care about people in Gaza. But I'm saying you live in a middle income area.
I never
of
said
Los
that I didn't
Angeles.
care about people in low income. I advocate for policies to benefit them. You said
You
because
don't
I
care
live in
about
a
what's
middle.
happening. You don't care about what's happening to border states.
Yes,
you
I
don't
do.
care.
Border
No, you
states,
don't.
border cities specifically have lower rates of crime. Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. 80 to 90% of DRUGS that are brought across the border specifically are brought by U.S. citizens. By the way, you can't say any DRUG name. I don't want you to get kicked from the stream, but I'm just telling you right now, that is a ridiculous assertion for you to make that undocumented immigrants are causing crime. The policies I'm advocating for will actually embolden law enforcement to have the ability to go after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, not those that are literally upholding their families, working for a better life for their communities and for their loved ones. Be real here. We do not want to be deporting people's family members that are just working for a better life. We want to be deporting the criminal gang members that are making this country a worse place, not the people who are just coming here for a better life. And yes, they have violated a crime specifically by coming here undocumented, but that does not mean that they should be punished in a manner where they should be kicked out of the country because they're not a threat to our safety and security, and our current legal immigration process takes too long to go through. On average, multiple years. We need to make that process go quicker. So we have to understand that our process sucks right now.
So when you talk about crimes, you're talking about people who have already been convicted of a crime, correct?
Yeah, we're talking about people who have been convicted of bad
Convicted of a crime.
crimes.
So you don't actually know who has committed a crime or not, because you
We
don't
do.
even know who's in your nation. No, you don't. No, you know who's committed a crime
how do you
before they're charged. People can't
No, no.
commit crimes
Wait,
without being
wait.
charged. You're
Wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait.
people convicted of a crime, not committing a crime. You don't know who commits a crime. And I'll tell you this, 100% of them committed a crime when they came over the border.
Say, okay, so you say potentially.
100% of them
you're saying-
committed a crime when they came
you're
over the
saying-
border.
So you're saying undocumented immigrants could potentially, right, commit crime. Well, actually, based upon the study I just mentioned to you, they are less likely to commit crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. Natural-born U.S. citizens are more likely to commit these types of crimes. This same propagandistic talking point that undocumented immigrants are committing all of these different types of crimes is absurd and ridiculous. You sound absurd sitting here and arguing that when they're disproportionately less likely based upon population to commit those types of crimes. Disproportionately taking into account population per capita.
It's based on self-reported crime studies and census information that deals with voluntary involvement in the study, right? So we don't have data on the majority of these undocumented people. You are using statistics based on known individuals that we can gather data from. There's actually no way for us to measure those kind of things with people that we have no clue who they are, what they do, where they came from, what their background is. So your statistics are flawed already. They're
No, they're
based on
not.
census and FBI self-reported data. There's no way
Wait,
to
self-reported
take
by who?
measurements
Self-reported
of
by who?
undocumented people.
Self-reported by who?
Self-reported by people who participate in the surveys. Self-reported by people who, when you go to a census house
And
and,
that is?
someone's undocumented there, and they still give you the information
Wait,
from
and
the
who
census.
is that? And who
Do you not
involves
think people
themselves in the
avoid
survey?
that? Do you
Who
not think
involves themselves
undocumented
in the
people
survey?
avoid that?
Who involves themselves in the survey?
When you go door to door with the census, right? People who are in the home, sometimes they choose to involve
So
themselves,
are you
and
saying the
sometimes they don't.
census? Wait, are you saying the census can't accurately estimate population?
It can't accurately estimate undocumented population because we already have like $5 million, $8 million
about this?
discrepancy in the greatest studies trying to tell us who's even here.
How about this? Let's start here. If you want more people to be vetted, the process I'm advocating for ensures that the most amount of people are vetted as possible. Think about it this way. If an undocumented immigrant is in the country and under your system you advocate for mass deportation, there's no incentive for them to identify themselves to authorities, and yet they'll go into the shadows to a greater extent. So there will be less people, specifically who are already in the country undocumented, that will go through the vetting process. Under my system, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they will go through the vetting process because it will ensure that they have better sets of conditions for themselves in this country. So clearly they would do that if they do not have to leave the country, which will ensure that more people within this country will be vetted. And then it will make it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone who has committed violent crimes and bad crimes and is a threat to our safety and security as a community. As again, people who would be going through the process undocumented would likely meet that criteria because they could have gone through the legal process very quickly, right, and gone through the vetting process. So it'll make it easier for law enforcement. It will make the legal process go significantly quicker, right? If we actually invest in it instead of militarizing ICE, and right, our country as a whole will be more safe and secure. Why would you advocate against that?
Well, I definitely agree with you. Our country would be more safe and secure if undocumented people were documented. That in itself does show there's a problem with undocumentation. And by your own narrative just now, you're acknowledging that having undocumented people makes us unsafe, right?
Wait, actually-
having documented people makes us safer.
So
Right. Let me ask you something.
No,
real quick.
I actually think it
Let me
makes
ask you one
the
question really quick.
my concern is about the safety of the undocumented immigrant in that circumstance.
Mine is
because
too.
they are exploited,
Mine is
and
too.
because they are more likely of being harmed, and because it is the case that they are less likely to be able to come out and be a witness, particularly in any crime that they witness, because it is the case that it'd be a threat in terms of them being deported. So we are actually safer as a community when undocumented immigrants have the ability to speak up when they see crimes happen. Does that make sense?
Wasn't there a process? Okay, so when people come into the nation, they have the option to self-report, like for years, right? Like the process for years has been they could
have a threat of
self-report
deportation.
themselves.
There's a threat of deportation. There's a threat of deportation.
Only recently, right? There was no threat of deportation during Biden.
Yes, there was.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Okay, people would not report to go through the protocols during Biden because they were scared Biden was going to deport
Biden deported people, yes.
I know Biden deported people. I'm saying there was no process for undocumented people to do what exactly, like kind of what you're saying now during the Biden administration.
There
Why
wasn't
didn't
a
he put
process
any of
like
those-
what I
wait,
was
wait.
advocating for. No, I'm not saying Democrats agree with my position wholly. I actually agree. I disagree with Democrats on their position, actually. But I think Democrats are closer to my position than Republicans because Republicans aren't even advocating for a quicker legal immigration process, whereas Democrats are. And Democrats put priority specifically on deporting those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, alongside the fact that they use a greater level of due process. But I still have disagreements with Democrats to a certain extent. Like, they do violate due process to a certain extent. Like, they specifically do want to deport people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? That does happen still, even if it's at a lesser priority, right? So I still disagree with them to a certain extent. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm just saying they're closer to my position.
Right, but I'm still trying to understand. You're talking about a protocol, and I'm asking you, why didn't people self-report during the Biden administration? You're saying they didn't do that because of threat of deportation. Meaning the process at the time during the Biden administration was they had no path to citizenship or to go through a legal process during the Biden years at all because they would have been deported by Biden with no due process.
No, well, no.
So then Biden wouldn't have given them
they
due
would
process
get due
either.
process. Listen, they would get due process because they would likely be within the country later than 2 weeks, and they might be outside of the 100-mile radius from the border thing.
Okay, you're saying during the Biden administration they would have been given due process?
Yes.
Then why didn't they do it?
No due process in terms of being deported. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm saying
Why
I'm
would
asking
they
you
want
about
to be
a protocol where
deported? If they're in the
you
country
want to award them
documented, wait,
citizenship.
if they're in the country undocumented, why would they want to be deported?
I didn't say they want to be deported, man. You're talking about a protocol
due process
to give
is for
people
deportation.
citizenship.
Due process is for deportation.
Due process can't be for citizenship? There's no
because
path to citizenship?
Due process is when you commit a crime. Okay, you get due process for the crime that you committed.
Okay, then I'm talking about
a pathway to citizenship. Those are two different things. I just want to clarify.
Okay, then I'll rephrase it for you. You're talking about a pathway to citizenship. I'm asking you, during the Biden administration, was there no pathway to citizenship during his administration? Was there no protocol
Not for
where they could legally
undocumented
approach?
immigrants that are in the country, right? Unless they were to have claimed asylum, which is a legal process of immigration.
Okay, so you're saying the protocols you want to put in place, Biden did nothing to enact those.
So Biden specifically advocated to make the legal process go quicker. That is closer to my position.
And by the way,
Biden advocated for more due process. That is closer to my position. Are you listening?
Okay, but due process has to do with deportation, right? You're talking about a criminal, like making judgment on a criminal and the legal constitutional rights to go through that process. I'm talking about the protocols you just explained to me for citizenship, meaning you have illegal people here. They were here during Biden. Did they not have a path to go through protocol for citizenship, not due process for
I've
deportation?
explained this like 4 times, dude.
No, you haven't.
I will.
No, you
Matt,
haven't.
I want Matt to be able to say what he had to say, and then I'll explain again because apparently you're not smart enough to listen to what I'm saying.
Well, make it simple. I'm asking about the protocols.
It's already
for
been made simple.
citizenship.
I'll do it again in a second. Let Matt speak.
So those protocols are established by Congress. Biden could not change it because Congress wouldn't let him because he would have to get over the filibuster and no Republican citizenship. That's why the rules have stayed the same for decades.
And also,
you're
I'm not even saying that Joe Biden holds my specific position, but there is a limitation in terms of getting things passed through Congress.
Okay, so you're saying Biden's in office, they couldn't self-report for a process to get citizenship because Congress limited his desire, and so therefore they were scared of deportation? Like my whole point of this question is
a
I'm asking...
congressional policy to get that through so that they can get access to a pathway to citizenship. There was not a congressional policy passed because they didn't have enough votes in Congress. Does that make sense? Is that like hard for you to understand? That they needed people to vote in Congress to pass a bill?
And by the way, Congress has set it up so that if you're undocumented in this country, you must redo the process. You have to leave and then come back in and start the process all over again. So let's say you're here for like 15 years, right? And you're undocumented. That doesn't count. Like in law, that does not count. You have to leave and come back, which is what they're trying to implement now. That's the process that we were saying that we disagree with, because you have people who have been here for decades, and under law, in order to get citizenship, they have to leave and start the process all over again.
I mean, Obama deported 3 million people. Obama deported more people than Trump, right?
And Trump's first, yeah, because Trump hasn't been president for 8 years.
Did Obama, when he deported 3 million people, did he deport 3 million violent criminals?
No,
We
he didn't
disagreed with
commit-
Obama's
dude,
deportation
I've
program.
already told
Okay,
you this.
well, I'm just asking,
Democrats
I'm just
still
asking.
listen. Democrats
Obama
still
deported 3 million people, correct?
listen. I'm trying to explain to you. Yes, Democrats have deported people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Why? Why'd they do that?
I disagree with their immigration policy.
I know, but why did they do it, you think? Why did they
do
deport?
that?
Are they just bad Republicans who want deportation? Why did the Democrats? Why were they so strong on deportation during Obama?
Because they probably agree with a different immigration process than I do, and I disagree with them.
Do you feel like Obama's a bad man? Do you think he's a racist man? Do you think Obama's a bad
I don't
person?
think Obama's racist, but I do think that Obama specifically, I disagree with his immigration policy. Yes.
Okay, was his deportation policy, was it racist in nature?
No, I don't think it was racist.
Okay, so my deportation policy isn't either, because it sounds pretty similar to Obama.
Actually, it is. Because why? Because we have now-
actually it is. So when a
you have to-
Democrat does
let
it,
me
it's
explain.
not
Let me
racist, but when
explain.
a Republican wants the same thing, it is.
Well,
Right?
one, Barack Obama specifically can't specifically enact racism. He specifically, literally, is a black man.
That's
He's
hilarious.
not causing
That's
or influencing
hilarious.
racism in that context.
So when he does a
Can I-
policy, it's not racist.
Can I please speak? So you're saying, did Obama engage in racism by doing this? No, right? But could specifically it have detrimental impacts that could negatively impact people who like disproportionately on the basis of race? Yes. But when Obama's engaging in the action of passing the policy, would it have been racist for him to do so? No, because of a power structure that exists, because he is not benefiting from a particular power structure within that respect, right? So he wouldn't be racist for that, if that makes sense. Does that, like, it's, I have to explain to you a whole separate
he's got a
thing.
$250 million net worth. He's just a powerless guy. You know, I get it.
You're you're dishonest. What you're doing is called an equivocation fallacy. When I'm referencing this power structure,
I'm not dishonest. It's hilarious.
I'm explaining. The power structure that I was referencing was racism, not a power structure relating to class. So you're being dishonest because the power I was referencing was not in relation to class and was actually in relation to race. And you're being dishonest by equivocating between the two, acting like they're the same. Okay? That's called an equivocation fallacy.
Well, I didn't equivocate between class and race because I just made a generalized statement about power.
But like, by the way, can I?
I was talking about power I was talking about power relating to the connotation of race, and you brought up power relating to the connotation of money. Are you this stupid that I have to explain it to you with fucking crayons?
No, I heard it. It's just you're accusing me of making equivocations that I didn't make.
You did. You made the
I made a
equivocation.
generalized statement.
I'm sorry. You can watch back the YouTube video. And watch yourself make the equivocation that I just explained. Do I need to pull out the crayons?
How did I make the equivocation? How did I make the equivocation that
just explained it to you.
Power from class is the same as power from race? When did I
Because
say
I
that?
specifically was talking about that he couldn't be racist because he's not enacting a power on the basis of the power structure because of the fact that he's a black man. And you specifically responded with, "Oh, well, he has lots of money."
No,
he doesn't have any power. I wasn't talking about power relating to financial status. I was talking about a power structure relating to racism. And you are purposefully being dishonest and not understanding that and acting like you didn't make that equivocation when you blatantly did make that equivocation.
Okay. So was his immigration policy classist?
Let me Matt say something and then you can ask that same question. Don't worry, I'll let you ask that same question.
I just wanted to point out that the reason why we call what Donald Trump is doing now racist is because he has been found by a judge and also in his policy to use characteristics such as race to single out individuals in order to question them about their document status. That's what makes it racist, is because we have found that when you use characteristics and ideas about what somebody is based on their race, that is in itself racist, because you would not do that to someone like me who is a white guy. So they are picking people based on what they look like and the job that they work and things like that. That's what makes it racist.
Yeah, so they are literally admitting themselves to racial profiling, which the Biden administration did not set as their policy as racial profiling for deportation.
Okay, so they are seeing darker skinned people and suspecting that they could be from Mexico and have entered the
Yes,
country.
and they are singling them out in order to question them. They are not singling out white people such as me. We have many documented cases of individuals who look Hispanic or who are black or even, and they walk up to them and they question them about their document status. But that does not happen to individuals who are on the white side, such as me. I have never been questioned. Parker has never been questioned. I guarantee you that, and that's because we are not actually under that kind of suspicion.
Well, yeah, white people wouldn't be under that suspicion because we don't have 20 million Europeans here illegally.
Except the majority, by the way, of visa overstayers are from Europe. And
Like,
so you
isn't-
can actually pull somebody if you want to actually. Why is that not a problem? Like,
Say it again. Say it again. Say it
the
again.
majority of visa overstayers, people who go over their visa and thus are in this country undocumented via that route, are from Europe, and they are
We
white.
have more than 20 million people overstaying a visa
No,
from
I'm
Europe?
saying why is it that's not a huge concern? Because if they're undocumented, we should not care how they got in here, but the fact that they are undocumented, but they're not questioning white people. They are only questioning those who look Hispanic.
Yeah, because isn't a visa a form of documentation at least? Whether the documentation
Wait, if
ran
you
out, it wasn't
overstay
the
the visa-
documentation to begin with.
if they
If you overstay the
they
visa,
become
you're
undocumented.
unlawfully in the country, genius. You're unlawfully in the country if you overstay a visa.
I understand that. I didn't say you weren't. What I said was they would have been documented at some point, meaning we know that they're in the country because they had a form of documentation, right? When you come in illegally and you're totally undocumented, you've never been documented. So it's not a question of illegality at
If you
that point.
send
It's
an
a question of, have
undocumented
you ever
immigrant
been
a
documented? It's not the same.
if you send an undocumented immigrant a deportation order, that means you knew that they were in the country, and therefore, under your perspective, that they were documented.
No, if people come in undocumented, they don't have a visa, right? You're comparing people who have obtained a visa versus people who have not obtained a visa. One is documented.
Wait, hold up.
If the visa expires,
Wait, the
If
undocumented
visa
undocumented
expires-
immigrant was given a deportation order. Therefore, under your view, they were documented.
What do you mean they were given a deportation order? We didn't get. We didn't.
You don't think
what
that
does that
you don't
even-
think that undocumented immigrants get deportation orders?
delivered to them by hand? No. All of them?
How
No.
else are they supposed to get them?
Deportation orders?
Yes.
If they're somehow self admitted, meaning they've made themselves known somehow, or they have a family member that lets us know. How do you think we
so
can
they,
just
they,
like
they,
use
they don't
wait,
get
wait,
a
wait, wait.
deportation order by mail?
You're saying to me every undocumented, we know their address and their name, and we've sent them paperwork?
Wait, are you saying that they don't get
Wait,
hold up.
we have
Do you-
personally
do you- hold up.
delivered mail by
Do
name.
you know what a
with an
deportation order is?
What is a deportation order? Tell me about it. Tell me about the legal document and what it says on it.
Well,
Does
I
it
don't
have
know
their name on
everything
it?
I don't know everything that's on a deportation order. It's under
What's
a
on
specific.
it? Is their name on it?
Well, I think in most circumstances there probably would be a name on it.
How do you get? Then why don't we know? If we know the number of people to individually give deportation orders to, why don't we know the number of individuals here? That sounds like they already are documented.
What do you mean? We have an estimation. Under your perspective, they were documented.
We have an estimation. I know we have an estimation, but that doesn't mean you can give a document to every individual because you don't know
Not
who
every
they
single
are.
undocumented immigrant has been given a deportation order, genius.
You said they had. You said they had.
In order for them to get
You
deported.
said they had. You just said that.
In order for them to get deported, they have to get a deportation order. I never said every undocumented immigrant has had a deportation order.
Yeah, that was my position, not yours. Play it back. You said, how do you think they all got it? We know where they were. That's what I said. And I said, how do we know where they all are?
I'm talking
I said,
about
we can't give
undocumented
that to all
immigrants
of them.
that
We don't, they're
I'm talking about
undocumented.
I'm talking about undocumented immigrants that did get deportation orders.
You're full of shit, bro.
No,
You're
I'm
full
not.
of shit a little bit. Yeah,
No, I'm
you
not.
are. It's crazy.
Genuinely,
it's crazy. You're lucky.
Genuinely, I'm sorry, but you genuinely are just stupid.
No, I'm not. You're stupid. You just said they're kind of documented if we gave them a documentation order. And I said, how do we give all these undocumented people a documentation order? And you said, well, we know where they are. And I said, how?
I said in order to
Play it
deport
back.
them.
Play it back from the beginning.
I said-
so they're
I
not
said you-
documented, correct?
You don't
They
think
are
that
not documented.
I said you don't think that undocumented immigrants that get deported get a deportation order?
No, you didn't say that get deported. You said you don't think they're documented if they have a deportation order, referring to all undocumented people in the nation.
I was not
you didn't
saying every
clarify
single
if they get
undocumented immigrant was
deported.
given a deportation
You didn't
order.
say if they get deported. You said they get a deportation order.
I never said every
Because
single
I was
undocumented
talking
immigrant
about
had a
visas.
deportation order.
We were talking about visa. You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. If you have integrity, you know you're wrong about that one.
I'm not.
And it's good for you you're on your home field. It's good for you you're not on a neutral field with this one. Stay on the home field. Stay with the 98% percenters and your supporters in your comments.
You're so
But if you
insufferable.
wanted to-
Like, you can watch back the conversation.
Well, I'm
it's kind of
insufferable
embarrassing that
because
you're
I
doing
come
this.
because I come with logic, and the logic is a nation should not have 20 million people inside of it illegally. It's Obama deported more people than Trump. When Obama does it, it's not a problem. But when we advocate for a similar thing, you call us every name under the sun. You don't live under a border state. You don't know what changes there. You don't work for.
Apparently, you can't retain what happened in our conversation because I've said multiple times I disagree with what Obama did in terms of immigration. We've said that multiple times on the stream. Apparently,
I
you
know
are
you
too
disagree with
dumb
it, but I
to
asked-
remember what happened 15 minutes ago in the conversation.
You gotta mute me, right?
Yeah, because I'm debunking the bullshit that you just said. Obama utilized a greater
You
level
say a lot of
due proc-
bullshit.
Obama used a greater level of due process rights than Republicans. They advocate for a faster and quicker legal immigration process, which I agree with to a greater extent, right? So, and they had a priority for deporting violent people and committed bad crimes. So those are the circumstances where I agree more with Democrats, but I don't 100% agree with Democrats. I disagree with the Democratic position in terms of deporting those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. And I think that they should utilize due process in every instance.
Yeah, it's a constitutional issue of what that due process looks like. And then we have cases in the Supreme Court that are under review now where you have language like in the jurisdiction thereof within the Constitution, meaning rights are guaranteed to those in the jurisdiction thereof, meaning are you actually under the jurisdiction if you came there illegally, right?
If you're with
What does the language
jurisdiction
of
mean?
in the,
what does jurisdiction
it's being a legally ruling area. If you're not a citizen, you're not under the ruling
so
body.
if you're
if
within
you're not
the
a citizen, you're not under the jurisdiction.
Listen, the jurisdiction essentially just means you're within the country in which is ruled by the legal authority. Okay, they are within the country, location speaking. Therefore, they're within the jurisdiction of the country. You absolute idiot.
And also, how can they not be under that jurisdiction when you're advocating for them to be deported, which means that they're under that jurisdiction? Like,
Because
the
legal
idea.
Because legal language, when you use the language within the jurisdiction thereof, it means that you have a citizen relationship to the governing body. I'll give you an example.
Long Kim
Where
Mark
we
already
have-
settled that, so did Plier Vito. You're wrong. I'm sorry. You're wrong.
It's being reviewed right now. I might
It's
be
being
wrong, but we
reviewed.
don't
That
know
does
that
not
yet.
mean they're agreed.
We don't know that
And by
yet.
the way, I guarantee you that a majority of the court will say that you are wrong. Why? Because this
Well, they
is
may,
settled law.
but
This
they
is
haven't
settled
said it
law.
yet.
This is
They
settled
haven't
law.
said it yet. They haven't said it yet, and that's my point. Is that you're talking about you're talking about constitutional violation,
The
but it's
court has
under
spoken on this.
constitutional review.
You're asking the court to give a new interpretation, but for the last 20 years, we have had settled law on this. We know what that phrase means because
Yeah.
it was settled in 1898, and then once again in like the 1980s. So
Yeah.
this has been settled.
Well, in 1898, we didn't have 20 million people in the country illegally. So, and also the Constitution was built to be changed. That's what the Supreme Court does, is we change laws. That's what amendments are. So just because you say, we've always done it this way, and that's how they rolled on
Has
it on
the
the
Supreme
past.
Court done that?
Wait, not conservatives. They
They're
like
in
it
the
how it was back
process of
then.
doing it.
What?
It's under review.
Wait,
it's under
and
review.
Has the Supreme Court changed the interpretation?
It's currently being reviewed.
Yeah, and
Do you
have
not
they done
understand
so
what
yet?
that means?
I do.
They will have to make a judgment on it. It's
Okay,
it's
but there-
legally being
there has
presented
been
at
no,
this time.
So to clarify, at this time, there's been no change, correct?
Well, the change would be that something that was a precedent is now being questioned. So now you have a different process going on. So I say there is a change as to the matter of the fact because it was not under judicial review.
There's no
now we
change
have
from
the
an
behavior-
from an interpretation standpoint of the Constitution. So far, there's been no change.
Well, there has been change. There's been change to the whole situation.
Shut the fuck up. No, there hasn't. You are lying out of your ass right now. The bullshit
Let me
coming
ask
out of
you
your
this.
mouth. You know what you're saying is bullshit. Stop.
No, I
Stop.
don't.
You came
No, I
up on
don't.
my life. You're like, Parker, you know what you're saying is bullshit. You can't even possibly believe what you're saying. And then literally, you know in the top of your head right now that what you're saying
No, I
is
don't.
factually inaccurate, yet you can still
No, I don't.
continue to say it.
No, I don't. But if something is if something is under review in the Supreme Court and it's maybe or maybe not going to be altered, but the process for alteration is taking place, that is a type of change to what is happening with the law because it is now under review. If a law is not under review, then it just stands as it is. But when you have the leader of the executive branch enact things where then political opponents say you're actually violating the Constitution, and then he, with executive power, says, actually, I'm not. I'm using executive orders, and then they present case law.
Oh my fucking
you have
wait.
a
Do you
type of
think
change
wait,
going
hold up,
on.
stop. Do you think executive orders rule over the supreme law of the land? Didn't we already have this conversation and tell you that executive orders have no legal authority over the Constitution because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land?
Well, the executive
He
branch
still
gets its
doesn't
powers
understand
from the
this. We told you
Constitution.
this yesterday. The Constitution is the supreme
I thought
law
you
of the
didn't
land.
remember me.
Executive
I thought
orders
you-
have
I thought you didn't
no
remember me.
ability
I thought
to
you weren't there.
overwrite.
I thought you
Oh
weren't
my
there.
God. Oh my
I
Jesus
thought you weren't
Christ.
there, Parker.
I never said
You
I wasn't
remember
there
me
the
now?
whole time. Oh my God.
You
Yes, I
said,
remember
well,
that.
I wasn't there, and I just blah, 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 and that was
Wait, I
Dean's
said
live. Now you remember me?
I was talking about the one point you're talking about. I wasn't there for the point you're specifically referencing because Dean was making that point specifically about the Christian perspective in terms of
Okay.
Leviticus. That was Dean's point.
Okay. You just tune out when he talks, and then you talk, and then when he talks, you tune him
He
out.
makes an argument. I make a different argument. Yes.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. Hey, if this doesn't work out, you would make an excellent salesman. You have a way with words, I'll give you that. I don't see why you can't wrap your brain around the relationship between importation of narcotics and human trafficking into the nation, having an unsecured border, which your last liberal administration did not take care of. How we having 20 million undocumented people in the nation? They're not documented. They haven't all been sent
He just
documentation
keeps
papers.
repeating the same talking points over and we've already talked about this.
How you don't understand that that's a problem to a nation is
We've
honestly
already
baffling.
addressed this. I'm sorry. Do you listen to anything
No, you
I say?
haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you
we
haven't.
talked about how undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural born citizens.
And I disagree
we talked
with
about
all
the fact
that.
that over
And I
80 to 90%,
contested all that.
and we talked about the fact that over 80 to 90% of drugs that are brought across the border are specifically from U.S. citizens. We talked about the fact that all of these situations that you're bringing up, you're not actually giving any evidence, right? You're actually just sitting up here claiming. Trust me, bro.
Well, neither of us have presented sources. We've just
I did.
neither
There's
of
a
us have
bibliography in
requested
my
them.
bio. Would you like to look at it? You want to know who set that up?
No. I'm saying you're telling me I'm just making claims
The
without
librarian
validation,
on
but
the
I'm
stream right
saying
now.
you've not
Wait,
requested.
I'm not just making claims.
Wait.
There's a bibliography in my bio you can check out with an entire page of different sources.
Yeah, I didn't make a request for you to present a source, Parker. What I was saying was
What?
You've told me. Let me make my statement. What I was saying was you accused me of just making claims, and what I said was, well, I'm making claims, but you have not requested that I present a source. So I don't understand why you resent me for
Have
making
I not?
claims.
I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, and I gave you a study from 2018.
What was the study?
Yale.
The
A
title.
study from 2018 by Yale. I'll find it for you. You want me to find it for you? You
Yes.
can Google it yourself. It's the number of illegals currently in America. It's a 2018 Yale
That's
study.
not even what I
think
just
MIT
asked you
did-
about. One.
What?
What did I just ask you about?
A source.
On
and
what
I
point?
named it. How many illegals are here?
I never asked how many undocumented immigrants are in the country right now.
You asked me, have I provided a source, is what you just asked me. I said yes. You said which one? I said a
I
study
wasn't
from Yale
asking
in
you a source for that. I was
2018.
asking for what we were just talking. What were we just talking about?
No, Parker, you asked me, have I provided you a source in the conversation? That's what you asked me. Play it back.
I apologize for the misinterpretation. That's
It's
not
no
what I meant.
problem. I want to have good faith dialogue with you. Like, I don't wish harm on anybody. There's actually a lot of things I might agree with you. Like, this is what's funny to me, though. Like, the
I
whole
still
point
want
is,
you to cry.
well, I want you to smile and have a good life because I'm a Christian.
Yeah, and you say the same thing about undocumented immigrants in the country. You say the same thing specifically when voting for Donald Trump, who has a nickname for every single person that he runs up again, who was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women who were changing without the consent. And he got so Christian that Donald Trump is cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the degree of 420,000 children on average every single month. That he's cutting 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps, over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. It's embarrassing that you as a Christian say that that's in support of your own ideology.
I never said it was. What I said was deportation is support of my conservative ideology, right? Because I believe in the law of the land. And I believe
and that's why you voted for a convicted criminal who doesn't go through a legal process of deporting people.
Let me finish. It is going through a legal process.
No, he's not. He's violating due process rights.
I don't think he is because, again,
yes,
he just admitted under Supreme Court rule. Well, wait, if it turns out that he is, the Supreme Court will rule on that, and it will be corrected. Right?
Hold on. That's just one avenue, right? I'm saying that he's also violating it in other ways. Like just today, for the second time, they admitted in court that they sent somebody back who they had no business sending back. Like they openly defied like one order from a court. So yeah, I mean they are violating due process. They admit that they do it.
There was a case today where they sent someone back that they shouldn't have sent back. Was that a clerical error or was that intentionality? Like, was it on purpose or was it a bureaucratic error?
It's a violation of due process. It doesn't matter like how it happened. It's a due process
actually,
violation.
the intention does, because that would be a crime in itself, and the intention of the act affects the level of the wrongdoing. Right, and when you have high levels, let me finish. When you have high level bureaucratic actions, you're going to have a mistake. Again, we have 20 million undocumented people
but
here.
This is not just one
dealing
mistake.
with the situation. There is going to be mistakes within criminal procedure.
But this is not just one mistake, right?
Well, it's one that you brought up.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the one that kind of started the whole thing, right? Back in like March when they deported somebody, and they knew when they deported him that it was like not like it was wrong, and they willingly went ahead with it, even though they were told by multiple courts not to do it, and they continued to do it and continued to do it. So yes, don't give me that bullshit that they're like, well, we just didn't know, we just made a mistake. They've been doing that over and over and over again. It's just now that maybe yes, they have one like bad mistake, but like they've been doing this for a long time.
Okay, but the question I asked you was there intentionality in this mistake?
For this one, I don't know. They just admitted it. I don't know because they just admitted it, so they have to go through the process of the court reprimanding them and trying to figure out why they did it.
Okay. But I mean, when you deal with a process this large that no liberal administration has ever undertaken or been successful of solving, the person to do the most, which was Obama, whose policy looks more in line with what we're advocating, yet you never no liberal really spoke up against having a problem.
They did. I was alive during the time, and many
not
on the left. Who said that we're mainstream? What?
Oh, I know you're not mainstream. Right. I'm sure there's a snowflake liberal like in a shoebox somewhere who has an issue with everything, but I'm saying the major political voices at the time did not have an issue.
For? What are we snowflakes for?
You're snowflakes for when I'm advocating something similar to Obama, which is that we can deport people, and not just because they've necessarily been convicted of a crime. Liberal voices had no issue with Obama doing it, but when
how many
white
times
Christian Republicans do it, we're all a bunch of bigots.
You know what's fucking nuts? How many times have I condemned it over and over again, and he makes the same talking point? Like, it's really frustrating that you're this dishonest. Like, I would love to have a productive dialogue with you. I would love to actually genuinely engage, but when you continue to make the same talking point over and over again that I've already responded to multiple times, everyone loses IQ points in the chat. Okay? And it's not beneficial for this country at all.
It's not beneficial for this country at all. What was the point I made, and how did I make it that you feel like it is causing a lack of benefit to the nation? Educate me.
You keep making the point that liberal voices, specifically like ours, are not against deportations
that's not what
under
I said.
Obama.
That's not what I. That's not what I said.
Then why do you keep bringing it up?
That's not what I said.
Are you holding us accountable for other Democrats that literally have nothing to do with this conversation?
Well, I think Obama has something to do with the conversation about policy and the history, because he was the executive leader of the nation under the left-leaning portion.
I have told you I have already
elected by the left-leaning portion of the nation.
If he listens, if I've told you I already disagree with the centrist Democratic position, specifically in terms of immigration, why would you keep bringing up centrist Democrats that were leaders of the party that I disagree with? as if I don't agree with them more than Republicans.
I think that you characterize the nature of your disagreement very differently, right? And that's what I was trying to explain.
Because I agree with them more.
You agree with them more, but when we espouse like similar platforms, you characterize our folly to a greater extent.
Wait, how so?
Well, because when I bring up the notion of deporting people who didn't necessarily commit a violent crime, and I allude to the fact that this was Obama's policy, right? All I'm asking from you is to recognize that there is a reasonableness to my position, because you wouldn't call Obama an unreasonable man, right? I'm not saying you endorse it. I understand you disagree with
You're
it.
misunderstanding. I think that Obama's position on immigration is unreasonable. I think my position is the reasonable position. I think that Republicans and centrist Democrats have an unreasonable position on immigration. Is that clear? Like,
So me and Obama are unreasonable. I just want to make it simple. Me and Obama are unreasonable.
on immigration, yes.
Okay,
According
and
to
he
my
was
position.
he was a constitutional law professor, correct?
That doesn't mean that I can't disagree with his
It
position.
means he might know
Say
some
it's
things you don't.
I'm sure he could know some things about constitutional law that I don't know. Of course, I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is that from an ethical perspective, or how we view the connotation of immigration, why I would agree with my position more than theirs. I don't think that any undocumented immigrant who's not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be deported. I see there's no reason to deport them in that connotation, and I have disagreements with that. So I see my position to be reasonable, and I see other positions to be less reasonable. It's not like that's not a ridiculous thing to acknowledge. And also, this just proves the point that you keep bringing up all these centrist Democrats that have no relevance to the conversation after like 7 times of me saying I disagree with them. Like, how many more times do I need to say it?
Nothing. I just want you to recognize that my views on deportation are not, in fact, radical or very racist.
They are
They're
radical.
actually very.
Do you think? Can I ask
they're radical, but they're similar to centrist Democrats.
You're misunderstanding. You guys violate due process rights to a significantly greater extent. You understand the distinction. Let me give you the distinction. Expedited removal under the Biden-Harris administration and under the Obama administration was people within who have been in the country for less than 2 weeks, and people who are within 100 miles of the border, right? Secondly, if you want to reference this, under the Trump administration, it's anyone within the jurisdiction of the country, and people who have been within the country for less than 2 years. That heavily expands the amount of people that have a violation of their due process rights.
Yeah, because we have a different issue now. We have significantly more people since Obama because of Biden's administration. So that's what an open border gets you. Listen, we're not going to get anywhere. God bless you. Thank you.
Hold on. Wait, hold up. Stop. I said that policy was the same under the Biden-Harris administration as well, so I don't know why you said that, but go ahead, Matt.
Well, I have a question. One of the big things that we touched on was the fact that there are using a certain profiling tactics in order to track these individuals. Do you think that's a moderate position? That's an okay position to question somebody's document status based on what they look like?
I think that within normal justice protocols, there is a certain amount to officers. There is a certain place where their discretionary use of probable cause is up to them.
Should that probable cause includes race?
It includes visual cues
such as race.
I'm not defining something as race, but
no. Explicitly say it. I'm asking explicitly. Should they use race as one of the factors to stop somebody? Like, they see somebody who's brown. They know nothing else about the person. They see somebody who's brown. They walk up to the person and they question their status. Should that be should that be how we operate?
Well, I don't know. That sounds racist to me that you say that, because just because a person's brown, we actually don't know their race, right?
And that's what they're doing. Thank you. You're
that's called a visual cue. It's called visual evidence.
No, I asked you.
It's called reasonable cause.
Wait, so you think race is evidence of their wrongdoing?
You guys called it race. I called it visual evidence. And
no.
He said
he's obfuscating.
Visual evidence. If you say it's visual evidence, then you're saying it's evidence of wrongdoing. Is that your position?
It's visual evidence of what? What are they visualizing?
They're visualizing what would appear to be not native to the nation.
Dude, you
They're
are
not
so
native to the nation.
You're so disingenuous.
So not having white skin means you're not native to the nation. That makes no fucking sense. Indigenous Americans
what you said.
do not have
That's
white
what you
skin
said.
in most circumstances.
I never
What are you
said
talking
that.
about?
No,
I never said that. I never said that. I said visual cues as to who
Based
might be
on what?
undocumented.
What characteristic of the human body are you using to judge based on your visual cue?
Well,
What
it could be
characteristic?
clothes. It could be clothes. It could be the clothes they wear. It could be the clothes they wear.
So you're saying?
Wait. If someone's wearing, if someone's near the border, right?
No. I'm talking someone on the street in downtown LA. They're on the street walking. Okay, and you see somebody, and they're like 10 feet away from you or 20 feet away from you, and you see somebody walking, and you look at them, and that person goes up to them and asks them the document status. You're saying that it's okay for them to do that based on visual cues, but what I'm asking you, what visual cues are they asking for that leads them to believe that that person is in this country as an undocumented person? What is the visual cue? Because someone clothes doesn't say anything about them, right?
Yeah,
They wear whatever they want.
Yeah, it
No, it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Not about the
does.
document status.
If someone's an American, right, and they work for ICE and they've been here their whole life, and they've come from communities where they're surrounded by, they're not around a bunch of undocumented, but let's say they're from a rural area, right, and they now work for ICE, and they've been around natural-born Americans their whole life, they're gonna have subconscious and subjective to themselves ways of possibly identifying other people that did not grow up in their nation, that aren't from their nation. They're from a foreign nation.
You can tell
You don't think,
based
wait,
on.
let me ask you something.
No, you
there's
can tell
foreign
based
nations
on.
I can go to.
You
that they
can based
identify
on
I'm
visual
foreign?
cues. You can based on
this
visual
is funny.
cues.
This is funny. You don't think there's a lot of foreign nations I could go to that by visually looking at me, they would have evidence I'm not from their nation? Y'all
No,
are hilarious.
no,
God
no.
bless.
What?
God
I
bless.
don't think that's evidence.
You're a racist piece of shit. I'm sorry. He's a racist piece of shit. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah,
He didn't want to
literally.
say it because he was obfuscating. But what he was trying to say, everybody, was that he was saying is that he's okay using race as a criterion for judging somebody based on their status. That's what he was saying. And so he's just a racist piece of shit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call it. And I have
You do
no
not need
like
to apologize
actual,
for that one.
Yeah, I have no. I'm not sorry about that. He was obfuscating like a politician.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Matt. I'm about to get off right now.
All right, cool. All right, thanks for having me up.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Bye,
W's
chat.
for
Take care.
Matt in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate it, man. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. And Alyssa, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Let me catch up everyone else. Everyone, tomorrow I'll be on live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time, everyone. Just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. I appreciate everyone coming through. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick, and then I'm going to be getting off for tonight. Again, everyone, tomorrow live will be at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kyle, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Feshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Chris with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. Don't worry. Nina, thank you for the $10 as well. Ivy, thank you for, Envy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. A Little Darling, thank you for the $2. Thomas, thank you for the 10. King, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me see. Alrighty. Everyone, I have someone you can go into his live. His name is Carvered. Carvered. They're talking about God. So you can go check out their stream on TikTok. I don't think they're on YouTube, but I appreciate everyone coming through. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. I love y'all so much.
All right. Anyway,